చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు of the future we and the rest of India will be building together. So, welcome to the Conclave. Welcome to India Today Conclave South. Welcome to India's future. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raj Chengappa. And with that, we begin with the first session of the day, the next big test, Sir and Delimitation. For that, I'd like to call on stage the session moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today Television, to introduce the speakers. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Thank you. Vanakkam. Good morning and welcome to the India Today South Conclave here in the wonderful city of Coimbatore. I think it's only appropriate that we start this session with a really high-profile panel on an issue of great concern to many, particularly those who are worried or want clarity on the state of our democracy and elections in particular. So what we've done is we brought together three of our most distinguished election commissioners and chief election commissioners on one panel. I'd like you all to welcome each and every one of them. May I welcome first Ashok Lavasa. Please join us. He was election commissioner and would have been chief election commissioner had he not resigned at the time. Also joining us, Mr. O.P. Rawat, the former chief election commissioner. Please welcome him. And our third guest, last but not the least, is Dr. S.Y. Qureshi, another former chief election commissioner. Please do join us, Dr. Qureshi. So I'll just keep the book. Thank you. Vanakkam, hello and welcome to our first session at the India Today South Conclave. Over the last few months, one issue has resonated across the country, cutting across geographical boundaries, but particularly resonating in the South because many of the states here are at the moment controlled by opposition-ruled governments, all of whom have uniformly claimed that elections in this country are suffering from numerous irregularities. Rahul Gandhi, the Congress leader, has alleged vote chori or vote theft. How true is this? Is this exaggerated or is this a reality? Also, there is another big question that's swirling in the wind. Delimitation. Will the southern states lose out to the north states because of their better track record on population? Will the number of Lok Sabha constituencies decline for the southern states? Who better then to answer and kick off our India Today South Conclave than a very special panel of former chief election commissioners and election commissioners. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ashok Lavasa, former election commissioner, O.P. Rawat, former chief election commissioner, and Dr. S.Y. Qureshi, former chief election commissioner, who's just brought out a new book, Democracy's Heartland, where he explores the battle for power in South Asia. Thank you all very much for joining me. I'm going to cut the chase and ask you first for your initial remarks to what Rahul Gandhi has said. Do you believe each and every one of you, very quickly, that there is vote chori in India, that there is vote theft or elections are not free and fair? I want all three of you to answer that. Who wants to start first? Why don't you start, Mr. Lavasa, first? Are elections in India free and fair or is there vote chori?
Thank you very much. I think elections in India are by and large fair. The track record will prove that. As far as the expression vote chori is concerned, I think it is a political expression. And I don't know how to interpret that because nobody has the means to know who has voted for whom. So I don't feel that vote chori itself is an issue, but yes, the issue is the sanctity and the integrity of electoral rules.
So you're saying elections are free and fair. Vote chori is a political term.
That's right.
Okay, Mr. Rawat, are elections in India free and fair, or is there vote chori as is being alleged by the opposition? Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Yes, no, I can't. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to put things in context. The resolution of political conflict could take place through huge battles and wars, where thousands and lakhs were killed. Elections have replaced that process of resolution of political conflict and is the most peaceful way of resolving the political conflict. Now, expecting that nothing will happen during elections, everything will proceed like silence, no news, nothing newsworthy. It is expecting too much. And therefore, take these comments in that spirit that things will happen, elections will make a noise, and news media will be full of reporting during elections. Nothing much, because India's elections are gold standard, always praised by most of the democracies across the world as most free, fair, and credible elections.
So you're saying this is all noise, that the reality is Indian elections are free and fair. Am I correct?
Noise, like there will not be any smoke if there is no fire. All stakeholders will try moving heaven and earth to win. Even Olympics have doping. So things will be there, but by and large, it is free and fair.
By and large, it is free and fair. Okay, you're slightly hedging there. Dr. Qureshi, are elections in India free and fair, or is there an element of vote chori, irregularities, especially in the electoral rolls?
Well, vote chori is a political rhetoric.
Okay.
But at the same time, the concerns about the purity of electoral rolls are legitimate. I have always said that the electoral roll is our soft underbelly. Always there is a problem about the electoral rolls, and that is the foundation of India's election and its purity. And unless the electoral rolls are pure and clean, fair elections will not be possible. But I agree with both my colleagues that by and large, still, considering the size, 1 billion voters, most of the thing goes by clockwork precision, but some political issues mar the reputation, and we have to be concerned about it.
No, you're saying by and large elections are free and fair, but
Yes, but
electoral rolls are not pure,
no, electoral rules are
not fully pure.
They can never be perfect. It has been held by various courts also. They can never be perfect, but our attempt is to make them as perfect as we can.
Mr. Lavasa, this argument that by and large it is free and fair. One academic recently said elections in India are free, but they are not fair. There is no level playing field. Let's be very clear. If I have 50 crores, 100 crores in Coimbatore, for example, I will splash it on an election. What's the limit that you all have at the moment? It runs into, I think, 90 lakhs.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, people are spending 90 crores on an election and your limit is 90 lakhs. Let's get this clear. A, do you agree with Dr. Qureshi that electoral rolls are not pure? That there are irregularities as are being pointed out? People have duplicate epic cards.
It's like saying that in the India Today magazine there is no printer's devil. There could be. So I think in an electoral roll, which today has about 99 crore people, there are bound to be some errors. The question is whether those errors are bona fide or they are malified. The other question is how robust is the system which Election Commission has put in place to ensure that every every elector is included in the electoral roll. And the third thing is whether the machinery in the field which is employed to do this work, it is doing its work freely, fairly, sincerely, meticulously. because there are instructions of the Election Commission to guide them at each every step. And finally, the fourth thing is how responsible are the electors themselves in ensuring that their name figures at one place, not more than one place, and that if there are any errors, they are taking steps to correct those errors.
No, so if the irregularities are there, in your view, are they bona fide, genuine mistakes, or are they malified?
Both.
But that's a very serious charge if you are saying that they are both. Are you saying, therefore, that the electoral process can be contaminated?
In the sense that, as I said, that how many electors ensure that their name is not enrolled in more than one place? Primary responsibility of ensuring this is of the elector, but I think a lot of us don't exercise due caution and get our names removed from the earlier place. So that is one. Although according to the Representation of People Act, it is a crime to have your name enrolled in more than one place, but people feel that they are not voting in two places, so that's all right. But the other thing is that if there are enrollments which are taking place of people who don't reside in that area, they have migrated to some other place and their names are not deleted, it means that the person, the field functionary, is not doing his job properly.
You want to respond quickly, Dr. Qureshi? Who do I hold accountable? Mr. Lavasa is saying an elector is accountable if he or she has two epic cards and has not removed his or her name from the electoral rolls. Why blame the Election Commission? We ultimately have 99 crores, a huge amount, more massive compared to any other country in the world. It's not easy for the Election Commission to go through with a tooth comb every detail that's available.
Well, I would like to modify what Ashok said. In our time, this problem was there also and acute. If you register at two places, it is a criminal offense. And till our time, you know, if you moved from Tamil Nadu to Delhi, it was your responsibility to get your name removed from Tamil Nadu. But we found that most of the migrants were very poor people. It was impossible for them to go back and get it removed from there. So we made it easy for them. In your new application form, in your new place, just indicate that please tell us where were you previously registered, and we take the responsibility to get it removed so that you are not bothered. We had made it convenient. I don't know what is the status of that reform that we had done.
So given what we've just heard, Mr. Rawat, the Election Commission is now going through a very extensive, special, intensive revision. It started with Bihar, and they intend to go across the country asking citizens to provide one of 11 documents, not necessarily Aadhaar, which was until now being seen as proof that you could go and vote. Do you believe that's the right thing? Election Commission says we are purifying the election rolls by going through an SIR. Do you believe that the SIR, which is being undertaken in Bihar and other parts of the country, will soon be undertaken in other parts, is a step in the right direction?
Rajdeep, I would say that there has been a change in the approach of Election Commission towards such issues, like duplicates. When voter is not getting his name deleted or her name deleted earlier registration, Election Commission put up Electoral Registration Officers Net, nationwide network, to ensure that all duplicates in the country are brought on the screen, and you use deduplication, photo recognition, software of similar demographic entries, and then give notice to that person that your name figures at so many places, so many constituencies. Tell us, where do you want to keep so that all other names are deleted? So instead of criminalizing the Voters Act, Election Commission was always trying to resolve it through technology and through their proactive approach. Now with that, I don't think there is any need, even now, to ask the voter to bring those documents which are not easily accessible to resource-poor voters, especially Bihar. And in a time when floods, monsoon, etc. are taking a heavy toll there, poor people, will they look for their livelihood, or will they go from office to get these documents. That's the key issue.
So are you against the SIR or the timing of the SIR, doing it on the eve of an election in the middle of a flood season? Or are you against the very idea of an SIR that is asking citizens to prove their citizenship in a way by providing various documents?
No, SIR is important to benchmark an electoral roll. And generally, SIR is done periodically, say 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years.
The last one was 2003. We are
yeah.
now in 2025.
Yeah, so 22 years.
So you think it's the right thing to do, but the timing is questionable?
Timing is questionable because when elections are around the corner, then stakes become very high for political parties. And they have no holds barred for creating things which are non-existent, which are imaginary, and which may result in supporting their cause.
Mr. Lavasa, you want to respond because the Bihar SIR has seen 65 lakh voters already excluded. Many of them are dead. Many of them apparently do not live at the addresses mentioned. It seems to have become an exercise in exclusion. I want to exclude people. Do you believe the SIR is the right thing to do?
I think we need to look at three things.
Yes, go ahead.
One is the purpose, the other are the principles which are followed, and the third is the procedure which is adopted. So as far as the purpose is concerned, purification, rectification of electoral rolls, I don't think anybody can dispute that purpose. The second is, what are the principles that are followed? And I think one of the contentious things which was done in this SIR exercise in Bihar was that they introduced the concept of citizenship. And the term which was used in the 24th June order was that all those who exist in the electoral roll up to 2003, they have a probative evidence of eligibility and presumption of citizenship. I think this is a phraseology which was never employed by the Election Commission in the past. So that is one. I think it's a contentious territory for the Election Commission to enter for the simple reason that all the 75 years that Election Commission has prepared electoral rolls, they have kept in view the eligibility criteria according to the Article 326 of the Constitution. So they have kept in view that only Indian citizens are eligible to vote. Now, is it for the ECI to determine citizenship? I think that is the contentious part. The third, which is more important, which is, I think, causing all the difficulties and the heartburns, is the procedure which is employed. For example, you are putting the onus of providing proof on the citizen, whereas so far it was a very inclusive process by which the machinery went to the people and got them included in the roll. So now, theoretically, as I have said in the past, that if you existed in the electoral roll in 1951, which was the first electoral roll, and you continue to exist all the 74 years, including the last revision which took place in January 2025, but if you did not sign and submit a form which was given to you by the BLO, your name could be excluded. So a clerical process has become more important than the constitutional right of an individual.
But you see, Dr. Qureshi, what the Election Commission is saying is, or not saying explicitly but implicitly, and certain political parties are saying, is over the years, a lot of Ghuspetias or illegal immigrants have entered India. They've got Aadhaar cards. There is an oversaturation of Aadhaar cards. Therefore, we need to purify the rolls to ensure only Indian citizens can vote. Do you agree with that or not?
Well, that is the stand of the government. Election Commission hasn't said that. Your
political parties are saying it.
Political, yes. But what the question you had asked him, whether this was a correct decision. I personally feel it was unnecessary, and I'll tell you why, and ill-timed, and choice of state was also wrong. Why it was unnecessary? Because as you mentioned, in 2003, we had the last intensive roll. You know, what does intensive roll imply? That the existing roll is thrown into the dustbin, and we have to start afresh. Now, we had taken 30 years to reach the stage when 99% of people were on the roll. 98% of the people had elector photo identity card with you, and throwing them into the dump and start again. You have to do 30 years work in 3 months, and flood prone and all that is very difficult. If they wanted to experiment with this idea, they should have started in a state which had elections 2 years away or 3 years away and shown it to the country that this is the right thing to do. Here, I think not only they have opened a Pandora's box, my expression will be they have put their hand into hornet's nest. And the result, the real consequence is yet to come out when finally 1 crore plus people are deleted. That is when hell will break loose. Already it is causing a lot of consternation, but that is when the true test is ultimate outcome. What happens, we'll wait and see.
Okay, so the consensus is by and large elections in India are free and fair, but there are serious question marks over the way the special intensive revision is being carried out, either as a matter of principle or procedure or indeed timing. I therefore want to come for a moment and play out something, because one of your successors, the present Chief Election Commissioner, is in a tug-of-war with Rahul Gandhi. Now, I want you to hear what he said at a press conference he held, and I want your comments. What would you have done in a similar situation? First, let's listen into Gyanesh Kumar, the Chief Election Commissioner, responding to Rahul Gandhi's charges of vote theft.
60% से ज्यादा वोटिंग होती है, जो दुनिया के बड़े बड़े जनतंत्र जिसके लिए सोच सकते हैं। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा जनतंत्र है भारत। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ी मतदाता सूची हमारे पास है, लगभग 90 करोड़ से 100 करोड़ के बीच में। सबसे बड़ी मतदाता सूची, सबसे बड़े चुनाव कर्मियों की फौज, सबसे ज्यादा मतदान करने वाले लोगों की संख्या, और इन सब के समक्ष, सारे मीडिया के समक्ष ये कहना कि अगर मतदाता सूची में आपका नाम एक बार और है तो आपने 2 बार मतदान किया होगा और कानूनी अपराध किया होगा, और मेरे सारे मतदाताओं को अपराधी बनाना और चुनाव आयोग शांत रहे, संभव नहीं। हलफनामा देना होगा या देश से माफी मांगनी होगी, तीसरा विकल्प नहीं है। आपके माध्यम से मैं ये भी कहना चाहता हूं, अगर 7 दिन में हलफनामा नहीं मिला तो इसका अर्थ ये सारे आरोप निराधार हैं।
So there you have Gyanesh Kumar responding to Rahul Gandhi, saying either Rahul Gandhi on affidavit prove his allegations or put his allegations down in an affidavit or apologize to the country. Do you agree, Ashok Lavasa, with what Gyanesh Kumar said? Would you have done the same thing? In 1 week you have to apologize unless you bring out an affidavit.
Well, I think the straight answer to that is that it doesn't require for anybody to submit an affidavit if there is a serious complaint which the Election Commission must look into. And I think this is a presentation which was made with some bit of analysis, and the claim was that this is Election Commission's data. So Election Commission of India, being the custodian of the electoral rolls, if such serious allegations are being leveled, I think it is the responsibility of any public organization, leave aside a body, constitutional body like the Election Commission, that I think this needs to be investigated. You cannot allow a doubt to hang in the air, because a doubt has been raised on the integrity of the electoral roll which is prepared under the supervision of the Election Commission. And therefore, I think they need to inquire into it and tell the people what the facts are.
So, Mr. Rawat, is that part of the problem? The Supreme Court has also said this. There is a trust deficit today between the Election Commission and the political parties, which worryingly could tomorrow also go to the people. We trust the Election Commission. We are very proud as Indians that we have free and fair elections, unlike many of our South Asian neighbors. Do you therefore believe the Election Commission should order an inquiry, doodh ka doodh, pani ka pani, rather than daring Rahul Gandhi to put it on affidavit?
Actually, questioning any stakeholder per se has never been the forte of Election Commission. Like my colleague and friend Ashok said, that whenever any doubt is expressed by even a common voter, Election Commission would always take it seriously immediately investigate and immediately put the results and findings to that person and in public domain to ensure that no clouds of doubt build up.
So the onus is on the Election Commission.
True, Election Commission should immediately have sorted that out.
But the flip side, Dr. Qureshi, is Rahul Gandhi is accused of discrediting an institution that we have trusted. That every day if you say Election Commission chor hai, Election Commission is in the BJP's lap, the average public will say, we are losing faith. Is Rahul Gandhi to blame here or is the Election Commission to blame?
Well, no, don't forget Rahul Gandhi is the leader of the opposition. And he is not voicing his own opinion, he is voicing the opinion of millions of people. Therefore, if he makes this comment, commission getting angry, it's not in the grain of the commission to get angry.
So what would you have done?
No, we would have ordered an inquiry. We would have taken it seriously and asking him for affidavit. What if he turns around and says, okay, you give me an affidavit that whatever 65 lakh deletions you have done, please give an affidavit. If there is one mistake, you will be criminally liable. Therefore, mistakes can be on either side. Is daring the leader of opposition this way, with this tone and with this anger, I don't think it has done any credit to the Election Commission.
Interesting that all the three election commissioners, therefore, are distancing themselves from Gyanesh Kumar, the chief election commissioner at the moment, and saying the Election Commission should order an inquiry into these charges of alleged deletions, additions, and irregularities, alleged irregularities in the electoral rolls. Am I correct? It's like a thief coming into your, or you alleging that a thief has come to my house and stolen something, and the police says, please give an affidavit that something is stolen. You're saying it's the police's job first to investigate. Am I correct?
Rajdeep, I think the point which need to be understood is this, that who is in the best position to clarify to the people of India what the facts are? It is the Election Commission. And I don't think that Election Commission should treat this as a complaint against the Election Commission, because all this work is done under the supervision of the Election Commission, no doubt, but it is done by the machinery in the field. And when you have lakhs of people working, somebody could have gone wrong. So I don't think there is any reason for the Election Commission to feel that it's an allegation level against them. They have always distanced themselves. All the work of the electoral roll preparation, all the conduct of elections is done by a field machinery which is statutorily responsible for doing that work. It is done under the superintendent's direction and control of the Election Commission. So if there is a complaint, they have to look into it.
Okay. Mr. Rawat?
Yeah, I would like to add here that in the days when any transgression, even in the fields of business, are being decriminalized, and the move is for that, that should be welcome. Why are we criminalizing things in the democratic space or election space? Affidavit means once your affidavit is found false, you can be penalized by 6 months imprisonment. Where is the need of criminalizing activities against the voter, against the complainant, against any political stakeholder?
Okay, interesting. I want to then move from there, and I'll come back to this at the very end, whether our election commissioners are truly neutral umpires, or are they like the Pakistani umpires of the 1980s, who were never neutral. When Indian batsmen were LBW, they were all hit the leg, they were always given LBW. We'll come back to that. But I want to turn to a very important issue, particularly since we are in southern India, which is delimitation. I want to put up first on the screen a graphic so that everybody understands what the concern is. Why is delimitation such a hot potato? Now, at the moment, if you look at the 543 seats and how they are spread at the moment, the scenario now versus the scenario that could come if the seats increase to 848 as per population in a couple of years. And what you will see is all the southern states could lose out. Uttar Pradesh, for example, could go up from 80 seats to 63 more seats. On the other hand, Tamil Nadu would only go up by 10 seats. Andhra plus Telangana by 12 seats, Karnataka by 13, and Kerala by no seats at all. Bihar is going up, on the other hand, by 39 seats. Rajasthan by 25. Madhya Pradesh by 23. This is assuming present population numbers in a couple of years if delimitation comes. Will North India overwhelm South India in the total number of seats, assuming that we have roughly 20 lakhs per constituency is what we are looking at, and the population of the country after the next census, which has still not been done. I want to ask you, is this a genuine concern, Mr. Lavasa? If I'm sitting in South India, I'm looking at these numbers and saying, am I being penalized for my better population growth rates? What's your response?
I think it's a very genuine concern for the simple reason that the Constitution provides that delimitation is done on the basis of population. Now, it's a mathematical criteria which was incorporated in the Constitution, I think for the simple reason that at that time, this was the simplest formulation available. Over the period of time, you would find, if you trace the growth of the number of seats in different states and the criteria which has been adopted by different delimitation commissions, you will find that while the population criteria has been the most important criteria, other factors have been kept in consideration. Now, there is a reason why at some point in time it was decided that let's defer this exercise for some time. So I think it's not a straightforward problem. There are three reasons why I say it is not straightforward. First of all, we, especially those who are arguing against the population-based criteria, you are saying that we should not follow the Constitution the way it is written. And there is a need for re-looking at that. So that is the first complex issue. The second is that the population criteria which has been followed has, if you follow that, there are a lot of inconsistencies already in the existing number of seats, right? In the sense that you don't have equal number of voters or electors being represented in all the constituencies. The range is something like 57,000 voters or electors to a constituency, I'm talking of parliament, to 29 lakh, more than 29 lakh. So that is the range. Now, what does it mean to represent a constituency? Because ultimately the job of a member of parliament or the member of legislative assembly is to legislate. They are lawmakers, right? Or they sit in various standing committees of the parliament or the Vidhan Sabha. How does it matter whether you represent 1 million people, 2 million people, or 50,000 people? That range is still existing. So the point which I am trying to make, and maybe I can come back to this issue later, that there is a need to refine the criteria for the simple reason. And let me stop by just stating this, that population control or family planning, family welfare is a policy of the government. It is a policy which was encouraged for everyone to follow. So if the government of India has encouraged states to adopt family planning or family welfare measures, which has led to the control of population in certain states, how can that criteria be used against those states? I think that's a very valid point.
So you're saying don't use population as the only criteria. You'll have to have a mix of criteria while deciding delimitation.
Yeah, I can tell you some criteria.
Yeah, we will come to that because, why should you be penalized? I'm looking at this map and look at southern India. Southern India, by and large, has either seen no change or has seen a decline in population. The blue, which is North India, the Hindi heartland, is where the growth is taking place. You've also written on population, Dr. S.Y. Qureshi, but guess what's happening? Suddenly from Chandrababu Naidu ji to M.K. Stalin, they're saying we need to have more children. They're encouraging people to have more children. So you're reversing population growth because you're worried that you lose out politically. So what would your suggestion be? Should we go with delimitation on the basis of population or find some new criteria?
The delimitation is a constitutional requirement. And first two delimitations went by that, and they even change the composition of the MPs in every state.
Yes.
And there are two purposes of delimitation. One is within the state, you draw the boundaries of the constituencies so that every MP represents equal number of people. The other was interstate. Now, after the first two delimitations in 1971, 1975, 76, the issue came up with exactly what you're raising now, that Tamil Nadu was the leading state in success of family planning program, which was a national program. We were the first country to have a national family planning program. Tamil Nadu responded, they achieved brilliantly, and so did Kerala and other states. And for that, instead of being rewarded, if you want to punish them, and you had mentioned in the beginning, or maybe Raj in his opening remarks was talking about, it's not just a question of economic and the fund devolution. It is very important. You're contributing about 40% or how much to the central revenue, getting back only 20. It is a question of political power and federalism. Now, any threat to that? Now, in 71, the parliament discussed this and came to the conclusion that we will freeze the delimitation at 1971 census, and that was you might say it was Indira Gandhi government in emergency. But 2002, Vajpayee government came to the same conclusion. The logic which was relevant then is still valid today.
No, but why should is the solution freezing the number of constituencies? Bangalore, there are constituencies in Bengaluru with 30 lakh voters.
No, not within
So I'm asking you, do you freeze delimitation or change the formula?
No,
Or do you approve of MK Stalin and Chandrababu Naidu saying, please have more children?
No, that of course is a very drastic and dangerous solution. What I am saying is the formula which was adopted in 1976 and 2002. Stick to that. Within the state, there will be surely the delimitation and redrawing the boundaries. But interstate, the power of the sharing should be maintained by keeping the logic extended for the next 25 years again.
But Amit Shah ji, the Home Minister, has said, pro rata nothing will change. So if UP increases by a certain proportion, so will Tamil Nadu. Can we trust politicians or not?
No, we can trust politicians in that.
Really?
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because that is a very good logical formula. But at the same time, and this is in the context of, the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha have now bigger halls. They have 888 seats. Suppose women's reservation, 30 seats are added, 888. So they will also be distributed pro rata. Pro rata sounds very logical. But in terms of absolute numbers, it will disturb the equation. It will disturb the power. UP will get more number of things, and parliament votes in terms of actual numbers and not on proportions.
So you're saying look beyond population. You agree with Ashok Lavasa? Don't only make population the sole criteria. Yes. Also give a certain mark, let's say, to economic growth. Give markers. Have a grade like some colleges have when you're admitting someone into college, not just one criteria. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree. We have to find a very workable solution. We have to think it through. And that is the beginning, because even the formula which is offered, that proportion will be maintained. But in absolute numbers, it will disturb the equation between north and south.
Okay. Mr. Rawat, do you believe that we need a more imaginative formula for delimitation? Just population alone cannot be the criteria, because then every chief minister will start saying, please have more kids.
Going by the past, at the time of independence, we denied this pleasure to the Britishers. We said, nothing doing, no restrictive voting, we will have universal suffrage. And they said, condemned us, that you will ruin your country. But we proved them wrong. But futuristic, if you see that southern leadership asking for more children, that is the crucial point. And therefore, we must try and rebuild the constitutional framework for delimitation with that in mind.
Very, very interesting. You have a formula in mind. What is the criteria you would use, not if it was not just population, to ensure that the north-south divide doesn't widen?
No, I don't have a formula, but I have a suggestion for the consideration of the experts. You take the case of GDP growth. Don't you apply a deflator to distinguish between real and nominal GDP growth? You do apply a deflator. And Finance Commission, for example, which is also a constitutional body, by the way, they sit every 5 years to determine a formula for allocation of financial resources between center and states. Here, you're talking about allocation of political power to different states. So there are two principles involved in this. One is the principle of population proportionality. The other is the principle of federalism. So I don't see why one principle should undermine the other. In this case, for example, the chart that you put up, where you are showing that if you go by the population criteria, for example, the current population criteria is frozen on the basis of 1971 census, right? If you were to extrapolate that, then the total number of seats comes to something like 1480 or some number of seats. But the moment you apply, for example, the total fertility rate criteria, and you use that as a divisor, then the total number of seats required will drastically come down from 1480 to something like 600 and something. Because the total fertility rate is one composite criteria which shows why the population growth has taken place in a certain state. So if you want to neutralize the population factor, then you could apply something like this. Of course, there needs to be proper consultation, and I'm not saying that this is a solution, but certainly the formulation requires to be made more sophisticated.
And I think we are saying this not because we are in Coimbatore, but we would like federalism to be strengthened, where southern India doesn't feel that politically it's North India which is dominating, even as southern India becomes the nation's economic powerhouse. We need to achieve a greater balance in that sense. We have about 4 minutes to go. Let me throw that googly question to you. I don't know, Dr. Qureshi, whether you are a cricket fan. I am. In the 1980s, as I said, the moment the ball hit the pad of an Indian batsman when they went to Pakistan, immediately the batsman would be declared LBW out. And therefore, Imran Khan, to his credit, pushed for neutral umpires. The Election Commission was always seen by the people as a neutral body, above politics. Can we say that the Election Commission is truly neutral? Honest answer. And I'm not just saying today, was it even neutral when the Congress was in power? Is the Election Commission beholden to whoever is in power?
Well, I can guarantee that in my time, which was the Congress regime, not once did I receive a call from PMO or anybody. We were totally independent without doubt. We are very proud, and it showed to the it was really, obvious to the nation. Our credibility was very high. The fact that it is being questioned pains me, no doubt. So therefore, and which is why, we used to make...
Sir, but you were also appointed by a Congress government. Now they are appointed by an NDA government. They will say all your appointments are done by the government.
Just a minute. Yes, I was appointed by the Congress government, but I censured the law minister of the land and charge sheeted 3 ministers of the same Congress party, because once appointed, we are supposed to distance ourselves. That is provided in the constitution, and we did it. And we used to make fun of Bangladesh and some other countries in Pakistan, where they used to demand an interim government to conduct the election. And we used to say, look, what is the foolish demand? Here, the election commission itself become the interim government. Unfortunately, questions are being raised about the neutrality of the...
So you're saying the challenge is on the individuals. The individuals have enough power to remain neutral.
Absolutely.
Even if they get a phone call from the PMO.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, it happened that PMO called and all three commissioners appeared there. Secretary to PM called. It was unimaginable in our time.
Mr. Lavasa, I won't go into the controversy of how you resigned from the Election Commission, because you allegedly submitted a dissent note against the Prime Minister of the country at the time. But tell me, is the Election Commission neutral? Can this audience go back home believing that we have a neutral Election Commission? Honest answer.
Rajdeep, I think since you mentioned cricket, so let me take your analogy a little forward. You said there was a time when umpires gave LBW according to their discretion, but see how things have changed. Now you have a third umpire, now you have telecast, you have DRS. The whole world is watching. The facts are available to the people to determine whether the judgment or the decision was fair or not. So the point which I'm trying to make is that, you see, trust comes out of the conduct of individuals as well as the transparency that an institution has in terms of its systems. So the more transparency you have, I think the greater will be the trust that people repose in the organization.
That's an important point. Mr. Rawat, is the Election Commission non-transparent? You don't tell us, we don't even get, and this is the political parties are saying they can't have access now to CCTV footage. They can't have access to machine-readable electoral rolls, even if I want to point out irregularities. Should the Election Commission become more transparent?
Election Commission is transparent. The electoral roll is not put in digital format because of the fear of hacking, and our database has to be protected because that is sacrosanct for any election. Second thing about CCTV footage, that is not for this purpose because it only records the events which lead to the polling, and that is done to redress the grievances of that day. And lastly, I will add that Election Commission is as neutral as the last man in the polling booth. And you know, in Bihar election in 2015, no violence, no firing, no incident, even then we lost 17 of our polling personnel because of the stress of fighting pressures and not succumbing to it.
I just have a minute left. Two quick questions, because it's not often that we get three election commissioners together. Number one, do you believe the EVM system is superior to the ballot boxes? You spoke of Bihar. I remember covering an election in Bihar in the early 90s amidst allegations of booth capturing. Was the system worse before and better in EVMs, or should we go back to paper ballots?
I strongly support EVM. I've been supporting all along and I stand by it.
Support EVMs?
Support EVM.
Ashok Lavasa, you support EVMs?
Absolutely, I support EVM. Although what I would say is that we should not be complacent that every system is always foolproof. So the effort to scrutinize your own procedures and system should be ongoing.
Mr. Rawat, do you support EVMs?
Within the Election Commission's administrative and security system, EVM is the safest bet.
Okay, so we've got a consensus on that as well. My final question, you know, people had hardly heard of the Election Commission till someone who lived not too far away from here suddenly became the Chief Election Commissioner, T.N. Seshan. Do you believe that the T.N. Seshan model is the right model, where he once said, I eat politicians for breakfast? Do you believe that's the way the Election Commission should be? He or she should put fear in the minds of politicians.
You know, I think Mr. Session was the need of the time, and he did brilliant work, and he made the Election Commission respectable, and we are all beneficiaries of what he did. At the same time, even Mr. T.N. Session could not have been able to speak this kind of language that he eats politicians for breakfast, because he'll get indigestion.
Or he might have the ED knocking on his door, which is another question. Mr. Lavasa, the Session model is the way forward or not?
Rajdeep, if you
Put
permit,
fear in the minds of politicians.
if you permit, I'll answer your question by another anecdote from cricket. Sir Grace, you know, when he was retiring, he was...
W.G. Grace.
Yes, W.G.
cricketer.
Grace. The cricketer. When he was retiring, he was invited by his village to play an exhibition match. So he went, and on the very first ball, he was out. And the umpire raised his finger. So Sir Grace walked up to the umpire and he said, look, all these guys have not come here to see your umpiring. They've come here to see my batting.
On that note, wonderful to have had three election commissioners speaking so candidly from their experience. I think we've all gained a lot from this conversation, and this is what we need really. We don't need confrontation, we need dialogue. And out of that dialogue, if we can create a more transparent election system, I think public faith in our elections will only be further strengthened. We are not like the other South Asian countries mentioned in Dr. Qureshi's book, many of whom do not have elections. There, if you lose an election, you're thrown into jail. So we are a bit better than I think most of the other countries, but we still need to raise the bar compared to what it is today. Become better and more transparent all the time. I thank all my panelists joining us here on the India Today South Conclave. Give them a very big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
start to the event. I request all you gentlemen to please stay on stage, as I'd also like to call upon Mr. Amar Sinha, CEO, Radico Khaitan Limited, to hand over a token of our appreciation. Let's have a huge round of applause, please, for a wonderful start to this day, day one of the India Today Conclave South.
In the heart of the jungle roams the finest creature. And through the chaos of the sparkling city lights, I am reminded of the timeless valor of the majestic tiger. Amidst the glitz and glamour, I stay grounded, just like the tiger, always ready to roar. Ready to go, the world awaits as I unveil my finest self. In life's wild journey, we have one shot to thrill. And when done flawlessly, we unwind and allow our spirits to rejuvenate. Royal Ranthambore, India's finest, yet.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजा में नजारा में इशारे.
Request all of you gentlemen to please settle down so we can take a look at this AV.
This is Anand and family. His dream home in the city is not just a dream anymore. Anwar's investment in a plot changed the plot of his whole life. John definitely couldn't live inside a box, so he thought a little outside the box.
18,000 happy stories in 12 years, across many cities. You could also come home and be a part of this story.
And I'd now like to call on stage the session moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today Television, to introduce the speaker for our next session. Let's begin this session and have a huge round of applause for Rajdeep Sardesai as we welcome our next guest.
Ladies and gentlemen, vanakkam once again, and welcome to another of our stellar guests who's joining us here at the India Today South Conclave. He's one of the rising young politicians of the country who is playing an integral part in building or rebuilding his state in many ways. He's someone who's got impeccable credentials, comes from one of India's storied political families, but is carving a niche on his own. Please welcome a minister in the government of Andhra Pradesh handling several important portfolios. Nara Lokesh is our special guest. Please welcome Lokesh here on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Politicians come from different backgrounds. Some come from more privileged backgrounds than others. Others have to prove themselves over the years, even if they have a famous family surname. And that's exactly what our guest who joins us now has done. He played a crucial role in the victory of the Telugu Desam last year in Andhra Pradesh. His yatra had an important impact. And since then, as minister in key areas like IT, he's driving his state forward. Please welcome our special guest here on the India Today South Conclave, Nara Lokesh. Lokesh, welcome. I want to start by asking you a question which is going to play a major role in the next 24 hours. Tomorrow, around this time, the elections will be held to the Vice President of the country. And everyone wants to know what are the Telugu-speaking MPs going to do, because Revant Reddy, Chief Minister of Telangana, has made an appeal that this is a matter of Telugu pride that you vote for the opposition candidate, Justice Sudhakar Reddy. Is your party going to vote for Mr. Reddy, keeping in mind the Telugu factor, or are you going to stick with the NDA candidate, Mr. Radhakrishnan?
Rajdeep, thank you very much for having me here. It's always a pleasure. Telugu Desam Party has joined the NDA unconditionally, continues to support NDA unconditionally. We believe that right time, right place, right leader makes all the difference. We believe in the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister. So it could be the Vice President election or various other elections. Our support is very clear. We're going to support the candidate of the NDA. 2, after the NDA announced the candidate, myself along with all my MPs, we went and wished CPR sir in Delhi. And Sudhakar Reddy Garu was announced as a candidate after that. So they knew that we are supporting CPR Garu. The support is quite clear. And they played politics with it. And we are not going to succumb to such politics.
You're saying they played politics with it. CPR is from this part of the world, from Tamil Nadu. And you've got Sudhakar Reddy, who is someone born in what is now Telangana, but is being projected as a symbol of Telugu pride. So what happens to the Telugu pride? This is a vote which individual MPs can take. You don't have a party whip. What if some of your MPs decide, no, Telugu pride matters more than anything else? Is there a Telugu pride factor in the Vice President candidate being someone who's a Telugu bidda?
No, Bharat first.
Bharat first.
Bharat first. That's been our agenda. We are quite clear on it. It's important that we continue to support the leadership that can lead India from the front. We believe that that is the Honorable Prime Minister. We support his leadership 100%, undisputed. So we are not going to get distracted by a Vice President elections in that sense.
It's very interesting you're saying this, because I remember last year, when the general election results came out, everyone's eyes were on Chandrababu Naidu. And even today in Delhi, every few weeks there are whispers. Will Chandrababu Naidu stay with Narendra Modi? Could he be offered the prime ministership and become an opposition prime minister? I interviewed your father when you all completed 1 year, and he made it very clear, I'm sticking with the NDA. Is the son also echoing what the father says? Are you going to once and for all scotch all these rumors that Chandrababu Naidu has one eye on the prime ministership and he's waiting for the right moment to strike?
Chandrababu Naidu ji has both eyes on Andhra Pradesh. His agenda is very clear. He wants to make Andhra Pradesh number 1.
Okay.
There is no second thoughts about it. In the past also we have said, we are to Gully leaders, we are not Delhi leaders. So we enjoy Gully politics. So we are here to develop our states. So let's put a full stop to all these rumors for the next 4 years. The next election will be in 2029. We will support this administration, this government, one-sided. On matter of bills, if there are any opinions, we'll express it in a closed door setting.
But unconditional support otherwise?
Absolutely.
Absolutely unconditional support till 2029. Telugu Desam is firmly with NDA, come what may.
Beyond 29.
Okay. Okay.
I just refer to 2029 because there's an election in 2029. See, once you believe in a leader, see, I'm a person who believes that one person can make all the difference. And history has shown it. Look at Singapore, look at Malaysia. Look at erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, Mr. Naidu did it. I believe the Honorable Prime Minister is the right leadership, right time, right place that India needs. And it's going to be an unconditional support.
Okay, I take your view. It's very different from what the situation was in 2019 when Chandrababu Naidu ji was against the BJP, but times change. We will, that's politics, I guess, in this country.
Well, we are humans. We do make mistakes. And we learn from our mistakes.
Okay. You mentioned bills specifically. There are a couple of contentious bills that have come up in recent times. For example, in the last parliament session, a bill has been brought to amend the criminal laws in a manner that if a minister or a chief minister or even the prime minister is arrested in a case and doesn't get bail for 30 days, he or she has to resign immediately. Do you support that bill, or do you believe that bill can be misused by your political rivals, whoever is in power, to target someone they don't like?
So I strongly believe that India needs clean politics. It's very, very important. With rising income levels and per GDP growing at the pace at which it is, we'll be a multi-trillion-dollar economy and tens of trillion-dollar economy. And so will there might be a potential where corruption will also rise. So it's important to have clean politics. I believe that in the past, Supreme Court has given clear guidelines that any political cases against politicians have to be tried and judgments have to be given within the year. It's unfortunate that that is not happening in India. I believe that serious reforms have to come in. Politicians should be held accountable for, in a different level. At the same time, as far as this particular bill, I believe that guardrails have to be there so that it's not misused.
Because that is a fear, isn't it? You've seen it in Andhra Pradesh itself. Your father was jailed when he was in the opposition. There's talk that y'all are now targeting Jagan Mohan Reddy. Given the nature of our politics, do you believe that some protection therefore needs to be there for politicians? Otherwise, bills like this can be misused.
Rajdeep, we are not targeting anyone in Andhra Pradesh. If someone's broken the law, they're going to face music of the law. That's about it. There's no targeting, no selection happening in that sense.
No vendetta.
No vendetta.
You put Chandrababu Naidu ji Gadu in jail, I will put Jagan Reddy in jail.
Well, if Naidu ji wanted to do it, he could have done it by now. That's not our interest. Our interest is our state. Our interest is to make Andhra Pradesh number one across all sectors. And that's the single agenda with which we are working. Number one. Number two, in the past they made it very clear that if anyone breaks the law, they'll have to face music, including Lokesh. If I break the law, it'll be Mr. Naidu who will send me to jail first. I don't need opposition. He will do it. No second thoughts about it. His own son, his own party, he will not hesitate. In terms
No
of
father is sending his son to jail.
Well, if I make a mistake, if I break the law, believe me, Mr. Naidu will send me to jail. No second thoughts about it. Saying that if you look at even the Waqf bill, we had our opinion. We expressed it in the JPC. We spoke about it threadbare. And the amendments that we have had given, it was accepted. So I believe that there's a role that opposition can play. There is a role that allies of NDA can play in the dispensation. And I believe we should get the better out of the bill.
But are you not worried that you're working, therefore, within a BJP-dominated ecosystem? Yes, in Andhra Pradesh, you are the party number one, but the BJP wants to dominate the politics of the country. Eventually, they will marginalize and finish or try and finish all the regional parties. Does that worry you, or are you all confident enough that you will be able to have a relationship of equals with the BJP?
I will maintain my relationship with the people of Andhra Pradesh. They decide where we sit. So as long as I'm in their heart, I believe I will be strong. So we forget that and we simply politicalize everything. So whatever we do will be in the interest of the people of Andhra Pradesh, and I believe that is what has made TDP strong. In our 40 plus years of existence, that's what made us strong.
So is that the way it is? In southern India, BJP will always be the junior partner to AIDMK, junior partner to TDP, and wait and watch for the right moment where they can suddenly dominate. Or You believe southern India is very different. Here, regional parties call the shots.
I believe Telugu Desam Party is very different. I can speak about Telugu Desam Party. I can't speak about other political establishments out there. We are strong. We continue to make our party stronger. Generationally, leadership transition has happened in the party. We are carrying everyone together. It's one of the if you look at the kind of MLAs that we have, 50% of them are first-timers, 17 out of the 25 ministers are first-timers. So we bring a lot of raw energy, passion and commitment to do good for our state.
I just want to ask you on one other major national issue. We just had a panel of chief election commissioners and election commissioners on the contentious issue that there is, according to some opposition parties, vote theft taking place in the country, vote chori. Do you believe there is vote chori taking place in India as the opposition alleges? Do you believe that this special intensive drive will be used to benefit the government? Where do you stand?
See, as a political party, we have a very, very robust structure which goes down to the booth. In the past, when electoral rolls were revised, we would get the data, as in we would get the physical format, digitize it, and study which age group the voters have been deleted, added, where they moved. We would actually do all this analysis. This is not new to TDP. We've been doing this for now almost a decade and a half. In the past, we've expressed our opinions on various subjects. We believe that the voter list should be robust and the SIR should happen. Should happen not just before elections, but we should give enough of time for people to actually represent their views. So if my vote is deleted, I should have enough of time to have my vote be re-registered, and so on and so forth. So therefore, as a political party, we have a very robust mechanism where any voter that's deleted, we actually check whether it's true, whether it's fair or not, and then we have a mechanism to again enroll them.
Do you believe there is vote chori?
Absolutely not.
There's no vote chori?
No vote chori.
So it's the loser's lament. Whoever loses out claims vote chori.
Yeah, it looks like Congress realized the importance of voter list today. We understand the importance of voter list since our inception of our party. That is the most fundamental thing. We've been very focused on it. See, when we met the Election Commission also, our MPs made it very clear on how it should be done, and we expressed our opinion strongly.
Let me ask you one last question on a national subject, because you are also HRD minister of your state. Now, we are in Tamil Nadu, which has strongly objected to the national education policy, 3-language formula, believes that this is an imposition of Hindi through the back door. You, on the other hand, your father and you have both supported the idea of 3 languages and allowing Hindi to be taught in schools. Why? There is a fear, you don't have the fear that Hindi will be imposed through the back door?
Let's take a step back and let's talk about language, right? If you look at it, when I met the Honorable Minister in Delhi, Dharmendra Pradhanji, he made it very clear that we should look at medium of instruction in Telugu, not even English. He said Telugu mein karna hai. Mother tongue is very, very important. But as an Indian, I know the importance of learning Hindi. I'm a product of 3 languages, English, Telugu and Hindi. My son is also a product of 3 languages today. And in Andhra, it's not just about 3. Why shouldn't our kids learn 5 languages? Today, our kids are learning German, Japanese, so that they can actually go work in those countries. Where opportunities are there, I think we should learn a language. And with all fairness, NEP has said 3 languages. It has not said Hindi should be the 3rd language.
So what would you tell the people of Tamil Nadu today? Because their government is fearing the idea that this is Hindi through the back door.
I think it's important that our citizens, learn whichever language they want. Give them the opportunity. So what is wrong?
Okay.
So no one is saying the 3rd language the 3rd language has to be Hindi. No one has said that. There's no law in that effect.
But maybe the time has come where some of the North Indian states also start learning South Indian languages.
Why not? And there are billboards, there are directional boards in various North Indian states which are in South Indian languages. In Andhra Pradesh, the state board, we actually, medium of instruction in the borders, we have Oriya, we have Tamil, we have Kannada. It exists already. We're doing it.
Okay, so it should all happen organically without imposition. is the way forward.
No, based on the local requirement. What do the kids want?
Okay.
Let's keep the kids as the center of our universe, not politics. And then talk about NEP, right?
That's a good point. Let's come to Andhra Pradesh, a state that you're saying you want to make state number one. Now, when you took over the government in 2024, the state debt had ballooned from 3 lakh crore in 2019 to about 9 lakh crores in 2024. And it is still a big challenge managing the fiscal debt because you all had made various promises during the elections, handouts, and thereby your fiscal debt, many believe, remains a major cause of concern. How do you then attract investment and make Andhra Pradesh, as you want to call it, state number one, when you have such a massive fiscal debt problem?
We are already attracting investments because we have a brand ambassador called Chandrababu Naidu ji. If you look at it, India's largest steel plant is coming to Visakhapatnam. We're getting data centers to Visakhapatnam. We're getting various IT companies to Visakhapatnam now. We're getting a lot of electronics manufacturing companies to Rayalaseema. Reliance is building the largest CBG projects in Andhra Pradesh. We're already attracting investments across board. And in the 6 promises that we made, the first promise is to create 20 lakh jobs in 5 years. We were the only political party to have the audacity to put a number to the number of jobs we are going to create in 5 years. And we are going about chasing those jobs.
But you're still a long way from that target. I mean, you're throwing this at people that we are going to create these jobs. It's still a big challenge, surely. And you are attracting investments, yes, but you're doing it by giving huge concessions. You just gave what? 99 paise land allotment?
Yes, that is to TCS.
To TCS?
Absolutely. Why not? Because look at it. If TCS is going to create 25,000 jobs, which is the case in this particular geo that we have given, look at the kind of ecosystem that they're going to create. It's called the first mover advantage. If I have to compete with Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, UP, various other states out there, Gujarat, then I have to think outside the box. See, a lot of people criticize Mr. Naidu in a similar fashion in the past. They said, why do you need 5,000 acres to build an airport in Hyderabad? Please go and look at that airport today. Even for the next 100 years, they don't need to talk about a second airport, while Karnataka today is talking about a second airport. You need leadership with vision. You need a lot of boldness to do things, and we're doing it. And we have looked at the economic rationale, the kind of economic activity and state taxes that all these youngsters are going to pay outweighs giving land at a market price to TCS. And we'll continue to attract investments across board.
I like the way you're openly talking of competing with other states. It's almost as if you're saying, you're telling people, please don't go to Hyderabad, come to Visakhapatnam. I mean, Hyderabad, which many years ago, Chandrababu Naidu said he was the one who had transformed it. Now you're saying, you don't need to go to Hyderabad, I'll give you a discounted rate and you can have all the land you want in Visakhapatnam. It's interesting because is that the way forward? That states will compete with each other for investments. And that's the way the southern ecosystem in a way will be built. Don't come to Coimbatore, come instead to Tamil Nadu. Come instead to Andhra Pradesh.
Now you're pitting cities versus each other. I think that's not our agenda. Our agenda is states should compete and entrepreneurs should benefit out of it. You know, a lot of startups in specific sectors like space, in the recent time, we have given them land, 200 acres, to build a launch pad, to take satellites up. We have done it. So we are, I believe, at the end, entrepreneurs will benefit out of this. And states have to compete. There's nothing wrong. I believe that's very, very important in this day and age. And it will only make us better. It will enable us to deliver on the promise of speed of doing business.
Because there was a controversy recently also over Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Because aerospace is one of the areas that you're looking at as a growth area. And there was reports that HAL may move out of Karnataka and come to Andhra Pradesh. It was eventually, that rumor was scotched by Karnataka itself. But is that how you see it? That if there is a company which today doesn't want to invest in a Karnataka or Kerala, please come to Andhra Pradesh, we are welcoming you. Is that the attitude that you want to bring? Even if it means some kind of a tug of war with a state.
Mr. Naidu made it very clear. HAL is going to be in Karnataka. No second thoughts about it. We have not asked them to relocate. But if the local government is unable to give, any government is unable to take care of their investors, and when there is a state willing to, give a handout and say, come, let's build the ecosystem together, what is wrong? we are the traffic-free side of Bangalore airport. So that's where Kia ecosystem exists. Kia also we fought with various other states and got it to Andhra Pradesh. I believe it's important that states learn to compete rather than crib about it.
But is it a big challenge for you, Nara Lokesh, because you're from a state which was, in a way, created just a decade ago. And you could even almost call it a green field in that sense. Versus, let's say, Hyderabad, which already had a built-in infrastructure for IT over 20 years. Is that a big challenge when an investor comes and has to choose between Hyderabad's infrastructure and then a Visakhapatnam? Is that a major challenge you've had as a relatively new greenfield state?
Well, it's Fortune 500 company versus a startup. So we are a startup state. We are hungry. We are entrepreneurs. We have the desire. We have the fire in our belly to go attract investments. Now, as we speak, our MSME minister, my colleague was in the summer Davos, where they're doing the MSME conference there, understanding how to create a vibrant MSME ecosystem. So it's not just about big boys. We are focused on MSMEs. We're focused on handlooms, textile. So across sectors, we believe that Andhra Pradesh has an important role to play, and we're going to play that role.
One of the challenges Andhra Pradesh had, particularly in those early years, soon after statehood, and the bifurcation of the states in 2014 was funds. At the time, Chandrababu Naidu Gadu wanted special status. That's gone, but you've leveraged your power with the center to get funds. I keep meeting a lot of other opposition-ruled state ministers and chief ministers who say, Chandrababu Naidu just has to pick up the phone to a bureaucrat and funds keep pouring in. In July 2024, you demanded financial support of more than 1 lakh crores. December 2024, Mr. Naidu met Prime Minister, sought special assistance. July 2025, you have sought 10,000 crores support. It seems that you have struck a very good deal. You will support the NDA government, they will give you the funds. Yes or no?
As I said, our support to NDA is unconditional.
The funds are part of the condition.
No. Again, you put the condition, I didn't. It's unconditional. But look at it. If you look at projects, semiconductor projects, one of the projects went to Punjab. So are they going to say that, NDA government is against AAP in Punjab? No. So states are competing. Now look at it. When I met Ashwini ji and I said, let's look at, why don't you put in a good word for Andhra Pradesh among investors? He said, I'm giving you a challenge, which I gave to every minister across states. He said, bring about 2 reforms. One is labor reform. The other one is land conversion reform. If you're the first state to do it, I will support you. And we did it. In 45 days, I did it. That's the exciting part. So states should learn to reform. And there's a government in Delhi willing to support a state that is hungry. If they are complacent, I'm sorry, but they cannot blame Government of India for it.
We are also discussing investments and growth, Nara Lokesh, at a time when there is concern over Trump's tariffs. And your state is one of the leaders, for example, in seafood exports, which could be hit, and many fear its aquaculture will be hit by Trump's tariffs. We are in Coimbatore, where a number of people fear that hosiery and smaller garment factories will be hit by Trump's tariffs. How concerning are the tariffs to you, given your desire to take your state to another growth level trajectory?
It is a challenge, but India thrives under challenge. We bring about reforms when we are challenged. That's the way we operate. So I said, okay, this is a problem statement. I got all the aqua boys in a room. I said, let's look at the entire ecosystem. And I said, okay, 25% is the challenge. Now tell me, what should Government of India and Government of Andhra Pradesh do to offset this 25%? Chalo, ye reform laya. Okay, we're going to offset 2%. State will give power at a subsidized price for a limited period. We'll offset 5%. So we worked on the equation. I said, okay, here is the solution to offset the 25%. This is what Government of India has to do. This is what state government has to do. And we are now working with central government to deliver on that.
What about seafood exports, for example, to give you a specific, since that's concerned with your state? How are you going to reassure seafood exporters in a state like Andhra Pradesh? Don't worry, we will not allow Trump tariffs to destabilize your industry.
This is the exact activity I've done with the seafood exporters. I got them in a room, 3 hours working session. I said, we have to solve the 25% problem. Tell me, how can I reduce? So 25% ka hai. You take this decision, okay, 5% we can augment. We've done it. We've done a working group already. We are ready for it. At the state level, we're going about implementing the decisions we have taken in that working group. And we have already shared our recommendations to Government of India. And we will augment it.
But are you worried that there will be a hit that the economy will take, including your state economy?
There will be challenges. I won't say a hit. But then crisis is an opportunity. Let's use this as an opportunity. Because Aqua is extremely dependent on the US. Let's look at opening up to Russia, China, and in a better way to Europe. So we're quite clear.
You know, when I hear you speak, I almost think that, is this what they taught you at the Stanford School of Business? That, you know, treat a crisis as an opportunity. Is that a benefit to have gone and done an MBA and then come back and put in a closed door room, sit with seafood exporters to decide how are you going to meet the challenge of Donald Trump?
Padayatra helped me. So, you know, when you walk, you really understand the geography far better. You understand people's aspiration much better. The granular things is what matters. If you look at aqua prices, farm gate prices has continued to be stable. But I know what's going to happen 2 weeks from now. I know what's going to happen from a month from now. So I'm able to foresee that challenge. And that's where, of course, an MBA helps. I'm able to foresee that challenge, and we're working on resolving this.
So what going ahead are the big challenges for you to make Andhra Pradesh this state number one? As I said, there is the challenge of the fiscal deficit because of the condition, of the parlous condition, financial condition your state was. There's also the Amravati challenge. A lot of critics of your government continue to say, why is Chandrababu obsessed with building this capital city in Amravati in the middle of nowhere? Is this because he still cannot get over the fact that Hyderabad has gone away, his dream city is no longer his, therefore I need to create an alternate? Do you really believe the Amravati dream can sustain itself and turn into a city of the future?
Absolutely. And I think India needs 100 Amravatis. India should learn to build new cities altogether. What's wrong? That is what Cyberabad is. If you look at what Cyberabad is today, it is a new city. Hyderabad, Secunderabad, and then came Cyberabad. All in what? 30 years? And today Cyberabad is supporting the entire economy of Telangana. So what's wrong in dreaming? You know, these are the same people who said, does a computer feed you? In Telugu they said, computer annam bedtunda. Does computer feed you? Look at how IT is supporting our youngsters today. So it takes one visionary who has this big audacious goal to go deliver. And Mr. Naidu is a doer and a deliver. He's done it in the past, he'll do it all over again.
So in the middle of farmlands with accusations that farmers' lands are being taken away, you believe that's a very old way of looking at the idea of building a new city?
When farmers themselves are willing to give land, and they're saying we want to be part of this growth story, then what is the problem? There's no issue in that sense. So when people are willing to come forward and create a knowledge economy in a small area, it's 35,000 acres. It's a beautiful ecosystem that we're going to build, a world-class infrastructure we're going to build. And I believe this is the way India should look at actually building cities.
Do you believe, therefore, that IT, which you've made one of your sort of unique selling points, is the way that a state like Andhra Pradesh will distinguish itself from its counterparts? Use this IT, AI revolution that's going to take place to transform the way the businesses are done. Will you be manufacturing-led, or do you become a service sector, IT, AI-led knowledge economy? Which are there two models out there and which one would you choose?
Andhra will fuse both.
Andhra will fuse both?
Yes. We are an extremely long state. If you look at our geography, we are an extremely long state. So each district, we have said, okay, this is going to be the focus area. And in that, we looked at vertical and horizontal integration. Now, what do I mean by vertical? Let's take a cell phone as an example. There are a lot of components that go into a mobile phone manufacturing. I believe that India needs to learn to build ecosystems. So within a 100-kilometer radius, we want to build the entire vertical ecosystem. So it could be the camera lens module manufacturer, the LI battery, the casing, the display, the haptic engine, the whole 9 yards we're going to build. Horizontal integration is where my ministry comes in. Education, skill development, testing equipment. So I believe we should learn to build this kind of sustainable ecosystems, and that's exactly what we're going to do in Andhra. And it's going to be across board, in manufacturing, even in IT. And with all fairness, we are now working towards quantum computing. And India's first 158 qubit quantum computer is going to come to Amravati. And January is the timeline for it.
Is that also, since you're also HRD Education Minister, does that also require the way we change our education system to make people more skilled? I thought one of the more interesting aspects your father revealed to me in an interview last year was, I don't believe in caste census. India should have a skill census. We need to skill the young and give them the skills that will enable them to adjust to this new economy. How are you actually going to move in that direction to actually make youngsters skilled for this new economy that you talk about?
As an education minister, I keep thinking that my responsibility is both for the mind and the soul. So if you look at it, we are now integrating our youngsters to the market. So we're coming about with a Naipunyam portal where in certain traits, we're actually going to test our kids. And on a framework, we're going to say this is where they rank and you can hire them. It's a very transparent mechanism where supply and demand is matched and there's a skill intervention. We have done this for nursing recently, where close to 18 kids are going to Germany as healthcare professionals. And I believe we can send close to 50,000 of them
and
to different parts.
And these could be from small rural areas?
All of them are from rural areas. All of them are from rural areas, across castes. I believe that is the magic we can do. See, while jobs is important, I believe that our fundamental fabric of Bharat is equally important. And that's something that I've been very passionate about. Gender diversity, respecting women. This is something I believe it should start at home. It should start from kindergarten all the way up to PhD. There are a lot of colloquial words in Telugu language that we use, like, are you wearing bangles? So when you want to demean a person, you say this. Are you wearing a sari? Don't behave like a girl. Don't cry like a girl. And this is something I'm taking quite seriously. You know, first grade, second grade textbooks have pictures, household chores, all of them being done by women. Why is that the case? In the US, Brahmani and I shared work 50-50. So we changed the photos. We made it 50-50. And if you look at all the sports persons' pictures in the books, it's all men. Now we're making 50-50. Even women should aspire to be part of the sports ecosystem. And that's where I believe we should work towards, the mind and the soul.
You know, when I hear you, it's interesting because I told you this once. I interviewed your late grandfather, the great N.T. Ramarao, in the early 90s. Then, of course, your father as he was building Hyderabad, and now the son. I fear that ages me, but I want to understand, how are you different to your father and grandfather? How is Nara are you someone who wants to use them as role models, or you want to carve your own path? You're very different to your father and grandfather. How are you different to them, or are you very similar to them?
The fruit doesn't fall far from the tree. So I draw great inspiration from them. I learn a lot. It's like, Teacher's Day I said it. My lifelong teacher is my father. And that's the Indian fabric. Right? You learn a lot from your father. You learn a lot from your mother, your grandparents at home. A lot of values come from them. And that's what makes Bharat great. No second thoughts about it. But then there are occasions where I disagree with our leadership. I disagree with my father. In cabinet also I disagree with certain views. So he gives us the flexibility to voice our opinions. And that's what is the making of a great leader. And Mr. Naidu enables us to do it.
No, is that a generational fight? That you have a very different way of looking at the world, and he still has a very different way of looking at the world. He's still, if I may say so, much more of a politician who became a technocrat. You're the other way around. You're someone who's had all the benefit of a fine foreign education. You come back, you were a technocrat who's had to become a politician. Is that a difference? Is there a generational clash between Nara Lokesh and Chandrababu Naidu?
Had to is a wrong word. No one forced me to become a politician. In my essay for my Stanford MBA, I made it very clear that I will become a politician and I will lead my state from the front. So I was always inspired I was always passionate about being a politician and serving my people. And yes, I mean, generational shift will happen in India. It's just a matter of time. But I believe that, Mr. Naidu is the right leader for Andhra Pradesh, and we are all here to support him.
Okay, there's a lot of young people here listening to you. I know there's a large Telugu diaspora which watches your videos very closely, as well as a lot of young people here. What is the best thing that you would say about politics to encourage the young to join politics? And what's the worst thing about politics?
So, last few days I've been visiting schools. So I asked the kids, I said, how many of you want to be engineers? Everyone raised hands. Doctors, a few raised hands. Lawyers, IAS, IPS officer, and few other professions. But then when I said politician, no one raised their hand. And that worries me. Because well-educated individuals should enter politics. We have to lead from the front. The change that we want to bring about in politics, we have to lead it. No one is going to do our job.
Even if they don't have a family surname?
Absolutely. Look at the way in Andhra we have done it. Teachers have become, a teacher is now our home minister. Political parties enable us. There are great opportunities for youngsters to be part of the ecosystem. And in Andhra Pradesh, Telugu Desam Party, since 1982, has encouraged youngsters, people from various professions to come up.
So you don't believe that you have to be part of a dynasty to enter politics?
Absolutely not. If you look at Telugu Desam Party, we've handled all three very well. We've carried legacies forward. Ram Mohan Naidu is a great example of it. He's doing an amazing job. He's a cabinet minister at the central government on his own right. He's done exceptionally well. Second, we have leaders who've been 3-time MLAs to up to 7-time MLAs. We are carrying them. Then we have youngsters. 50% of them are first-time MLAs. We are also taking them together. I believe that all of us have an important role to play in Indian politics. And together, that's what makes Telugu Desam Party different from other political establishments.
What's the worst thing about politics? When do you think, I have had enough of this, I want to nicely relax and go on a nice holiday away from all of this?
Well, I do like to take breaks.
What's your favorite holiday destination?
There's nothing like a favorite holiday destination. It depends on the season and where I would like to go. And am I going with my wife or with my son or with my parents? So it depends on where we...
So where would you go with your wife and son, and where with the parents?
Devansh loves to ski. So if it's a winter break, we go skiing. So that's there. With my parents, it's exceptionally difficult to take Mr. Naidu on a break because everyone recognizes him. So I find a destination where no one can recognize him. And then I take him to such a destination.
There is no place in the world where there isn't a Telugu speaker. And if there is a Telugu speaker, I'm sure they'll find you. I want to end though by thanking Nara Lokesh for something he did. About a few months ago, my colleague Apurva, who covers Andhra Pradesh, did a story on a village which was completely cut off by water bodies, and therefore the children were struggling to reach their school, which was several kilometers away. A report by Apurva and on the BBC about the condition of the students inspired or pushed Nara Lokesh to ensure that the children will have a school where they live. And I think when a politician responds so quickly to what is done, it's a sign, Nara Lokesh, that you are a politician of Gen Next who is willing to change with the times. So for that and much else, we appreciate you joining us, and it's always a pleasure to listen to a Gen Next politician who has a mission at the moment to make Andhra Pradesh one of India's leading states. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand to Nara Lokesh.
Thank you, Rajdeep.
Now that has been a wonderful session. I request both you gentlemen to please stay on stage, as I'd like to thank our session sponsor G Square, and also call on stage Mr. Bala Ramajayam, MD of G Square, to hand over a token of our appreciation. And if we can also have on stage Mr. Amar Sinha, CEO, Radico Khaitan Limited.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजा में नजारा में इशारे संग हो जा तू मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले
All right, so our next session, as we begin, I request you all to please take your seats. And like I said, our next session is very special. It is called Racing Ahead, Can India Catch the Formula One Dream? And for this, we have none other than the true pioneer of Indian motorsport, who's made history as India's very first Formula One driver, raced across the world in some of the toughest circuits, and today inspires millions with both his sporting journey and his entrepreneurial success as the founder of DriveX. A trailblazer, a champion and an icon, also a Padma Shri awardee, Narayan Karthikeyan, to join us shortly as we take a look and set the momentum amid this stage on some of his highlights of his racing career. Can we have the AV, please?
Some of the world's greatest racetrack.
Narayan Karthikeyan heads out and makes a bit of motor racing history. For the first time in anger, in qualifying, we've got an Indian driver on the grid. He's the best wet weather driver he's ever come across. Just look at that car control. That is impressive stuff. And 2 seconds a lap quicker.
Could have lost more.
Oh, and a similarly spectacular style to that we saw yesterday. Now I'm advised it's Narayan Karthikeyan. I tell you what, whatever you call this guy, he is spectacular.
Karthikeyan shuts the door, and they're side by side as they go round the hairpin. Karthikeyan squeezing. He squeezes curve wide. Narayan Karthikeyan.
India's first Formula One driver, Narayan Karthikeyan, amid us. Let's have a huge round of applause as I welcome him on stage. And this session sponsored by Adani. Narayan, it is my good fortune that I get to talk to you after all that we watched and the adrenaline that, rushes in every time we see one of those videos. So I want to start talking about your early years. This city is particularly close to your heart because you've done your schooling in Coimbatore. How were the formative years of your life, and how far was your father an inspiration who was a champion rally driver himself?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me at the India Today Conclave. Yes, I'm very much part of this city. Was born here, raised here, and until my 10th standard, studied in the Staines Higher Secondary School. Coimbatore means a lot to me, and I've been living quite a lot away from the city. But like any modern city in India, we're growing fast, and there's a lot of infrastructure that's coming along. And there is even a new racetrack which is not too far away from here. A lot of things, exciting things are happening in Coimbatore.
I want to talk more about that, but really to talk about your early years, your schooling, your father as an inspiration, and to be India's first Formula One driver. It must have taken a lot given the lack of resources back in the day.
Yeah, you can imagine, racing right now in India, has a lot of focus, especially on Formula One, because what Netflix has done to it in the last 4 years, of course, the Formula One movie itself, but, trying to, the aspiration of wanting to be a Formula One driver from Coimbatore in the 90s, where, nobody had done really international motor racing. It was a huge challenge. It was definitely not a walk in the park, but I went through a lot of struggles and, a lot of, sometimes you miss many opportunities, but the dream, the goal, the ever-desiring goal was to, become India's first Formula One driver. And, the stars lined up. I had a lot of support. It's a very expensive sport. There are a lot of barriers. You're racing in Europe. People, don't, in Indian racing, people were like, really? But then things changed. I had the support of Mr. Tata. The Tata Group supported me. And, so made it possible. I mean, the desire to get there was very, very high. And one goal, one vision was to get to F1. And that happened way back in 2005. So, it was a great day for the Indian motorsport community. And ever since, we've not had a Formula One driver. We're close to getting another one, I think. But, it's been quite the journey for sure.
And after you tasted success of the many, many years that you spent in Europe, which would you describe as the highlights of your career that shaped your life the most?
Obviously, in my early career, winning in England in the Formula 3 Championship, that was something that really gave me the confidence that I knew that I had what it takes to go all the way. Of course, making it to Formula 1 in 2005 with Eddie Jordan's Jordan Grand Prix team has to be the highlight. You're racing, you dream of racing against Michael Schumacher and so on, and to be really doing it was a surreal moment for sure. But that was probably one of the best memories I've had in racing, yes.
You have raced alongside the legends of global motorsport, and for any aspirant, they would crave to kind of have the global exposure that you've had. What did you take from them?
The commitment and the dedication of how hard these athletes work. They might be talented, but they use their talent and all the tools that are given to them in a very constructive way and focus the energies on that. That's how you achieve success. And nothing comes simple in life. Everything is, you need to work hard at it. And of course, the European and American culture of racing is so strong that the grassroots levels of racing is is at a very high level. So that's why they produce a lot of young drivers and riders from those countries.
How do you train your mind before you get into a race? Is there a sense of fear that creeps in, of any uncertainty that lies ahead of you? How do you remember those years?
Yes, racing is still a very dangerous sport, and the fear factor is always there in the back of the mind, and you have to respect the sport or else it will bite back very badly at you. Not only you put others at risk, but thankfully the tracks and the cars, are all become much more safer. The last fatality in Formula One was way back 10 years ago. Jules Bianchi lost his life at the Japanese Grand Prix, or the accident, severe injuries led to his eventual passing away. But, it's a sport where, by the time I made my debut in Formula One, fitness was something which was very, there was a lot of focus on fitness. Simulators had become, just started coming into the sport. And then, working with your team, you have lots of data flowing through so that we make the best out of these tools and that's what I learned. The first year in racing in Formula One was like nothing ever before. Nothing prepares you to, get to Formula One. You would have seen the movies, the F1 movie. It's largely, loosely based on a real Formula One driver. And, the amount of course, it's a bit dramatized, but then it's largely what happens. The insights of the sport is very well captured and very well, put together as a film. And Brad Pitt did a superb job.
Since you mentioned movie, the news that is doing the rounds since the last 1 month, especially of your biopic that is to be made. You're India's #1 Formula One driver. How does it feel to have a film based on your life? And what are your expectations from it? Who should play your character?
It's, I think, a little bit premature to say, but the script looks quite good, actually, quite exciting. So the journey to Formula One is what they're going to capture from a very young age. How it happened, what happened in Coimbatore, when I grew up. And it's up to the Formula 2 career of mine. So who the actor is going to be, there are several options, I believe. Again, it's too early to discuss these options, but they've started finishing the script. So hopefully it'll go into production in the next few months. Yeah, Will
it be in multiple languages? Will all of India get to watch the film?
I think these days that's quite easy to do. Yeah, for sure.
All right, so lots again been spoken about how you've teamed with Ajit Kumar for the Asian Le-Mans series. Now, how is it to be associated with him, to work with him, both as a racer and as a person?
I mean, Ajit is really, very down to earth. He's a superstar, mega superstar. And I'll tell you what happened in Dubai 3 months ago. Dubai Autodrome is one of the most famous tracks in the Middle East. And he announced that he was racing in one of the series he drives in. It's the Porsche Super Cup. And that track had never seen a crowd like that ever before and ever since. So they had 50,000 people cheering him on and so on. So I've known Ajit for many years, and he's always been interested in racing, and he was a bike racer himself. Couldn't do it full time, but he does a lot of aero modeling. So he had the speed bug had bitten him very early on. But for him to start representing, putting together an Indian team, a truly Indian team with Indian drivers and so on was, we had a discussion. We met for dinner last year in Dubai. And then he had this plan, and he said, Naren, would you like to, I'd really like you to drive with me in this team we are creating. And I brushed it off, and I was like, yeah, surely, I'd like to do that. Nothing happened. 6 months later, he called me and said, let's do this. It is the Asian Le Mans series, which if you drive well and if you get certain results, you'll qualify as an Indian team to represent in the 24 Hours of Le Mans in France in June. So that's the goal, we're all working hard towards it. Last 18 months, he's been putting a lot of effort into his driving. As I told you, nothing comes easy. He was very talented, gifted driver, but, he has to, go through the, what you need to. A lot of, he's had his fair share of incidents and so on, but he's come out of all of that. He's become a much better driver, very competitive driver. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Our first race is in December in Sepang in Malaysia, after which in Abu Dhabi, and then hopefully we'll qualify. And, a lot of things are planned, and he's a great guy, very, down to earth and easy to get along with. And he wants to learn off, a lot of, on the driving tactics and so many other things which go with racing from professional drivers like us.
Wonderful, and it's the passion for racing that brings the two of you together. In fact, he has the most wonderful things to say about you in all his interviews where he mentions you. Tell us about that first meeting that the two of you had. How long ago was it? And while he was focusing on his acting career, how did he keep in touch with you and tell you that, this is something I really want to take on?
Yeah, I mean, as I told you, we met way back just early 2000s, I think 2001 or 2. By the time, of course, he'd known about me racing in Formula 2 at that time, World Series, which is an equivalent to Formula 2. And so we were in touch for a long time, and he actually started driving in a professional series at that time. So I used to give him a lot of tips because I knew the tracks in England, and we were constantly in touch, and that's when I knew he was a very genuine character, really down to earth, and loved speed, and always wanted to help the motorsport community, and he tried doing that way back in the early 2000s, and then went back into acting for many years. Of course, we were, always we were in touch, and then this opportunity came along, and I could never say no, and it's so genuinely happy for him and for myself to be doing this racing together.
How would you describe the state of Indian motorsport today in comparison to when you started? Because earlier there was a driver, there was a team, there was a Grand Prix. What is it today, and how do you think we need to pull up our socks?
Yeah, like you said, there was an Indian driver in me, there was an Indian team, Force India, there was an Indian Grand Prix. Now all this is gone, and we are back to basics. Why? Because, possibly, we were, it was very too early. The exposure wasn't so much to the sport. It's still a very, very, very niche sport in India, but then the focus on Formula One globally has been so big that it's also had an effect in India. And there's a lot of Formula One fans, through Drive to Survive. There are a lot of subscribers for watching the Formula One races, and the F1 movie has done its bit. So suddenly everybody's talking about Formula One, and so I think it's only a matter of time before the motorsport ecosystem kind of gets back into its feet and starts growing. Of course, the go-karting scene in India has always been there, but parents have seen these other documentaries on F1, and now they're pushing the children, or the children themselves have a lot of interest. So that's gaining a lot of momentum. But then that is the kindergarten of motorsports. Two-wheeler racing has become very popular. There are a lot of one-make series. TVS has promoted a one-make series, which is very popular. So if you see the riders and drivers in India, there are quite a few of them. It's just giving them the opportunity to go make themselves globally known. So that's going to take a bit of time, but certainly that ecosystem is getting built nicely, I feel.
You've also now changed gears, turned entrepreneur with DriveX. You're wearing its shirt. How do you describe this experience? Is it like starting a whole new race altogether?
It's much more difficult than racing, for sure. But it's a very competitive environment. We are in the pre-owned we've built a pre-owned refurb platform for two-wheelers. And for us, fortunately, TVS Motor Company came on board. They invested heavily into the company. They created a lot of infrastructure. And within a short period of 4 years, we've gone on to become the largest pre-owned two-wheeler platform in the country. So, which is quite a challenging task to do. But yeah, it's a very exciting journey. There are many parallels between running a business and the sport of Formula One. So, I was exposed to this, this entrepreneurial skill very early on. And why did I do this? I had to do something in the auto ecosystem because that's what my exposure is. And so, yeah, that's given me insights into the business and really enjoying it. Was based out of Bangalore for quite a few years. And yeah, really built this company, but now it's gone on to the next level with the TVS Motor Company investing a lot more into the business. So yeah, this is really challenging, but it's extremely insightful. And yeah, I'm to become an entrepreneur was I think was a great journey as well.
Why didn't you think of starting DriveX probably at an earlier stage when you were at the peak of your racing career? It would have probably scaled differently. Do you think so? And what is the vision for DriveX in the next 5 years?
Well, I could never have done it earlier because, you're traveling the globe, and any business, any startup, you need to be there, hands-on, you need to do, you need to wear many hats, and that's how the business grows. And I could have never done it earlier because, being a professional racing driver takes a lot of time, and a lot of time on fitness, a lot of time on a lot of interaction with the team, with the media, with so many other things. And globally, you're traveling, you have 20 races when I drove. So you're constantly, at that time testing was, you could test every week as well. And so it was, you had a break on Monday, then you started the testing, and then the race weekend, and then by the time you could recover, you were again doing. So I could have never done it so early on. But yeah, I mean, DriveX, as I told you just now, it's a great platform and really proud to be part of it, and still we are growing.
You've also spoken about AI in mobility as a game changer. How do you see it transforming the future of transportation in India?
I think the biggest contributor to this ADAS technology for our Indian roads is how it's going to become much more safer. The environment is going to become much more safer. I always say, in India, if you, for example, we have the highest accidents, highest deaths in road accidents, from road accidents, and so on. But our infrastructure is, you can see the roads, they're getting a lot better. You can see the vehicles, they're getting a lot faster, and so on. But the civic sense of driving and riding is still very poor. So with all the technology that is being focused right now, our roads are going to be a lot more safer. I always, 10 years ago, I used to say the racetracks are much safer than our Indian roads. But thankfully, that is changing. And, we're going to have this, I think, basically, we're going to have much safer roads in the next, not too far from now, not next 4 or 5 years.
You interact with a lot of young talent, aspirants who want to be like you. Do you think that India truly has the potential to produce more Formula One stars? And what do we need to do to get there?
Well, India thrives largely in a sport like cricket because the infrastructure has been there for many years. And of course, the barriers to get into the sport is a lot easier. But having said that, football is catching up. Other sports are also being given opportunities. Motorsport, be it four-wheelers or two-wheelers or, any kind of motorsport, the equipment itself is quite expensive. So there are a lot more entry barriers. So we need more corporate support. Of course, the duty structure for go-karting, for example, they're not built. Professional go-karts have to be still imported. the duty structures are so high that it is an expensive sport in Europe. And then when it comes to India, you add the duties just, way beyond the means of many people here. And I wish that could, become slightly better. And I think we already, as I told you earlier, a lot of drivers and riders who are aspiring to be professionals in this sport. And it's a great sport. I think, matter of time before the corporate world and some sort of, government incentives could happen in the near future, I hope. And our federation is very actively trying to, build this ecosystem.
At the start of this interview, you had spoken about the new racing track that you're helping build, and you're also involved in COAST, which is about 10 minutes from here, you said. How are you now contributing to making this a reality when it comes to aiding the young aspirants?
As I told you earlier, I helped to design a racetrack, not too far from here. It's about 10-15 minutes from this location. It's a grade 2 facility which is still under development. But primarily it's being used for development of new R&D vehicles and so on. Racing, it's going to take a little bit more time, but the go-karting infrastructure is completed and we've had some national races here. We've been trying to put this together for a long time. Similar-minded people, my friend Charles here, who's also helped extensively with creating this infrastructure. And, so together all of us are trying to give back something to the sport in terms of a great facility, especially in the kindergarten of motorsport, I would say, karting and motorcycle racing and so on. But right now, a lot of manufacturers are using it for the development of their, motor vehicles, their platforms. A lot of ADAS technology is being perfected here. It serves much more of a purpose in the auto ecosystem.
And there's so much on the internet, and thanks to ChatGPT, in terms of advice on fitness, diet, etc., the works. What is your advice to this generation when it comes to all these aspects of hard work, fitness, diet, dedication? Like, how do you keep it all together?
Well, it's gone to a different level, any sport which is competitive, any world championship, you need to get there. There's nothing just about talent. There are so many things outside of that, Driving, if you take racing, for example, I would say it's only 10% of the 90% is, putting to have a good physical, mental ability, lot of, hard work with fitness, eating the right diet, learning from experience, learning from your team. So teamwork is extremely important in the world of motorsport because you only see two drivers, the focus is on them, but behind them there are thousands of people, lots of data, and there are some clever minds who put this all together and use those technology to help you to hone your skills and become a better racing driver. But I made it to Formula 1 from India 20 years ago, so I'm sure there are opportunities now for drivers and riders who want to do who want to do F1 or MotoGP or whatever, or become a professional racing driver to make a living out of it. The opportunities are far greater now, for sure. I find it impossible to believe that, it's taken 20 years, for somebody else to get to Formula 1 from India. China has a big push. They've had Chinese drivers. But, we have a lot of talented young drivers and riders in our country. It's just giving them that platform which is going to make them shine globally. And I hope, we can, in the next few years, we see a lot more, competitive motorsport stars from India.
How much do you miss those races, the adrenaline rush, the tough circuits, that very busy life, and how do you space it out now? What do you do in your free time?
I don't watch too much of Formula One because I don't have time and or I can keep up with the rules. They keep changing every weekend, so it's confusing. But this year it's been so dominant. McLaren, Piastri, and Norris have dominated it, and suddenly you can never count out Verstappen from nowhere. Yesterday he won the race in Monza. But the Formula One title, the constructors is almost decided, and it'll be between these two drivers. So apart from that, I focus on my business, and we are trying to create and finish this racing infrastructure as soon as possible, so it gives other people a chance to drive something locally which is built up to a very, very high grade to international standard.
Naren, we are coming to the end of this session, and I want to end by asking you, Pullela Gopichand said that sports in India remains prohibitively expensive for ordinary athletes.
Yeah, absolutely.
From your experience, how do you see this challenge, and what can we do to make sports a viable livelihood in India?
Sports is very important for for young people growing up, because it puts a lot of discipline in you from a very early age, and in a sense gives you a lot of activity to do outdoors. And now today we're in an age where everything happens at your fingertips, but then it gives you a lot more focus. It gives you a much better way, a much better healthy lifestyle going forward. So the emphasis should be on promoting sport, and for that you need a lot. I can speak about my sport, motorsport. There's a lot more focus on it. There is a lot of leagues which have come up recently. There's the Motocross League, there's the Indian Racing League. So people are seeing, there is exposure. Only if you have exposure do the corporates come on board to support it. So things are changing. So I think, the future seems to be quite bright. And, as I said earlier, I would love to contribute whatever from my side to help develop the next generation of racers from our country.
We wish you all the very best for that, and we want to thank you for being here. It's been wonderful talking to you. Let's have a huge round of applause for Naren Karthikeyan and this wonderful conversation we've had with him.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'd also like to call on stage Dr. Vidya Sagar Punja from NECC to hand over a token of our appreciation. Let's have a huge round of applause, please. And I thank both you gentlemen. Thank you so much. This session that was sponsored by Adani.
Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham is a multi-campus, multidisciplinary university that has grown into India's #1 private university in less than 20 years. Amrita University has rapidly grown into 9 campuses across India, has over 20,000 students across 220 plus programs.
And our next session for this afternoon is Kantara Chronicles Myths in Motion. This session is sponsored by Radico. Let's take a look at the AV.
Company has a rich heritage and a portfolio of iconic brands that have stood the test of time. With 7 millionaire brands and a host of premium and luxury ones. Our most celebrated brands include 8 PM Whiskey, Magic Moments Vodka, Morpheus Brandy, Rampur Indian Single Malt, Jaisalmer Indian Craft Gin, and Royal Ranthambore Whiskey. Radico Khaitan is known for its commitment to quality, innovation and sustainability and is now a Fortune India 500 company. While the prestigious...
And I'd now like to call on stage our session moderator Akshita Nandgopal, Senior Editor, India Today Television, to introduce our speakers on cinema.
Thank you, Suesha. Good afternoon, everyone. Vanakkam. Thank you very much for joining us here at the India Today Conclave. It's my pleasure to welcome her on stage, and please, if all of you could give a big round of applause for Rukmini Vasant.
Thank you so much, Vanakkam, everyone.
So first of all, Rukmini, welcome to the India Today Conclave.
Thank you so much, Akshita. I'm very excited to be here today.
It's a pleasure to have you, especially because of the kind of work that you're doing right now. You know, I've seen your films, absolutely loved them, but you must be on cloud nine. You know, your films have done so well. You're in Kantara. You're coming up in Toxic. So, I mean, you've got a great track record of films coming up.
I am very, very excited. There's a lot of amazing work happening, and I am quite privileged to be a part of some amazing projects. So yeah, I am on cloud nine. Thank you.
And these are all films, projects that, you know, are pan-India projects. We've seen already this superstardom of Yash. We've seen already Rishabh Shetty and Kantara, what a big success it was. Are you looking at kind of moving into the direction of being a pan-India star, not limited to one language?
You know, I don't know that that's a decision that can be taken. It's a hope that can be held very fervently. But I think perhaps more than the aspiration of being a pan-Indian star or something like that, there is a deep desire to be involved in quality work that reaches people. So language almost becomes immaterial. It's just the desire to reach as many people as you can.
So let's take it back to your first massive hit. And I don't watch, to be honest, a lot of Kannada films, but this one I had seen a couple of years ago, Sapta Sagradacha Yellow. If you've seen it, you know, of course, that it was a beautiful, beautiful movie, extremely moving. I think most people who saw it were moved to tears, and your acting was absolutely amazing in that. Did you expect that kind of response? Because, you know, you started off with a bang.
You know, Again, I don't know that you can expect these kinds of things. I knew that with the kind of team that was coming together, whether it was our director Hemant M. Rao or our producer and our hero Rakshit Shetty or the music director Charan Raj, this incredible force of wonderful creatives coming together with a story that was very emotional and intense, I knew that there was some magic there, and I knew that I was very lucky to be piggybacking on it. But again, you can't really expect these things. You just sort of hope, work as hard as you can, and then let the chips fall where they may.
You know, there's so much of footage, I will put that out as well, of how people reacted when the film was released in theaters. I remember also there was footage of you in one of those premieres where everyone was so emotional. There it is right there, where you were with some of the biggest superstars of Kannada cinema as well. Do you remember this moment? I'm sure it was surreal for you.
Crystal clear. It was a very formative moment. To be in a hall like that and to see people, look, cinema is essentially make-believe, right? But to see people engaging with fiction with so much openness and so much heart, it really moves you as an artist. So that was one of the first moments that I was able to feel that, and I think, you know, it's a feeling that I will constantly attempt to replicate.
But I think it's also reciprocative, right? Like, you opened up your heart in that performance. What really stood out about the film and your performance was how raw it was, how simple it was. It was kind of rooted to what you'd see in everyday life, which sometimes films don't tend to be. They over-glamorize. They kind of overdo the emotion. This was subtle. It wasn't over-glamorized. Were those aspects that worried you? Because very often there are lead actors who are scared to be kind of boxed in that image.
See, I think it also has to do, Akshita, with the time that I was in my career. I didn't have much work at that point, and I knew that what I really wanted was something meaty to sort of sink my teeth into. I knew what I wanted, what I hoped to play around with in terms of intense and deep, complex emotions. So that was something that I was really keen on, and that was also something that our director was very upfront about. He said, if you're looking for a glam heroine type film, this is not the one. So he was very upfront about it, even before my audition, before he knew if I was capable of doing this role or not. He was very, very upfront. And he said, listen, this is not your classic heroine type film. This is an actress type film. So think about that. Think about whether you're okay with that. And I was. So sometimes you get lucky with roles that are really beautifully written and have a great deal of depth in them. And it was very heartening to see that the audience responses when the films came out were not about, whether I have lines on my face or whether, I had dark circles or any of that. It was more to do with the content of the film or the emotions that I was attempting to put across that, hopefully reached them. It was really heartening to see people engaging with all of that rather than the superficiality of, say, how my skin looked. So.
And, when you see that particular film, it's almost as if you're a veteran yourself. How did you...
Come on.
Your performance was amazing, and I can't stop praising it because I loved the movie. And I think a large part of me loving that movie was because of you. And, how you made that character come alive, how you made so many of us relate to what she was going through and the ocean of emotions that she was going through, whether it was part A or B. But you always wanted to be an actor in that sense, right? It wasn't something that you stumbled into.
No, it wasn't. It was a very intentional,
you had great
almost
clarity.
frantic. Yeah, I was running headfirst into anything that would bring me toward performing. Yeah.
So you studied acting, and then how did this film happen?
I did. I studied at a school in the UK called the Royal Academy of Dramatic Arts. I did a foundation course in acting there, which changed my life. It taught me pretty much everything that I knew when I first started in film. Every film is a laboratory of sorts. You learn a completely new, different kind of skill on every single set, whether it's a masala commercial film or whether it's a deep, intense sort of film. You pick up a whole new set of skills regardless. But drama school was really where it began for me, and there's a certain external validation also that you get after you audition for something and then a group of unbiased strangers say, yeah, okay, you have something in you. So it does give you that first scaffolding upon which to build the rest of your confidence. So that was where I got that at drama school. This role with Saptasagar Dache Yellow, which was actually my second film, that came about because I sent an out-of-the-blue DM to the director when I found out that they were casting for this film. And I said, I'm a trained actor. I would love to audition for your film. If there's any possibility, please do let me know. And I would jump at it. And it did happen, yeah. I have to give full credit to the director for entertaining, a random DM. But yeah, Hemant took that chance on me, and then the audition happened, and it worked.
Amazing. But I think this film, Saptasagar Dache Yellow, is a standout really for Kannada cinema because of what it's also done for Sandalwood. There's a huge debate, and very often, you pit all the woods against each other, whether it's Bollywood, Collywood, Tollywood. There's a constant criticism that comes Sandalwood's way that, look, Collywood is known, so is Tollywood, for these massive super hits, pan-India massive films. Mollywood is known for its stories, its structure, the beautiful storytelling. And somehow Sandalwood is hidden in all that they don't really live up to the other woods or the film industries from the South. What do you think?
I come from Sandalwood, so obviously...
You have a bias.
I do. I have to be honest. I do have a bias. I do think that there's incredible work that's happening there, that's been happening, and that perhaps it's a matter of perspective and the fact that now attention is going there. When you have massive films like KGF and Kantara that command a certain kind of attention, then there also does go a great deal of attention to this kind of stuff that's happening at a grassroots level. So a Kannada film, Sunflowers Were the First to Know, was also in the Oscars race. And if I'm not mistaken, it did win. So that is, there is stuff happening on a grassroots indie level as well. There's stuff happening on a massive Kantara, KGF, toxic level. So I think it's unfair to sort of, you can't really work in generalities. And for one, I am very, very excited that there is a spotlight on the Kannada industry now. And I think it's an amazing time to be an actor there and to be an actor from there.
Very well put. But the films that you listed, you know, whether it's KGF or Kantara, Yash, Rishabh Shetty, you're working with them all now. What's that like? I think everyone wants to know how different is it to work with a Rishabh Shetty and how different is it with a Yash? Are they completely different in their approaches?
They're all very, very passionate artists and very, very creative, wonderful human beings. It's such a joy, especially at such a nascent stage in my career, to be privileged to run in these circles, to watch these incredible creatives, these amazing professionals do what they do best. I feel as if I'm just a sponge. I'm taking in so much as I interact with these people and their approach to their work. Obviously, artists are very different. All sorts of artists are very different from each other, but I think that the sheer passion and commitment with which they approach their work is awe-inspiring.
Okay, if I can, then what's your biggest learning from Yash?
Oh, wow, that's going to be so hard. There's an all-encompassing vision of what, you know, what this film, or it's more than a film sometimes, it's like a movement of what this cultural like zeitgeist could be, you know, and that is, to have such an all-encompassing vision is quite something.
And Rishabh Shetty?
The thing I think I've taken from Rishabh sir the most is how, again, he's got an incredibly grand vision. Now, just recently from Kantara, they released, I think, a 15-minute video from the making of the film. And you can see the degree to which, you know, the world of Kantara has expanded, the kind of enormous scale that has been created for this world. But it's also very, very rooted. It's very, very present in the cultural milieu that made the first film so successful. So the idea that you can have such monumental vision and still have it hold on to the essence and the heart of what worked, it's brilliant.
Amazing. We're very excited for you.
Thank you
and
so
looking
much.
forward to Kantara and Toxic. Away from acting, what I found very, very interesting, Rukmini, is also the family that you come from. Her father, Colonel Venugopal, was actually killed in action in the 2007 Uri attack, where his team was essentially confronting terrorists. He was wounded, continued to lead his team to corner those terrorists. So thank you, you know, for what your family has done for this country. I'm sure you've learned a lot from your father too in this journey.
Yeah. I
And,
have
you know,
a great deal.
and your mother also, the fact that she still at this point, after that, and you can only imagine what Rukmini's family has gone through. Through that, her mother now has started working on helping war widows. And that's something you're also very, very passionate about.
Absolutely. I mean, it left a very lasting impact on me because I was a child when we lost our father. And at that point, to see my mother, whose world had been completely rocked, completely changed, take what was such raw pain and find a way to channel that to other people and to find a way to spread the immense privilege that had reached our family, to find a way to disperse that amongst others it may not have reached, was something that was so moving to me, but it also kind of instilled a very strong sense of philanthropy, I think, of a way of taking your pain and making something almost productive out of it. Because it takes a great deal, I think, to isolate yourself from your own particular pain and reach other people who may be suffering in the same way, and thus you build a sense of community. So one of the most wonderful things that this foundation called Veer Ratna does is that they organize these 3-day workshops for the women and children, the wives and children of martyrs. And those workshops become a sense of community. So you have 3-day workshops and everyone is together, and you've built a sense of togetherness between people. And all of us, you know, I've attended them, my sister has attended them as participants. We all have one thing in common. We've lost our fathers in action. But it grows to be so much more than that. It grows to be a community. So that is something that I think is fantastic, and it's something I care very deeply about.
So, it's beautiful, as you put it, to change your own grief and then help others also overcome that kind of grief. Do you also feel a sense of responsibility because of that? You're someone with great influence as well now in the platform that you're in with millions of followers. Do you feel that sense of responsibility?
Certainly. And, oftentimes we have to use that, the attention or the eyes that come on us, we do channel it towards our work professionally. But I do also feel, obviously, a lot of responsibility toward the foundation and directing attention to other important causes. I think that we need to kind of change that spotlight around and spotlight other different issues as well. So,
Because one of the issues, and very often they talk of responsible cinema, and for a woman particularly, is how in some films, I'm not saying all, in some films, particularly in today's time, there are questions raised of the portrayal of women. Is that something you're extremely conscious of about as well?
In what sense? Conscious of?
Of how women are portrayed in films. Very often over-sexualized in some cases. In some cases also, it's the hero who acts a certain way with the woman, and then you kind of promote eve-teasing, catcalling. I'm just giving you specific examples. But do you think that that's something that you're very conscious about when you pick a film as well?
Certainly. I think that, look, one of my guiding philosophies is that you need to look at a film in its entirety. I can't look at it in isolation, because when you come to watch a film, you're not watching it in isolation. You are looking at what the bottom line of either my character or the other characters in the film promote or encourage. So I do think that it is important to have an overview, a sense of what exactly the film is about. But I can't say that I have a moral judgment that I approach the film in, because I feel like if you approach a character or a film with too much judgment, then you can't really do any justice to what purpose you're supposed to play to the film. So there is a certain amount of neutrality that you need to come into. But there are certain, I think all actors have certain values and principles of their own that they hope not to outrage through their work. So I fall in one of those categories.
So you look at the overall picture,
I do,
essentially, which is great. But I think, for women actors also, and because you're someone who's seen this massive hit early on in your career, I am curious to know, is it that much harder for a woman to succeed in a film industry? Because it's very often touted to be male-dominated. Is that actually the case? Did you feel it?
I can't. I can't speak in generalities, but if I were to speak with regard to my career, if you take a set of films like Saptasagar Dachelo, Side A and Side B, a lot of Side A was my character. Yeah. It was quite Priya-centric. And I think that speaks to the strength of the writing, but also the fact that audiences, they just want engaging, beautiful storytelling. They're not sitting there and saying, we'd like to know only the hero's perspective, please. Thank you very much. Can you stop talking? That's not really where they're coming from. They want to be invested in the story. And I can't say that, that they're only interested in one side of that. So I think that there is interest in human stories. I can't particularly say at this point that it's tilted one way or another.
So you don't think that for women actors, it's a greater struggle to be successful, that there are a lot more criteria that you have to kind of tick before you make it big? Or you didn't at least face that?
I don't know. I can't say that I've faced it, certainly. But I think that men and women, in their own capacities in film, have certain, categories that they need to fill, or certain demands that need to be met. And I think it varies slightly for men and women, but there are definitely demands for both.
Okay, so I am glad that we're seeing that change in the industry, because I think 10 years ago, if you had a conversation about what the industry was like, it's very different from today. So you're seeing that progress, and I think it's a movement in the right direction. You've worked, of course, in Sandalwood, and we've spoken in great detail about the work that's coming up and what you've done already. You've also worked in the Tamil film industry, in the Telugu film industry. How different is each of these? Is the process very similar? Are they very different?
You know, rather than industries, I would say that each set has a very different tenor. And that's personally one of the things that I find extremely exciting about my work is that it's almost like a new job. Every film is a completely new set of people, a new character, a new film, a new world sometimes. So you're constantly on your toes, you're constantly adapting, and for somebody like me, that's very, very exciting. So rather than differences across industries, I would say each individual set has a very different flavor to it.
You know, you've described journalism in a way, because that's exactly what all of us, I think, are addicted to, the constant churn. You know, you're never bored. It's never monotonous.
So you would enjoy the film industry as well.
I don't know about that. But is that what, kind of attracted you to films? Is that why you said that, look, I want to be an actor, this is what I want to do? Because you said you had great clarity about that.
I did. I'll tell you what, for me, I think it was the fact that I felt at home on stage. I felt comfortable talking to a large group of people. I felt comfortable pretending to be someone else. I felt really comfortable in an imaginative world. And I didn't feel strange when people looked at me when I was pretending to be someone else. That felt like a treat. So that sense of comfort, I think, was the first thing that made me feel like this was something that could be possible. And then obviously, you know, parents or friends coming and saying, oh, you did a good job in that play. And you're like, okay, maybe this is something I can do at that, at that adolescent phase where you're trying to figure out what it is you like and what you're good at. So I got a little lucky, I think, with doing plays and performances, and a lot of generous people coming up to me and telling me, whether they meant it or not, that I was doing a good job.
You know, if you were to join us next year here at the India Today Conclave, or let's say 5 years from now, you're still early on in your career, what really would you want people, the audiences, to remember Rukmini Vasant as? What is the legacy you want to leave? It's very early to talk about this, but I want to understand what really is driving you and which direction you're headed in.
Oh, wow, that's an incredible question. That I'm not sure. I see the thing that has given me a lot of gratification and joy thus far is having played characters that resonate in people's lives very deeply. Priya was one of those characters that, seems to have nestled very deeply in people's hearts. The number of DMs I've got about, past loves that people have been reminded of. And a lot of that is testament to stellar writing. But it's meant a lot to me that I've been able to lend some life to what is some already amazing writing. So, I hope that I will continue to be involved in films that in some capacity are able to give people some sort of feeling. I think that's a very vague answer, but hopefully
so
that's the route.
You want to focus on the emotion of films. Do numbers matter? Ensuring a film is a super hit, pan-India, as we've been talking about.
See, the complexity with film is that it is both an art and a business. I am an artist and not yet perhaps a business person in film. So I don't know that I can contribute about that. Obviously the business is important because without the business part of it, the art cannot exist. So it's a lovely dance that goes on between the two of them. So numbers matter, yes. Do they matter to the artist as much? I don't know. But right now my priority is the art. I hope the numbers work because they will ensure that I can continue to be a part of the art. But when a film moves you, I don't know if you're thinking, man, this made 1,200 crores. I don't know that that's what you walk away with. It is important, certainly, and I'm not the right person to be talking about it. But what I would like to continue to facilitate through film is feeling. So, yeah.
I think the emotion, and that's exactly since, you're talking about giving something to the audience, which is feeling. I think the emotion that you put across in your films through your eyes and how you emote is what really stood out for so many people. And, there's one clip from the film, which, again, I love, which is of you singing. And that is with, of course, Rakshit Shetty hooting in the backdrop.
Yeah.
There's so much emotion in that particular scene that I wonder, how do you really, connect to that kind of a moment when you're doing that kind of a scene, which we've got up right now? And that's the scene that I'm talking about, where you're singing, and this is right in the beginning of the movie. How do you get that kind of emotion to relate to this character of so much heartbreak and then emote it?
I think a great deal of that does come from your director, because they envision the emotional space and what is in the character's heart. I think our director for this film, Hemant M. Rao, is a very, very empathetic person, and he's also very well spoken. So he was able to communicate to me, I think, the essence of what he wanted covered. And then part of my process is a lot of writing. I do sort of journal a little bit and then delve into what the emotional space might be for the character. And then you let all these ideas sort of marinate inside you, and then they call for action. And then you see what happens. And then there's 2 or 3 takes, and yeah, this is one of the 2 or 3. So there is personally, I believe that there is a lot of planning that goes before, first as my process. But then there is also a great deal of magic that just happens in the moment, especially when you have, actors like Rakshit who are just fantastic. They give you so much that you end up also reflecting a great deal.
Okay, speaking of this scene, I think you know what's coming, but there is a raging debate on social media. Twitter and Instagram are divided. Twitter, as you told me, thinks you're a bad singer.
Yes.
Instagram thinks you're a good singer. So I think we let our audiences decide which one is it.
No,
I think the large demand will be of Kadalnu. Can you sing a few lines of that for us? There you go.
No.
Let them decide.
I think a great deal of an actor's aura is their mystery.
No,
So
that's broken. You've gone to social media with the song already. So go ahead, just a few lines.
I don't think so. No.
Right, she doesn't want to
Thank
do it
you
right
so
here.
much.
So we'll listen to it on social media. But thank you so much, Rukmini, for joining us here at the India Today Conclave.
Thank you
and
so
all the
much.
very best for Toxic, for Kantara, and much, much more. I'm very sure
Thank
coming.
you. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you
Thank
all so
you.
much.
Much for this wonderful session. I request you both to please stay on stage, as I'd also like to call upon Mr. Amar Sinha, CEO, Radico Khaitan Limited, to hand over a token of our appreciation and a special mention to our sponsor for this session, Radico.
रास्ता है वही शहर।
तू कब आया अभी लाइफ से?
अरे वाह ताई, पहचान गई? शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
शहर जा मेरी जूती नहीं, यही अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया। वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है।
अरे
राकेश,
अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे।
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना?
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ?
चलो, वो रहे सूरज भैया।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
In the heart of the jungle roams the finest creature. And through the chaos of the sparkling city lights, I am reminded of the timeless valor of the majestic tiger. Amidst the glitz and glamour, I stay grounded, just like the tiger, always ready to roar. Ready to go, the world awaits as I unveil my finest self. In life's wild journey, we have one shot to thrill. And when done flawlessly, we unwind and allow our spirits to rejuvenate. Royal Ranthambore, India's finest, yet.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजा में नजारा में इशारे संग हो जा तू मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले
Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham is a multi-campus, multidisciplinary university that has grown into India's #1 private university in less than 20 years. Amrita University has rapidly grown into 9 campuses across India, has over 20,000 students across 220 plus programs.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजा में नजारा में इशारे संग हो जा तू मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले
Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham is a multi-campus, multidisciplinary university that has grown into India's #1 private university in less than 20 years. Amrita University has rapidly grown into 9 campuses across India, has over 20,000 students across 220 plus programs.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजा में नजारा में इशारे संग हो जा तू मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले
Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham is a multi-campus, multidisciplinary university that has grown into India's #1 private university in less than 20 years. Amrita University has rapidly grown into 9 campuses across India, has over 20,000 students across 220 plus programs.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजा में नजारा में इशारे संग हो जा तू मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले
रास्ता है वही वही शहर
तू कब आया अभी लाइट से?
अरे वाह ताई, पहचान गई? शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
शहर जाए मेरी जूती, नहीं यहीं अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया। वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है।
अरे राकेश!
अरे राकेश,
अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे।
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना?
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ?
चलो, वो रहे सूरज भैया।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham is a multi-campus, multidisciplinary university that has grown into India's #1 private university in less than 20 years. Amrita University has rapidly grown into 9 campuses across India, has over 20,000 students across 220 plus programs. Amrita Vishwa
in the months and years to come. Please join your hands in welcoming Vishal TK, athlete, who's joining us here on stage. Please, Vishal, come on. And also with us, Kalaivani Srinivasan, boxer. Vanakkam, both of you. Thank you so much for joining us here at the India Today Conclave. It's our absolute privilege to have you here with us. Vishal is India's fastest quarter miler. Congratulations on that. How does it feel? It's a great achievement.
Yeah, I can't explain that feeling. It's very, I can't explain that. But I'm so overwhelmed and happy and proud to be a fastest quarter miler of India.
Amazing, amazing. Kalaivani is a young boxer. She's achieving so much for the country. You're representing us in so many platforms. Kalaivani, what is it like? What drove you towards boxing?
Good afternoon, everyone. I feel good to be a part of this India Today event. I came here to tell about my journey in boxing.
So what's it been like, Kalaivani? I'd like to begin with you. You come from a family of boxers. Her father also was a boxer. So was it immediately, automatically you were driven towards boxing because of that?
He wanted to do boxing when he was young, but my grandparents, they were not supportive for him to bring boxing. So he wanted to bring one of us in boxing. My brother was a boxer, so I used to go with him to see training. So I asked my father one day that, can I also box? He said, okay. From that time, I started my journey in boxing.
So you've had full support from your family, which is amazing, great. And I'm glad that your family supports it, because I think we need so many more stories like that of families backing talent. Vishal, tell us about your story. How did you decide that you want to be an athlete? It's not easy, I know that.
First of all, I love running. My dad, who always goes to ground, so I just go with him. I love to run, so I just go with him. I watch him play, and then I just started running. I loved it very much. For the first time, I don't know how to run, and then I started in 6th standard, but I don't know the proper way to run. It's a childish age, no. Then I started after quarantine. I was I can't do anything outside. Quarantine is difficult. We can't go anywhere out. So after the quarantine, I started in 200 and 100 meters. I love to run sprint events. So I started with 100 and 200 meters. Then I'm so tall. So my coach said, you have to change to 400. It will help you, and you have bright future in it. So I just worked in 400 meters. My mom, she supports me, and I just go and enjoy learning. Yeah.
I love it. I love how simple you make it sound. Because, for so many of us, I was in school. I used to love running. I never considered it to be a profession. How did you let it translate into a profession? How did you say, look, I love running. I'm going to do this for the rest of my life?
You have to enjoy. No, I'm just enjoying the process.
Amazing.
Yeah, we have to love our work first. Once you learn, you can enjoy it and do it for your. Now I think I'm making my country proud. I'm enjoying.
True, very true. And I think there's a lesson there for all of us to enjoy what we love and to do what we love truly. Kalaivani, take me through what it's been like for you as a woman, as a boxer. How much support have you received from society? I think big support system is your family, which is great that, they've backed your ambition, they've backed your drive. Beyond that, has society also accepted you, helped you?
When I started boxing, my relatives, my neighbors were not supportive. So when I started winning medals, they were like, oh, she won medal. So they were proud, and now they started supporting. So
now you have all of that support, which is amazing. So you must be, the envy of everyone in the neighborhood now. So your parents must be so proud.
Yes, they were proud. Like they were saying she will get injury, she will get cuts, like how she will get married. So all they were asking questions. So when I started winning, they became supportive now.
Amazing. I think the best way to silence all of the critics. That's absolutely beautiful. You know, Vishal spoke about how he enjoyed running. So he got into it. How did you discover that you love boxing, this is what you want to do?
Like when I started boxing, I did for playing, like not as a profession. I started just like how a kid wants to try something new. So I won medal when I was 7th standard, and that was from Coimbatore only. I won my first national gold. So then I took boxing very seriously. I wanted to win and achieve big. So when I won South Asian Games in 2019, when I heard the national anthem, I feel very proud. So I can do better in boxing like that.
That's a beautiful message. Vishal, I'm sure you feel the same, which is what you were saying. That, you know, giving something to the country is what makes you feel so good. But I'm sure, and I want to get into the most serious part of this conversation, which is something that we always talk about sports in India, and especially in the international arena, how India compares to other countries. What do you think? Do you think that India needs to do a bit more to push athletes, give them what they need?
Like my coach always says, India has more potential. He never doubted the talents in India. So there are more talents, but we have to get up and we have to try. There are more talents in India. But compared to other, we don't want to compare. India is the best. So we can compete with them if we have the willpower to compete. Yeah.
So you're saying all challenges can be overcome with willpower?
Yeah, the Indian government is supporting good. Like the supporting staffs are good. So we can, if you have the willpower to, you can achieve if you have the willpower and a good mindset. Yeah.
Because often the question is, do you get the kind of opportunities that other athletes with your level of talent do? Do you think so? Or do you think that there are restrictions because of a lack of funds, because of red tapeism, because of issues?
No, we are getting good support from our Athletic Federation of India and our Indian government and my sponsors JSW. I am getting good support. So it's very helpful to achieve this. No, so I'm getting good support to achieve this. So the mindset which we are getting. No, we have to keep our mindset good. So we can achieve it. There is no comparison to this country or that country. India is also, we can also do. Yeah.
I'm just loving the positivity here and the mindset with which they go into this. I think that makes such a big difference, and I think that's why both of you have been so successful in what you're doing, because you have such a positive mindset. Kalaibani, what about you? You know, for boxing as a sport, it's not very well known. It's not a cricket, let's face it. And cricket has so many opportunities, so many options, so many avenues, that when you compare other sports, inevitably it doesn't get the kind of attention that it needs. Have you ever felt that?
Like cricket has more
fanfare,
yes.
support, money.
Yes, cricket has more fan followers, but now boxing is improving from before. A lot of people have started watching, so I feel it is good. Boxing is also getting better.
Who's your inspiration?
Like my inspiration is my father. Like because of him only right now I'm here. Like whatever I have achieved, it is because of him.
And I will again repeat this, which is that you've had a very supportive family. It makes a big difference. And I'm sure you've seen that. There are so many stories of young women who don't get the kind of support that they need. So do you think that with you getting into boxing and you being so successful, that it also kind of sends across a message, teaches so many other families to help women, to help young girls, to encourage their talent?
Yes, they should, parents should support the kids and encourage them to love what they do. Like example, if they love sports, they should let them do and educate them, like do well, they should support. Even if someone is good in education, they should support what they do.
It's also very expensive to go into this kind of training, Vishal. For you also and for your family, was it a difficult decision to take for you to be an athlete? Because it does require resources, a lot of money, a lot of attention.
First, in this, I have to thank my mom. She supported me when I was down. At that time, I don't even have any medals. Like, I love to run. So, she supported me when I was down. Now, I'm getting all these sponsors and like, I'm just enjoying. I'm just getting all these sponsors for what I did. So, I'm getting. So, I achieved it. So only I'm here, I think. Yeah.
Amazing. But for you also, do you see yourself as an inspiration for many more of your age or those younger to also get into becoming an athlete? You don't see it very commonly in India. In other countries, and I have to draw that comparison of how easy it is to become an athlete in other countries versus in India. It was a tough decision for you. Do you hope to inspire others also into taking that decision if they have the talent?
Yeah, everybody should come up and they should learn they have to learn and they have to step up. So there is a bright future ahead for them. They have to come and do better for India to make the country proud.
What is the one thing that you think is an area that more attention should be given to that will help youngsters get into this more, get into sport more? Do you think in schools they can give more attention to sports, extracurriculars? Do you think that the government should be doing more in your own perspective or your experience?
Like in India, no, sports, it should be equal to the studies. So in India, studies is little up ahead. I think sports is like, for me I'm thinking. So they should make the students comfortable with the sport. They should support them. And try to make them. This is also a way to your future. You have to achieve. Yeah.
What do you think, Kalaivani? Growing up, you were in a family that was already in sport. You know, as boxers, your dad, you said, was a boxer. But for so many others, do they have that exposure? Do you think that in school they should be kind of pushing that more?
Yeah, they should support in the grassroots level from 6th standard or 5th standard. They should make the physical education teachers, parents, they should encourage them to do sports. Like even if a normal person, they should be healthy. If you do sports, you can be healthy. So you can be healthy, you will not get sick. So better do sports. So they should work from grassroots level. You can't, if you become if you work for 25 years, it will be difficult when they do a sports. So they should work from grassroots level. So right now we have lot of sponsors, like I get sponsor from JSW. Like that, lot of private institutes, they pick the grassroots level kids and they train. So it will be good and they get medal also.
I'd like to talk about both of your experiences. You know, we talk about the highs and the lows. I'd like to begin, of course, with the highs. What is the proudest and most accomplished that you felt as an athlete? And what did that feel like? If you could describe, you know, winning a race, then standing on a podium, hearing the national anthem, I think we'd all like to kind of get at least a glimpse of what that feels like.
Of course, it felt very proud when I was standing in the podium in Asian Championship. That national anthem plays, I felt very proud. That time I was in different world. I was enjoying that moment. That moment is a precious moment for me. I can't explain it. So I'm there. I'm overwhelmed there. I was enjoying that moment and felt very proud. Yeah.
And what about you, Kalaivani? Your highest moment?
Highest moment was South Asian Games 2019. I won gold over there. But before getting into the competition, I faced a lot of problems to compete in that. When I won that medal, I felt very proud. When they played the national anthem, I was in tears. So I felt very proud.
Beautiful. What were the challenges you faced? And is that something that in every competition, in every event, boxers or athletes actually face? Do you have the backing then to overcome it?
Like,
the challenges that you faced, you were saying that, to be a part of that event itself was a challenge.
like we had to go through assessment process, so it was difficult that time. So I have to overcome that. I have to work so hard for that. So that phase was little difficult, I felt.
Is there ever a time, Vishal, that, was a challenging duration in your career as an athlete that you felt, why am I doing this? I could have taken a cushy 9-to-5 job. Why did I decide to choose to do this? Did you ever feel that?
Yeah, I told in quarantine I was struggling. I don't know what to do. That time I felt this will help you in future. Like I'm talking to myself. Then I made up my mind. Okay, we are going to do this. So we are going to give our 100%. Let's see whether it comes or not. We will. I'll change my mindset. Like from the comfort zone and another new approach. No, it's difficult. But I changed my mind and I gave my 100% and I loved it. So it's possible to achieve. Yeah.
So you had a support system that helped you through that. I think that made a big difference.
Yeah, I had a support system. My mother is a big support. First, I have to thank her she supported me. So I have a big support system. Yeah.
What about you, Kalaivani? Did you have a time in your career where you found it extremely difficult?
Like, once after South Asian Games, I was into some injury, so I felt very low that time. My father, my coach, like all support system from IS, they helped me push. They supported me like, whatever you want, we will help you do that. So it is good. They were there during that phase.
What next, Vishal? I'm sure you have goals. In your mind that this is what I want to achieve, this is where I want to get, this is how I want to make India proud. What does that roadmap look like for you?
For now, it's a step-by-step process. I'm still learning and loving. Like my coach says, you are still a child in sport. I'm just learning. There is more, like I just learned, always says, I just learned 20%. There is more way to go for you. So I will leave it to my coach. He will guide me and he will help me to lead. I will keep learning and developing. Yeah.
But personally, I'm sure you have one goal in your mind that you're like, I'm working towards that. No?
To make my country proud. Yeah. To make my country proud by winning international medals in Asian Games, Commonwealth and Olympics. Yeah.
And the Olympics.
Sure.
So very soon we'll see you standing atop a podium at the Olympics.
Yeah, sure.
That's the goal. Kalaivani, what about you?
Like short-term goal means right now Asian Championship is coming and World Cup final is there this year. So my ultimate goal is like Asian Games, World Championship and 2028 Olympics.
Wow. We could be seeing 2 Olympic champs on the stage here with me. Both of you are from Tamil Nadu.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? That's a matter of great pride as well for every one of us that both of you are from here. What's it like? I want to know, when we talk about these athletes representing India, do you see a lot of athletes from Tamil Nadu or not so much?
There are more athletes from Tamil Nadu. There are still more which are hidden. But Tamil Nadu is like, it's a great state, no? They are supporting well. So in future, Tamil Nadu will be like most of the athletes will be participating in Indian team. Sure, I'm sure.
What about you, Kalaivani? What is your experience?
Like right now we get good support from Tamil Nadu Sports Development Authority. Our sports minister is doing very good. So developing sports in Tamil Nadu is getting better and better each day. So in future we see a lot of athletes from Tamil Nadu get medals for India and get proud. We'll be proud to see them winning medals.
It'll be a double whammy. You know, they're representing Tamil Nadu, they're representing the country. So that's why we're so proud of both of you as well. For everyone watching this, and I'm sure that there are many youngsters now thinking that, look, I love to run. Why don't I consider it as a profession? Why don't I become an athlete? What's your advice to them? How do they become a Vishal?
They can become like, they have to enjoy the sport first. They have to fix their mind. Like, if we fix our mindset, no, it will be easy to achieve our goals. So, like, you have to work hard, but you have to work hard and be dedicated. So, only that will help you to achieve your goals. You have to enjoy it. That's all. For me, that's yeah.
Enjoy what you do, and it'll all come your way.
Yeah.
Kalaivani, what about you? What's your advice, particularly for young girls who think that, you know, getting into sports in the country is hard, it's challenging? What would you tell them?
I tell, if you enjoy doing what you do, you will enjoy it and you will be better. So I tell them to take sports and try. If you will love it.
But because, you know, what you spoke of when you said that people immediately say, what will happen when she has to get married? What if there are marks on her face? There are so many girls, I think, who can relate to that. How did you overcome that emotion? I mean, it takes a lot of strength to ignore all of the voices and say, this is something I enjoy doing, this is what I want to do. How did you overcome that?
Like, they used to say, when you do box, they will break your nose, but that is not true.
It never happened to you?
No, never.
Thank God.
So, you can take sports, small injuries you might get, but it won't affect your face or anything. You'll get punched, like, you won't get cuts. Maybe boys used to get lot of cuts, but in girls we don't have that much cut or injuries.
So it doesn't affect you at all?
No, not much.
When someone criticizes and says that, no, why is she become a boxer? Why didn't she do something else? How do you respond to them?
I just ignore them and I tell, I love what I do. Like, maybe I made to do boxing, so I'm doing.
Amazing. Both of you, we're extremely, extremely proud of what you've accomplished. And like I said, we're all hoping that you make it all the way to the Olympics. I do want to end on one note, though. I've always wondered who's stronger, a boxer or an athlete. Can we do a push-up challenge between the two of you? Kalaivani, will you win this?
I think she will win.
She'll win. Let's try. Shall we try this? Please give them a big round of applause. Let's try a push-up challenge. I'll be counting, I'll be the jury here. No, both together. Yeah, you can come here, I'll move aside. One. Kalaivani is clearly winning. Big round of applause, please. Kalaivani is clearly winning. Vishal, you have to get faster. Okay, they're going to keep going. I think there's no way they're ending anytime now. Is anyone counting? I've lost count. I think we've reached 50. Have we reached 50? I think so. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much. That was amazing. Thank you. Big round of applause for both of them for being so sporting. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much for doing everything that you do to make India so proud. Big round of applause, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I'm sure your workout for the day is done. But both of you spoke so well. Both of you were so endearing. So thank you for gracing our stage. I request you all to please stay on as I call upon Dr. Ezil Kumar from NECC to hand over a token of our appreciation. next session is how Dravidian ideology became Tamil identity. This session is sponsored by G Square. Let's take a look at that AV.
In the city is not just a dream anymore. Anwar's investment in a plot changed the plot of his whole life. John definitely couldn't live inside a box, so he thought a little outside the box.
18,000 happy stories in 12 years across many cities. You could also come home and be a part of this story.
And I'd like to call on stage session moderator Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today Television, to introduce the speaker of our next session. Let's have a huge round of applause, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next guest, someone who needs really no introduction, particularly in these parts. We will, of course, introduce him once he's on stage, but please welcome the one and only S. Gurumurthy. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the big battles of our times, or political battles and cultural battles, is that of identity. And in this part of the country, at the India Today South Conclave, we want to explore an aspect of it, which is the Dravidian identity, which has dominated the landscape of Tamil Nadu for 50 years, versus a broader Tamil and Bharatiya identity, and whether the two coexist, and if so, how. To answer that question, which is politically contentious, I am joined by a very special guest, someone who is the editor of Tughlaq, but a man of many parts, is proud to be an RSS pracharak way back in the early 1970s, has been an investigative journalism, chartered accountant, and so much more. Please welcome S. Gurumurthy. Mr. Gurumurthy, you are known to create controversy. And I've just seen your latest editorial in the Tughlaq, where you go on to say, DMK stole Chori, Tamil to market a failed Dravidian dream. Dravidianism is divisive, devoid of any form of spirituality and cultural identity. You even suggest there's a racial tinge to it. And then go on to praise Prime Minister Modi and claim he is trying to rescue Tamil Nadu and reconnect it with India's spiritual and cultural stream. What are you trying to say?
See, for that you have to go at least 100 years when E.V. Ramasamy Naikar was in the Congress party. He was in the Congress movement. But somewhere he became so disenchanted with the Congress, which was then dominated by the upper caste and particularly the Brahmins. He decided to strike an independent path, and he found that this Dravidianism, which is rooted in the British division of the Aryans and Dravidians, as a racial concept. This is important. No racial concept as an ideology. White race, black race, yellow race. There is no ideology. It's only color. So he zeroed in on Dravidian identity, and he found that it completely contradicts the Tamil identity. If you look at the entire Tamil literature, of course, many of them may be knowing, the current generation may not even know, that if you touch Tamil, it is Sanatana Dharma. If you touch Tolkappiyam, it talks about Varna Dharma. Tolkappiyar says that he went and gave his thesis, his literature, which is Panini's grammar. He adopted Panini's grammar and gave it to an Adango to Asan who was well versed in 4 Vedas, got it approved by him, and then came and presented it to the Pandian Sabha. The starting point of Tamil is Varna Dharma. In fact, Vaivaswata Manu was supposed to have been born in Madurai. My own thesis is Varnadharma went from here to north, not from there here. So, E.V. Ramaswamy Nayakar found that the entire Tamil literature celebrates Sanatana Dharma, Varnadharma, Brahminism, and he said this whole thing has to go. And he called Tamil a barbaric language, Tamil people barbaric people. Tirukkural, the human stool kept on a golden plate. This was the DMK ideology till 1963.
But the fact is, Periyar, as large parts of the country know him, was also speaking out against the ills of this Brahminical Hinduism. What you are glorifying today as Sanatan Dharma, he saw as casteist, ritualistic and Brahminical.
He was absolutely right. In fact, he was the only honest thinker in Tamil Nadu. He found this entire Tamil culture, literature, Tamil scholars were all Brahminical, and Thiruvalluvar celebrated Brahmins, and he said if you want to attain moksha, you have to go touch the feet of a Brahmin. So he said, who are these people? Unless you give up all this and say these are all semi-barbaric language, and you adopt Dravidianism. He was the only honest thinker. The DMK is a dishonest party. In 1965, they had this anti-Hindi agitation. Suddenly they became Tamil lovers. For example, Annadurai, for whom I have, among the DMK people, I have some respect for Annadurai, because he was a very moderate man. He was a good man. He wrote 220 books, not one about Tamil literature, not one about Tirukkural. It is only after 1967, when he became the chief minister, he began talking about Tirukkural. So, when they were orphaned by the Dravidian racialism, they got hold of Tamil.
No, you're saying they got hold of Tamil. Today we are in 2025. Whether you like it or not, the DMK and the various Dravida parties claim to represent a sense of Tamil pride. Many of the leaders of the DMK today, who you say stole Tamil or saw Tamil as barbaric, all of them have written extensively in Tamil. Karunanidhi was a script writer. Others also wrote volumes in Tamil. I mean, are you saying that in 2025, Dravidianism or Dravida identity does not represent Tamil identity?
No, I tell you, this is stolen identity. That's what I'm saying. You see...
Stolen from whom?
Stolen from the original Tamil people. The Dravidian people. You can't have Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam and have Tamil identity. This is my complaint.
No, why? Are you saying that Dravidian identity is not equal to Tamil identity?
No. Dravidian identity has no language. It is racial. And it is regional. If you say Tamil is Dravidian identity, then what about Malayalam, Kannadam, Telugu? They are all Dravidas. So there is a complete contradiction which E.V. Ramaswamy Nayakar saw. He was probably the most well-read, competent, honest man. You like him or not, he explained what he wanted. But the DMK found that he has been orphaned and then took to Tamil. I will tell you two things. Tirukkural was perhaps the only literature which had more than 200 people who have explained the meaning of Tirukkural. Amazing. I don't think any other literature has been explained so well. Between 1950 and 1970, 24 people wrote explanations about Tirukkural. The DMK came to power, the number came down to 3. You know why? These people who oppose Tirukkural have to come to power. Can I write or not? The number came down. Karunanidhi wrote about Tirukkural explanation for the first time in 1996. These people, because they had to find some way to identify themselves. So what I am saying is, you said you are Tamil lover, you are Tamil converts, it's okay. But you call others Tamil drohis. They are all haters of Tamil. Another thing I tell you, the number of people taking to English medium education in Tamil Nadu as compared to the students taking Tamil medium, the difference is 74%. Where have you promoted Tamil? You have destroyed Tamil. Periyar said, promote English, destroy Tamil. And you are doing that.
You know, we'll make this even more contentious because along with what you're saying, you also go on, as I said, to praise Prime Minister Modi and claim he is trying to rescue Tamil Nadu and reconnect it with India's spiritual and cultural stream. Now, the general belief is that BJP is seen to reflect the idea of Hindustan, or even the RSS for that matter, which is antithetical to the very idea of India of a plural society. So you seem to at one level be disparaging about the DMK. On another level, you seem to suggest that Mr. Modi is trying to embrace the original Tamil cultural stream. You can't do it simply by wearing a veshti in an interview with a Tamil channel. There is more to it.
You see, Rajdeep, you are going by the narrative of what RSS or BJP or Modi is. You have your own narrative. RSS would never have grown unless it had accepted local sentiments, local culture, local language. This is what the Congress failed to do. In fact, when I was sitting with you on the table, I was a congressman. In 1967 and 1971, we all worked against the DMK. The way the DMK's, the racial fervor was there, the DMK man will not eat but will work for the party. So that was the DMK which we fought against. The Congress never realized the deep regional and linguistic pride of Tamil people. So it vacated that place for the DMK to grab. If Congress in 1950s and 60s and 70s all over India had addressed local aspirations, there would be no other political party in this country. If the BJP is stepping into the place vacated by the Congress, it is Congress plus. The BJP has taken over all the pre-independence values, slogans, symbols of the Congress. Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Where did it get?
No, but where is this belief then, the ideological belief of Hindi, Hindu, Hindustan? Are you saying that that is not the ideological construct of the Sangh Parivar?
No, that was the starting point of it was never RSS. It was BJP. Hindi, Hindu, Hindustan was the original plank of the BJP, which grew in the north. Afterwards, when it spread, it began accepting otherwise, for example, Kerala is the place where the BJP may not be able to win as many seats as it wants to, but the strongest RSS shaka is only in Kerala, in Karnataka. So it addressed the regional aspirations. It recognized the people's longing for their own values. So you can't say that RSS means what you say or your narrative. What Narendra Modi is doing is something unique. He is not talking about Dravidian. He is not talking about anything. He is only talking about how great Tamil language is. And he says now he will put up statues of Rajaraja Chola and Rajendra Chola. You know what it means? Under Rajaraja Chola statue, there will be an insignia, Shivapada Shekhara. Shivapada Shekhara means he was keeping Shiva's feet on his head. DMK cannot accept it. It cannot reject it. Rajendra Chola, he called himself as the inheritor of Rama's legacy, Surya Vamsha. Modi will put it. DMK cannot reject it, it cannot accept it. So he is creating a situation where the DMK will have to give up Dravidianism and accept Tamil, or give up Tamil and go by Dravidian. So this is the conflict he is creating for the DMK.
But then why is it that Tamil Nadu remains a bridge too far for the BJP? Why is it then, if all of what you're saying is true, the RSS and the Hindu Munani, for example, have grown over the years, both in Kerala and in Tamil Nadu. But when it comes to elections, it's the two Dravidian parties who dominate the political landscape. Are you saying that will change?
You see, please understand one thing. If DMK had remained committed to Dravidian or Tamil sincerely, it won't happen. Because they are not sincere to either. For example, I was talking to a DMK MP who was in the flight. I don't want to mention the gender. The person wanted to meet me, to talk to me. The person had just become the DMK MP. I kept on talking to that person in Tamil. That person kept on answering me in English. I said, I am talking in Tamil, you are talking in English. I have seen most of the DMK peoples, because from 1996 till 2004, I used to very closely move with the DMK leaders, including Murasali who was a great friend. In no house I have seen Tamil words being used. You have driven Tamil out of, because E.V. Ramsam Naikar never had respect for Tamil. He always praised English. Tamil Nadu has become an English-speaking state, English-learning state. So, if
nothing wrong in that.
Nothing wrong in that. But don't say Tamil is the greatest language, we are the protectors of Tamil. This is dishonest.
So you're saying when DMK now goes on a campaign, for example, saying Hindi is being imposed on Tamil Nadu, we stand for a Tamil cultural identity, you're saying that's bogus?
I'll tell you one thing. This year, the number of people who got admitted into first standard in Tamil language is 70,000. Throughout Tamil Nadu, first standard Tamil admission. But those who got into Hindi Prachar Sabha to learn English is 80,000.
So that's because English is an aspirational language across India.
No, I'm talking about Hindi.
Are you saying therefore that a majority of Tamilians would want to actually learn Hindi?
Absolutely. I'm not saying people will love Hindi. They would like to learn Hindi. It's not because you want to learn a language because you love it. You find it is useful. People are maybe learning French or German or out of love. But you learn English for its utility. Hindi is utility. And you say Hindi is imposition. That's where the DMK is wrong. And these are all fake things. Dayanidhi Maran speaks Hindi. But he would not allow, DMK would not allow somebody else to speak Hindi. So, this dishonesty will get exposed. I am telling you, after the social media explosion, the DMK cannot keep the people ignorant for too long.
Mr. Gurumurthy, you still
You
haven't...
can call me Guru. I call you Sir Rajdeep.
Yeah,
Guru is name as well as status, you must understand.
Sir, I'll call you, you're very senior to me, so I can call you Guruji. If I call you Guruji, you'll think I'm referring to Guruji Golwalkar, so I'm very careful. But, Mr. Gurumurthy, what you're trying to suggest runs against the history of the last 50 years, is the point I'm making. Because the Dravidian movement surely has struck deep roots in these parts. No party could or movement could have survived for as long as it has unless it has struck strong regional roots. So the people of the state ultimately decides. Gurumurthy and Tughlaq do not decide what the people of Tamil Nadu want. If the people of Tamil Nadu feel that maybe Dravidianism is empowering, then maybe it is. Maybe it has broken from the Brahmanism that in a way you represent.
I agree. In 1920, Dravidianism was a seed thought.
Yes.
And it grew into a very powerful movement in 1948 when Annadurai broke from the DK.
Yes.
But he still maintained those very policies. His objection was only to E.V. Ramsam Naikar marrying a woman. Otherwise, they had no problem. He even said this chairman's position, the president's position, is kept vacant for him. In 1963, he felt that Dravidianism was not going to work. He gave up the Dravidian Nadu principle. Then he came to Tamil. Because that area had been vacated by the Congress party, he could just take it over. It was an untenanted property. Tamil was an untenanted property handed over free by the Congress to the DMK. DMK had nothing to do with Tamil. Congress had everything to do with Tamil. If you look at the 18th, 19th, 20th century Tamil scholars, they were all great nationalists. Not a single DMK man produced any literature worth the name until 1990. So, for the DMK to say that they have taken over, because it was a stolen property on the road. So what I'm saying is, this is a seed thought, which we are now sowing. It will take 15 years, 20 years. But to say that I should not sow it is to say I should not sow the truth.
But then why I repeat again, why are right-wing pro-Hindu groups struggling over the years to get the kind of political acceptance in Tamil Nadu? What is it that has prevented them from getting that kind of acceptance?
I tell you, the society in Tamil Nadu has changed. In 1970s, when we were all political activists, there used to be so little crowd in the temple. Gods did not attract people. Gods have been driven out of Tamil Nadu. Now, the only place of attraction is temple, gods. So what E.V. Ramaswamy Nayakar wanted destroyed has come back. But politics remains the same. But they cannot remain alien for too long. So the politics has to now adjust to the aspirations of the people. The people have become religious. They have become spiritual. All that the DMK wanted destroyed, for example, firewalking, or there are self-torturing methods of all that has come back. DMK people themselves are doing it. DMK is on a wicket which has already collapsed. It is only who is going to give that push. If anybody can give that push, it is only the BJP. BJP is not a pushover party today. It is a pushing party. I am not looking at it as someone RSS or who has sympathy for BJP. I am looking at it as how Tamil Nadu politics is moving. If BJP could lead a coalition, alliance of parties with 18% votes, which was unthinkable, Tamil Nadu is moving. So you can't say Tamil Nadu is not making an impact.
Okay, I just want to for a moment play what Udaynidhi Stalin said a couple of years ago, which created a controversy. And I want you to respond to that after listening to it. Listen in first to what Udaynidhi Stalin said. We just try and put that...
No, I know what he said.
Yeah, but I know what you said, but maybe some people in the audience need to be reminded of what Udaynidhi had said at the time. Can we play that? What Udaynidhi said?
It's a pity that I have to listen to what he says and comment on it.
Okay, we'll wait and see. If we get that, well and good. But what? Yeah.
கொசு, டெங்கு காய்ச்சல், மலேரியா, கொரோனா இதையெல்லாம் நம்ம எதிர்க்க கூடாது, ஒழித்து கட்ட வேண்டும். சிலவற்றை நாம் ஒழிக்கத்தான் வேண்டும், எதிர்க்க முடியாது. கொசு, டெங்கு காய்ச்சல், மலேரியா, கொரோனா இதையெல்லாம் நம்ம எதிர்க்க கூடாது, ஒழித்து கட்ட வேண்டும். சிலவற்றை...
Okay, so what he's saying is that how the battle will be pitched in the future?
No.
Those who promote Sanatan Dharma as you see it versus those who promote Dravidianism and a sense that Sanatan Dharma in its very form is hierarchical, casteist, ritualistic versus Dravidianism which claims it stands for a more egalitarian, rational society.
Rajdeep, you have no familiarity with how Tamil Nadu and DMK politics evolved in 1950s and 60s. This is at least listenable. They used to talk in such rotten language, which cannot be printed. We have listened to all that. This more gentlemanly presentation of Sanatana Dharma. You don't know the kind of pain religious people had undergone in Tamil Nadu because of these third-rate people who had come into politics in the name of Dravidianism have caused the collapse of the Tamil Nadu society. In fact, Tamil Nadu should have been the California of India. It is underperforming.
So it's on most social and economic indicators, Tamil Nadu is way ahead of the rest of the country.
I agree, because you see, Tamil Nadu has had a historical advantage of associating with modernity because the British came here first. You must understand that the present world in which if you want to succeed, you must have connectivity with modernity. Tamil Nadu established it. But Tamil Nadu established modernity without losing tradition. That became the social capital of Tamil Nadu. It didn't destroy its families, the community systems were not destroyed, relationship remained the same, the language was preserved. This is something which is completely contrary to the modern development model, the macroeconomic model, which says methodological individualism. You have to destroy the existing relationship to build a modern society. Tamil Nadu built a modern society without destroying tradition. That is Tamil Nadu. He should have performed so well, but for the corruption, you see. Today somebody was saying the kind of corruption that is going on. As I entered, sir, you please help us. Tamil Nadu should be leading India. It has that potentiality. It is underperforming because of Dravidianism.
Corruption is a national epidemic, sir. Some of the people you admire are not necessarily above board also, some of the politicians, but I take your point. I take your point that you could say much more could be done. There's a cleansing needed of public life, for example. But I do really want to ask you, over the years, you and others in Tamil Nadu have from time to time looked for options to the Dravidian parties. I recall a few years ago, you had suggested that BJP should not align with either AIDMK or DMK, instead should form its own identity with the likes of Rajnikant, for example, to lead it. That didn't work out. You seem to be constantly looking for someone who's going to take on this Dravidian identity and do a guru identity, if I may call it that.
I am not looking for somebody looking on somebody. I am actually looking for adding on. You must understand, every party has to develop a core and then add, because today it is coalition politics. For example, you look at how M.G. Ramachandran broke the DMK. M.G. Ramachandran was the first U-turn that occurred in Tamil Nadu politics against Dravidianism. He openly went to, when they were proclaimedly against religion, he openly went to the temple in Karnataka, Mookambika temple. And he openly went to Acharyas. The Tamil Nadu sentiments turned against all that the DMK stood for. So this is a poison has been spread throughout Tamil Nadu against the Tamil way of life, Tamil culture, Tamil belief, Tamil literature.
That may have been the case.
No, I agree.
That may have been the case in the past. Today, you don't believe that Tamil cultural identity and Dravidianism can coexist? They can. Why can't they coexist?
Now, what I am saying is it cannot coexist for two reasons, because even they don't believe in it. It is only a narrative. The way, for example, Annadurai adjusted himself from being a Dravidian to Tamil, Karunanidhi, Stalin couldn't do it. And this boy can never do it. They had a way of swaying the people. I used to be amazed at the way they used to speak in Tamil. They cannot do it. They are not trained to sway the people. It is swaying the people that mattered in favor of Tamil. They cannot do it because their narrative is failing by their own conduct.
Which is why the BJP next year is latching on to AIDMK. You see, if all that you were saying was true, then the BJP should courageously say, we are going to spend the next 20 years building an identity, a Tamil identity of our own.
I entirely agree. This is what I would advise the BJP. But do you mean to say I am speaking for the BJP?
I thought your advice is always taken by the BJP.
No, my advice will be listened to. It is not that it is taken.
So what you are saying is, for example, the Kashi Sangamam, all the efforts the government is making to pitch the Chola dynasty as one of the great Indian dynasties and rulers of, all of this needs to be part of a larger narrative now of rebuilding the Tamil cultural identity. Am I right?
I agree with you.
And linking it to Bharatiyata.
What the Congress failed to do after independence, gave up all the symbols of the freedom movement. The BJP has grabbed.
So whether it's a Sengol being put in
anything,
Parliament.
Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata Ki Jai, you take anything. So it was all Congress. The Congress gave it up, vacated the space. BJP has stepped in. So the BJP is not the BJP which was, or the Jansangh or the RSS which was conceived, which was structured. It is ideologically the Congress, pre-independence Congress. In the same way, what in Tamil Nadu, Congress failed to do, Modi is doing. The space which they have vacated for the DMK to grab, Modi is trying to take it back. That is why my editorial said he is trying to recover the Tamil which the DMK has stolen.
Your old friend Arun Shourie once said BJP is Congress plus cow.
You see, Arun Shourie is my friend, whatever he says. You are also my friend. You know, Caravan wrote a profile on me. And
I saw that.
A Coimbatore lady only did it. It's a long profile, 30-40 pages, in which she had said, wherever I went, this fellow had friends. Even among people who hate Hindutva concept, he has friends. So my friendship cuts across all limitations.
You didn't answer my question. You agree with him? BJP is Congress plus cow?
No. See, journalists have a way of explaining, but that doesn't mean that is nearer truth, because journalists are great inventors of narratives.
Here is someone who made his reputation as an investigative journalist at one stage, now edits the Tughlaq. But as we conclude, I want to ask you something. Over the years, and Tamil Nadu represents this great civilizational past of this country, ancient language, great traditions, as you put it. Who for you is the inspirational #1 Tamil Nadu role model? Who to you represents the best of Tamil Nadu, present or past? Who is that figure who, according to you, represents the best of what Tamil Nadu stands for?
You see, in politics, I would say Kamaraj was perhaps the only, because I moved with him. As a student Congress participant, I used to be amazed at the simplicity. I mean, I have never seen a leader like him. Ramnath Goenka told me he used to come from the assembly and sleep for 45 minutes in his house. And he used to give him 20 pairs of dhoti and kurta. That was Kamaraj.
That's it.
That's all. And when he died, in his Almera, there was 150 rupees. He's a great man. But the problem is Tamil Nadu had another longing. Cultural, spiritual, linguistic, literary, that could not be addressed by the Congress party.
So who represents the best of that cultural, civilizational model?
I can give you a list of 150 people whose names are not known to any of the people in Tamil Nadu today.
Give me 5.
U.S. Swaminath Iyer, the man who discovered every Tamil literature which we speak of today. He went from place to place, every house, and searched the old and brought it back. Because he is a Brahmin, he will not be respected. That he did so much work for Tamil is forgotten. Bharatiyar, the man who put up Tamil name in the nationalist arena. He said, we are the best people, but we are part of Bharat. He is dismissed. And Kalyana Sundarnar, any amount of name, I can reel out names, which many in the audience may not even know today. So the cultural Tamil Nadu was given up by the Congress, which the DMK grabbed. Actually, I call it stolen.
You see, every day in life we learn new things. Today I learned that you were a congressman at one time, which is interesting.
The only party in which I was the Congress party. I was never in the Jan Sangh, I was never in the BJP. The only party in which I had a membership was the Congress party. Such great people. How many simple people? Ramaya, the Congress president, the man used to walk on the road.
What do you think changed? Power changed the Congress? Or Congress was...
The culture, the DMK came and completely changed the political culture of Tamil Nadu. Simply, the victory became more important than values. For which even a person like Rajaji, whom I hold in high esteem, he was responsible because of his personal rivalry with Kamaraj. He regretted later, but that was too late. That politics can destroy the culture, value systems, the conventions and established traditions of a society. Tamil Nadu is an example.
But that's happening across the country, to be fair. Values are being destroyed by victory, especially because of vote bank politics. It's happening. It's not, Tamil Nadu is not unique in that regard. So let's not bash Tamil Nadu also too much.
I am for Tamil Nadu because I live here. I have enjoyed this Tamil. I got educated in Tamil medium. I see even today, I recollect my Tamil teachers who used to teach so well Tamil. I also learned English, and then I became an English journalist. Itself is a surprise for people who saw me as a Tamil medium student. You see, these are all okay. I still love Tamil. In fact, when Cho Ramaswamy asked me to become the editor of Tughlaq, I said, will the Tamil audience accept me? Because he was an actor, he was a multi-dimensional man. But I could still connect to them because I knew Tamil Nadu, its culture, its values. I love it. So, I have to work here in Tamil Nadu. I cannot go and say what happens in Bihar or UP. I stand for Tamil Nadu.
You say all these things and yet you survive. In some other parts of the country, God knows what would have happened. You'd be in trouble if you took on the ruling government as you seem to like to do.
You see, I have been taking on this government in 1971. We were all beaten black and blue. Why did I join the RSS? Because I didn't know how to defend myself. So I joined the RSS in 1971. It is the DMK which forced me to join the RSS.
Let's end on a positive note. We are in Coimbatore, which, as we discussed, is really an entrepreneurial hub. An example of what Tamil Nadu has achieved in the last few decades. Just a real energetic hub of growth. What is the best thing about living and being Tamil?
You see, Tamil is, of course, its greatness, everything is true, but the 5 districts, actually there are, I would say, I'm very sorry to mention in terms of communities because I consider communities as social capital. Whether it is Ludhiana, Batala, Rajkot, Jamnagar, Morbi, right down to Thoothukudi. My friend Muralidharan, chartered accountant, is there. A team of us went and studied. And we found in every place one community has led the business development. In fact, in 2000, when we conducted the Swadeshi Industrial Fair, the spirit of Coimbatore was so down. That was the starting point of revival. Actually, 16 industry associations gave us a reception and said, you have completely changed the psychology of Tamil Nadu. We all, Coimbatore, we all felt we were failed business people. But we understood that the entrepreneurship which is in the blood of these people can turn Tamil Nadu. 5 districts of Western Tamil Nadu is producing 60% of Tamil Nadu GDP. The credit goes to this community. The entrepreneurship. Education institutions followed entrepreneurship, not vice versa.
In one sentence, what's the best thing about living in Tamil Nadu and being Tamilian?
You see, the best thing, it's a very moderate society. Despite all the extremism that has been spread, Tamil Nadu has never taken to violence. Except in patches. The DMK also could not turn Tamil Nadu into a violent society. Could not. It is the kind of work that was done by our rishis, alvas, Nayanmars, great people like Thiruvalluvar. It's not a joke. No other place, no other literature, no other language has this kind of personalities. So it has gone so deep into our society. We represent the best of what we call as Bharatiya.
Okay. That's my one-liner. Tamil Nadu represents the best of what we call Bharatiya. On that note, S. Gurumurthy for being provocative and contentious and controversial as ever, but always a pleasure listening to you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand to S. Gurumurthy.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and also a big thank you to our session sponsor, G Square, India's largest plotted real estate developer. I request both you gentlemen to stay on stage as I invite Bala Ramajayam, founder and MD, G Square, to hand over a token of our appreciation. Let's have a huge round of applause, please. Our next session is reimagining Coimbatore as India's new business powerhouse. And for that, I'd like to call on stage our session moderator, Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director of Publishing, India Today Group, to introduce our speakers.
I know Mr. Gurumurthy is a very tough act to follow, but this session, of course, is of great interest to Coimbatore, the city that we are currently holding this conference on. It is in many senses, could be the future city. It is a very ambitious session that we're looking at, whether we can reimagine Coimbatore and make it India's new business powerhouse. Now, in terms of two-tier cities, Coimbatore is among one of the country's fastest growing cities, though you have other metros, I'm sorry to say, that overtake you. But there is ambition in Coimbatore to see whether it has the kind of infrastructure, the professionalism and entrepreneurship and the organization, plus, of course, the wherewithal in terms of professional workers and others to build it into a city that could not only rival Chennai, but every other major city in it. So it's a city of the future, and let's discuss that. We have three very interesting panelists, specialists in their own areas, and I'd like to introduce from left to right, with no particular order in terms of thing. N. Thirukumaran, General Secretary, Tirupur Exporters Association, and Chairman, S3 Exports India. Mithun Ramdas, President, South India Engineering Manufacturers, and Charles Martin, Managing Director of the Martin Group, that has a wide array of businesses. You have an engineering firm yourself, and I'm going to get you to answer the first question, which is actually looking at a larger picture. On one side, you have the Trump tariffs coming in, may not have affected the engineering sector as much as it has affected yours, but also there is a global order changing. And unless Coimbatore gets onto that belt of the supply chain and begins to change the way they do business, it becomes difficult for any city in India, leave alone Coimbatore. So where do you think the emphasis should come when we look at engineering goods? What are the kind of changes you need to network with the global supply chains, as well as the changes you want in Coimbatore, you see?
First, I'd like to list out what advantages Coimbatore as a city has. Coimbatore is well placed, has among the lowest calamities possible, surrounded by hills on all sides, has access
beautiful place, yes,
access to Kerala on one side, and very well connected to the rest of Tamil Nadu. It is the second highest, or rather second biggest manufacturing hub after Chennai and its suburbs. So now when you look at Coimbatore from the global perspective, whether these tariffs have hit Coimbatore, yes, it has. How much has it hit? I cannot quantify right now, but it has definitely hit us. We will probably know the impact in another 1 or 2 months as the supply chain wears out with the old taxes. But what I would like to emphasize here, or talk about here rather, is Coimbatore, being the manufacturing hub that it is, has always been an entrepreneurial city. It has always been driven by entrepreneurship, self-developed entrepreneurs with probably no formal education. That's the kind of background or the fabric in which Coimbatore was developed. Not much political help was available in the initial years. All the founding fathers, when I say founding fathers, I mean the founders of the various companies, associations like SEMA and Kodisha, etc., played a very large role in creating the city that it is. So when the city started growing, it created an ecosystem for itself within the city, right? Whether it is for pumps, whether it is for pumps, or whether it is for textiles, or whether it is for auto components. We built, the founders built an ecosystem within Coimbatore, and were very happy with it. And as the city grew, as the businesses grew, the ecosystem grew with it. Now, what do we need? What does Coimbatore need to do right now in order to rise up to the challenge when the whole world is looking at China +1? China is by and large viewed in a negative angle geopolitically, not only inside India, even outside India. China is viewed negatively because of its, you can say they're not very dependable in terms of pricing, in terms of quality, you know, in all these aspects. India is seen with a remarkably better angle in terms of affordability, in terms of quality and trust and all these. So we do have the opportunity to build on these platforms, but we have to reimagine the whole thing. We have to reimagine the economies of scale.
Right.
If we do that, I'm sure we'll be able to get there.
No, it's a good way to segue into you, Thirukumaran. Given the fact that Tirupur is among the worst affected by the Trump tariffs in terms of the apparel industry, and that Coimbatore is a textile hub. Of course, you'd like to talk about Tirupur separately from Coimbatore, but since it does feed on into a lot into Coimbatore, what are the kind of challenges you all face, and what exactly would you like the government to do now?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to add what Mr. Mithun said. We, Tirupur or Coimbatore, we complement each other. It's almost a twin city. It's not big, even though we are separated by 50 kilometers.
You don't want to make it greater Coimbatore?
We want to be, but of course we have to accept that Coimbatore has several industries to catch on, where we are only on textiles. So, short brief on Tirupur. We are a very fast growing city, doing a 75,000 crore business, out of which 30,000 crores is domestic and 45,000 crores of exports, out of which 15,000 crores is to US. 35% of our exports is to US. Of course, yes, I would definitely agree that we are hit by the Trump tariff, the US tariff. But we are resilient. We are resilient, and we know we have seen many challenges, even the COVID, like the COVID one, and then the Ukraine-Russian conflict, where the West had an inflation, because whatever reaction in the West affects us. So we have the challenges. But now, what the problem is, we need a fiscal support from the government, because short term, to overcome the short term, not to lose the business, we need a fiscal handholding from the government, which we have already requested both the center and the states.
Now, one of the things is, I mean, you have a black swan event, right? You knew this was coming. Do you feel that the government actually could have done things beforehand and averted, we have in the latest issue of Tribune, we have an apparel manufacturer says you would have to lose 7,000 staff and shut down within a month. So it's not like you could drag this crisis differently.
I don't agree with that. The government has done its best, because core interests of our country cannot be let down for some industries, even though I am one of the largest affected industry. But we have a confidence still. We can come to an agreement with the US, because US also needs us. It's not that we need US also needs us. But in terms of job losses in Tirupur, we always take care of our workers. Our workers are our prime principle of our business. So definitely, as of now, there is no job losses in Tirupur. We are still trying to negotiate the discounts, take the loss on our side, rather than laying off or doing then the rest of the country. We are not having any job losses at the moment.
Well, it's a tough time for you all, and sympathies lie with it. And I know you have to give a certain diplomatic answer, because you still have to keep your businesses going, as India has to do with the US. But let me come to Jose Charles Martin. And you've got such a varied group. The Martin Group has interests across something like 10 sectors. And how do you see Coimbatore as a future destination for your growth and development as well as Coimbatore's growth?
Yes, Coimbatore has always been supportive for entrepreneurs. And
you were born here in Coimbatore. You were born here.
Yes,
you belong
yes,
to.
I was born in Coimbatore. I went to SVOA school and then Good Shepherd and yeah. So Coimbatore has always been pioneers in motivating, supporting the innovators ecosystem. And if you take G.D. Naidu sir, so they were pioneers. He was called Edison of India. They have brought in many innovative products to the market. And overall, Coimbatore, the ecosystem, the weather, the water, the people, the educated students. So you have that ecosystem. Even I was with WinFast CEO, and they were in process of finalizing which state or we would like to come and invest. So they went to Maharashtra, they went to Gujarat, and then they shortlisted Tamil Nadu just because we have this ecosystem. We have the auto manufacturing, the components, including Coimbatore, we are really good in components manufacturing. So because of the ecosystem, they were forced and willingly wanted to come and invest in Tamil Nadu.
Right. What specifically have you invested in Tamil Nadu and your experience in dealing with some of the issues that are your own investments that you are planning in the next couple of years, and where would you like to focus on?
Yes, I'm really keen in creating satellite cities. So future is all about creating an ecosystem. You have to create cities where the housing, hospitals, your industries, schools, everything is in one campus. So people don't have to drive to another location. This is one. Another thing I feel is we are really not focusing on railways, which is one of the low-cost transportation available to us. Rather than we thinking of expanding the airlines and other things, if we can really focus on expanding the goods, expanding the railway tracks, it really help our economy in the long run. And we don't have to be dependent on oil and other imports.
Okay, good point. And I think we can take it from you, Muthin Ramesh, that take a look at the small scale, micro, small scale and medium industries that Coimbatore specializes in. What's preventing them from scaling up? If you had to advise and say, these are the 3 or 4 things, what would they be?
It's a very good question. That's something that we've been trying to address for a long time. As I said, Coimbatore has predominantly been an MSME-driven economy started by entrepreneurs, very unassuming entrepreneurs, right? So being an owner-driven company has its own pluses and minuses. More pluses than minuses, but for example, whatever catastrophe comes, whatever, whether COVID hits, whether you, whatever the calamities that can happen, an entrepreneur, an owner-driven company, an owner is out there to save himself, to save the company, come what may. He's there to provide for the family, he's there to provide for the employees. But the restriction, or the limitation rather, is that he knows only what's happening within the 4 walls of his company. Doesn't really have too much of exposure. At least this was the case till a few years back. Now the new generation is coming in. They're all well educated, have good exposure abroad. They're consuming knowledge like at such a rapid pace that it has not been seen before. So this definitive shift in mindset has come in. A lot of government policies are supportive as well. We continuously try to engage with a lot of companies that have grown from MSME to large corporates, try to learn from them. But yeah, if you have to put at one particular answer, it would be probably just exposure and knowledge. And I think we are definitely coming out of it now.
Okay, coming to you. When you take a look at Tirupur, it's got one of the largest migrant population that's coming in, estimated to be 8.1 million people or something to that number. And how are you reskilling, retraining them What is the focus that you've done on that, given the fact that he says the intent is there, but you really need to have the wherewithal?
No, good question. Every factory or every company in Tirupur has a separate skilling division. So once a new recruit is done, he is skilled for whatever job he is assigned to, like tailoring, checking, ironing, whatever is first given a basic skill in the training center. Then he is put online and given an upskilling. And also what happens is a lot of automation, investment on automation is happening. For example, a lot of operations you can automate. And also like Internet of the things, like IoT, it's called IoT system, installed on the sewing machines to monitor the real-time efficiency and educate the operator, and also give a lot of incentivize them for achieving an efficiency. So these are upskilling things we do in the industry at the moment.
I'm going to come back to you on some of the upskilling, particularly Mithun Ramdas. But coming to you, Jose. If you take a look at some of the businesses that you are, construction, hospitality, infrastructure, what can the central government do to ease business and make it easier for doing business here? And what would you want the state to do in terms of that?
State and central government, I would request if there could be a department where they can measure or give license or give approvals based on demand and supply. So, for example, one point of time, we had 8 to 10 hotels in Coimbatore, which was oversupplied, including where we are sitting today. So what happens, your resources get stuck in one place. For example, let's assume to build a hotel like this will cost around 150 to 200 crores. So you're locking your potential finance, cash flow into a lot of projects like this. If we can have a department where you value by demand and supply, if there is a demand for building a hotel here, and if we can give permissions based on that, that will be more useful for us.
Okay. Coming to you, Mithun Ramdas, if you take a look at Coimbatore, traditionally it's been known for its pumps and motors. My brother also, I think, used to make pumps here, if I remember right, in terms of water pumps. How is it getting to shift towards renewable energy? You know, and electric mobility. Is that an area that Coimbatore needs to move rapidly towards, because that's the future?
Coimbatore has been a pump and motor district, no doubt. The first motor of India was manufactured in Coimbatore. There was a point of time till probably a couple of decades back where we held 80% market share of India's consumption, probably about 2-3 decades behind. But of course, the market has grown, so has competition, so has other states. So we still remain a major force with about 40-50% market share. Now, what are the areas that Coimbatore should foray into? Among the different product lines that we wanted definitely was EV motors. We were among the first in the country, as soon as the Honorable Prime Minister announced the vision of moving towards EV vehicles, Coimbatore was among the first cities to express interest to build a cluster in Coimbatore. So we approached the central government, we approached the state government, and we were pleasantly surprised by how much of help we got, particularly the state government. They helped us with a common facility center. So most of our resources and energies needed to go into the product development rather than testing. So a common facility center was provided by the government of Tamil Nadu for testing. So if such help is given, some support, encouragement is given in this way in terms of R&D, etc., we can still do a much bigger business. But for now, yes, we are there, and we are there big.
Okay. I'm going to ask the environment question from you in a different way. You have the ESG program that Tirupur does, and
both in terms of the fact that it's one of the few clusters in the world that actually does the ESG as or environment, society and governance norms that are there. How does this give a competitive advantage? Because the garment market was always seen as, in terms of child labor and all the criticism that came, the changes that is made, and how competitive is Tirupur now when you look at the international scene? You have Vietnam, you have Bangladesh, you have got other countries that are also doing the same things, right?
I just like to correct you. It's the only cluster in the world which is ESG compliant. There is no other cluster in the world where they can be individual companies, not as a cluster. So I'll tell you what we do. We recycle around 130 million liters of water every day, and 96% is reuse. That is almost 50% of Tamil Nadu's domestic consumption every day. So the groundwater is not depleted. We produce around 1,950 megawatts of renewable energy, both by solar and wind, and we only consume 350. Rest is given to the Tamil Nadu grid. We have distilled around 12 lakes, and out of which one lake is named as the 17th bird sanctuary of Tamil Nadu, which is called the Nanjurayan Lake. Imagine a lake in the heart of the industrial town. And again, giving back to the society is within the Congo belt. It's within all the business entrepreneurs. We have built a lot of hospitals, schools, adapted a lot of schools. So anything what you call about ESG, Tirupur is number one.
Do you recycle garments, for instance? I know a lot of people, which has become somewhat of a fashion internationally, where to use recycled garments for various things. Yeah.
Add to that, see, DPP, Digital Product Passport. Why I forgot to answer your previous question, where we'll have a competitive edge. See, Digital Product Passport is going to be a norm in the near future in Europe, especially in Europe. So where there, your complete circularity is measured. So what we have done, Tirupur Exporters Association, is recycling all the textile waste what we have. We have signed with the MOU with a company called Reverse Resources, which is identified by the Government of India, Ministry of Textiles, and where all our textile waste is handled by an authorized waste handler and then sent to an authorized recycler and comes back to the chain. So this much of thing we are doing in Tirupur. It's up to we are just waiting. See, we are ready for the digital product passport. We are waiting for the European Commission to lay down the norms and also identify the certifying agencies.
Okay, I'm going to switch topics for you, Jose, and you ended your last conversation with talking about railways. Take a look at urban mobility and where do you see this? For instance, do you see air taxis becoming a norm in some places, smart e-bike solutions on Indian roads? Where do you see transport and mobility go in India?
Yes, there are huge scope in mobility, particularly in air taxi, whereas I was part of the startup Tamil Nadu, that is Startup Singham, where a lot of startups have come up where in US if air taxi cost to build around 1 million, that is like 10 crores plus or minus. In India or in Tamil Nadu, they are trying to manufacture is at 2 crores. So the cost of production of air taxi is getting low. That is one, which is when it happens in India because of our innovation and cost. Again, when you talk about public transport, we are actually lagging back when it comes to Coimbatore. By now we should have had metros, metro rails, monorails, whatever you have. These are actually helps the city grow in overall development.
Okay, I'm going to have a final round of questions, but we'll start with you, Mithun. Looking at Industry 4.0, the entire automation process that is going to happen, and where do you see the kind of impact it will have in Coimbatore, and how can Coimbatore keep up with this huge change that is coming, including in digital, AI, everything else that moves with it?
See, among the challenges that I had mentioned earlier was also our inability to adapt to these new changes in terms of Industry 4.0 and various other technologies. Now the both the central government and state government are very, very insistent on bringing lean manufacturing as a concept. They are funding us, they are giving us good amount of subsidy to adopt to these practices. Now, where India, India also, Coimbatore, and on a larger picture, India, where we lose out to the other countries, or rather, where is the opportunity that we can improve on? Our spend on R&D is roughly at about 0.6-0.7% of GDP in India.
Less, I would gather, but you're being very optimistic. Far less. When you break up that, government is the maximum, private is this much.
Yes. The breakup of that is 65% of it is by the government and 35% is by the private sector.
Private sector, yes.
But whereas you look at United States, China, they're at around 2.5 to 3% of GDP, 75% from the private sector and the balance only from the government.
Right.
But emerging countries like South Korea are at 4.5%, 5% spend for R&D on GDP. Now, if we don't wake up and invest in R&D and don't adopt to new technologies, new products, I think that we are going to miss out on a big opportunity. We have already missed the bus once. I think we should not miss the bus this time. It is time to wake up and invest in R&D.
Good. A wake-up call that needs to be done. Let's turn to Tirupur. Are you integrating automation and digital tools into the manufacturing process? How does it compare with the rest of the world?
Yeah, as you said, most of the companies here are MSMEs. It took a little time. Now we are ready. Actually, we are ready. We have already invested in a lot of automation, like automating sewing operations. Then also upgrading your processing sector. Like we are also focusing on man-made fibers, which is 60% of world's consumption, and also like digitizing your sewing operations efficiency, how you can measure and upskill keep on training the operators. So again, there is always a supply demand issue, because when there is a lot of work, we are growing at a 15% CAGR every year, and we are taking a target of 1 lakh crore by 2030. So there will always be a supply demand, and we have to address that. That is one thing, is automate your complete sewing operations, and also try to upskill your current workforce.
Jose, where do you see Industry 4.0, the whole automation thrust, digital tools? How are you doing it in your industry, and what does Coimbatore need to do?
We have to really focus on AI. We cannot miss the bus, as my friend rightly told. AI is very important. As we are building IT parks, we need to plan for AI parks as early as possible. And we have to have innovation center, incubation centers, and where we support the startups, help the nurturing innovators, and support them in a big way.
Okay, we've got 2 minutes. That's 30 seconds each. And what I want you to do is one or two big things that you want Coimbatore to do immediately and urgently. Start with Mithun, if you'd like to start. One or two big things that you would like Coimbatore to do urgently if it has to become the city of the future.
For Coimbatore alone?
Yes. Since we're discussing Coimbatore.
Coimbatore needs to address its labor force problems. We have to address our infrastructure problems, which is the roads and the rail networks. We have to address availability of quality but affordable raw material, which is increasingly becoming a challenge in Coimbatore as far as the engineering sector is concerned. These three I feel are the most important right now.
Thiru?
For us, man-made fibers, technology on man-made fibers, which India is lagging, especially processing. A lot of emphasis has to be given to that. And we are also, I think, Tamil Nadu government has come up with a special scheme for helping incentivizing the processing sector. So also like automation on sewing operations if Tamil Nadu government comes or central government comes with a scheme, I think then we can grow very fast.
Okay, Jose, the city of your birth, what would you want? Two things.
I feel we need more of smart city planning, where for example, your connectivities are easier, your public transports are easy, and your connectivity is easy because traffics are becoming a huge problem now, and including your IT and everything else.
Well, we are 30 seconds away, and this is time to say thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Thirukumaran, Mithun Ramdas, and Jose Charles Martin a very, very warm round of applause for this very incisive session on Coimbatore. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, and I request all of you gentlemen to please stay on stage, as I'd like to call upon G. Balaji Veera Raghavan from NECC to hand over a token of our appreciation. Alright, so our next session is Federalism and Fun Twist. This session is sponsored by Adani. Let's take a look at this AV.
इतना सारा पानी, ट्यूबवेल, बिजली तो आती जाती है। ये सब वो अपना सूरज है ना, सब उसका कमाल है। सूरज।
राकेश, तू कब आया अभी लाइट से?
अरे वाह ताई, पहचान गई? शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
शहर जाए मेरी जूती, मैंने यहीं अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया। वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है।
अरे राकेश, अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे।
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना?
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ?
चलो, वो रहे सूरज भैया।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
And I'd now like to call on stage our session moderator, Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing, India Today Group, to introduce our next speaker.
Yes, sir. Hello. Let's give a really warm round of applause to Thangam Tennarasu, the Finance Minister of Tamil Nadu, apart from that, the Environment and Climate Change Minister. So that's a huge, huge portfolio. And we have a very... Sorry, let me just get this out of the way. Yeah. So we have a very important discussion, which is essentially looking at what our compeer said, federalism and the fun twist. And let me just talk a little bit of that before I come to you, Minister, is that at the heart of Indian democracy, there is a very, very delicate balance. And that is the sharing of resources between the center and state. Unfortunately, recently, that balance has been disturbed and has become a flashpoint, a controversial point. Now, southern states, and that's why we're discussing this, in particular, have been, they feel penalized for what is called good governance, penalized for having high growth rates and low population growth rates. So what happens is, in the allocation of resources, states that have large populations tend to get more funds. They may not be generating the kind of funds that were there. We'll get into some of these figures. But another area that has started creating tensions is the GST, which you all agreed upon, but certainly there's been controversy about the fact that are the states' resources going to be denied? We know that the center talked of 48,000 crores of loss. How much of that is the state's loss? How that will be allocated is the other big question. So we have a top expert on this, and you've been finance minister apart from several other ministries that you've been holding. Tamil Nadu has been in the forefront of this whole battle or debate of fair allocation of federal funds. And as I said, there is a paradox. This state works very hard, but does great in economic growth, and yet your share of taxes in central funds have fallen, from central funds have fallen. So how would you see this entire debate that is there? Are you, what are the corrective measures you feel that it should be done? Firstly, the balance of funds. Let's talk of that. What is your sense in terms of the unfairness of that? Is it unfair, as you all have argued? And what needs to be done? So your mic is this. Try this. Sorry.
See, right from the beginning, if you see, there is always a flaw in the system, I would say. As you know very well, when India got independence, the entire nation was very weak, and the focus was on the central stage. And at that time, the center had a lot of responsibilities to build the nation. But eventually, you know very well that the states will have to take care of the needs like education, health, and everything. So the states were told to go in for their own revenue generations, creating their own resources. So what had actually happened, the responsibilities which were actually shouldered by the centers over a period of time, it was transferred to the shoulders of the states. And states were burdened with a lot of other responsibilities also. So that created a basic imbalance in the entire scenario right from the day one. What happened, for example, if you take the states now, they are now responsible for 2/3 of the projects, for the 2/3 of the expenditure part of it. Whereas the revenue for the individual states, it stands at only at the 1/3 of it. So your revenue was 1/3 of it, and your expenditures are 2/3 of it. And this 2/3 of expenditure is to be incurred by the states with the revenue sources of only 1/3. So there is an imbalance. So this continues for years and years, and this is yet to be corrected.
Right.
And even after the advent of GST, we all thought that some correction would be done as assured. The revenues of the states would be protected, or rather compensated. Even that had stopped at one particular point of time. Even before we were now getting out of the shock of COVID and the aftermath of the COVID and everything. So it is yet to be compensated. So this is, if you take the entire scenario, overall scenario, there have been a consistent issue with the structure of the system. That structures, the flaw in the system, that needs to be corrected first. Only then there will be an equal and fair play of revenue allocations, the resource allocations between the state and center.
Now, do you see this merely as an accounting issue in some senses, or part of a larger, not conspiracy, but a kind of a move, especially where opposition ruled states are there, that the center, which is controlling, which need not necessarily be of the same party as Yola, begins to somewhat use their influence to hammer you all down? Is that something that you have experienced?
Yes, it is always there. The partisan is always there. That is why when I made my first point, I used the word to be fair enough.
Now come to Tamil Nadu. I want you to be specific with regard to Tamil Nadu. You have the BJP government there wanting to capture power along with its coalition partners. How much have they hammered you down in terms of some of the programs?
Yes, it has got a very, I would say, it is not a mere dent on the programs. It has made a very, very specific, irreparable losses to the government. Just because we belong to the opposition, we are not treated on par with the BJP-ruled states. Again, that is why when we are saying, when we are talking about this, that is why we are saying that when it comes to the matters of fiscal issues, there must be a cooperative federalism. The cooperative federalism must be in its true spirits. When there is a partition between the BJP-ruled governments and the opposition-ruled governments, where those governments will get more money, and the due legitimate fiscal allocations for the states ruled by the opposition is denied. And that is completely, it changes the cooperative federalism into a coercive federalism.
Can you give us 2 or 3 examples of how your own programs or your demands have been impacted because the center didn't yield? On the top of your mind, I know you.
Yeah. I can quote umpteen number of examples, but just to name a few, I would say this. As a policy, we have now told them that we cannot have Hindi as the third language in our schools. Just because we are not agreeing to that point in the NEP, the funds which are due for our school education department through this Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, to the tune of around 4,000 crores is yet to be released.
Wow.
In spite of the fact that the school education minister, the finance minister, the CM, every one of the state who are responsible for the individual department, for the overall health of the state, who are all responsible. We have been making consistent and constant efforts in banging the doors of the central government, the union government, saying that, look, where are the money which are actually due for us? We need to pay for our students. We need to create schoolrooms. We need to really pay our teachers. This money has to be given to us. Until date, sir, till this minute I am talking to you, the money has not come to the state. Why? Why this attitude? Because as a policy we have taken it. And just because we are not agreeing to a particular point, we have taken it as on a policy decisions, you are now denying all these rights to us. Equally, when you talk about the disaster management, the funds from NDRF, they are not, they are released, but not commensurate with the exact damages actually caused. I can still go and say that the center's share towards the central-sponsored schemes, it was once 75% from the central government and 25% from the state governments. Today it is 60-40. So what does it mean? The union government, it gradually reduces its share. At the same time, the states are burdened with increasing their equity in it.
Right.
So this creates a lot of issues for the health of the state finances.
And despite the fact that the language policy is supposed to be implemented by the states, it's a state subject, it is supposed to be voluntarily done. I mean, you cannot do a fiat. And yet you're saying the center is using that as a stick to beat you all and deny funds. Am I right? That's what essentially...
Exactly, sir. They are actually waiting for a cause. Why? There is actually no need for it. Maharashtra, for example, you take them. Now they have denied it. Earlier they were for it, and then there were a lot of issues in Maharashtra erupting out of this issue. They have now agreed to it. But why not the same yardstick is followed in Tamil Nadu for the very same policy made? Which means what? You are showing clear partisan between the states which are favorable to you, be it your own party-ruled states or who are in alliance with you. The states the parties who are in alliance with you, they might be ruling in certain states. And you try to appease them. You will travel one extra mile to appease them. Whereas, for example, for a state like Tamil Nadu, we will have to really go with the begging for our own legitimate demands.
Right. And because you also handle environment and climate change, one of the issues is the flood situation, right? And you have to make your demands whenever there's been unseasonal rains or a lot of damage as we've seen across the north. How is the approach in terms of that? Some of the issues that you face while dealing with the center when you have look for relief and other measures that are there?
Yes. Normally what we would do, we will get a ad hoc amount from them. Every year the union government will have to really release their share of funds towards NDRF. That money they are releasing. Whether there is a disaster or there is no disaster, doesn't matter. This money will have to come as a reserve. Only that particular amount is released. Not a penny for the exact damages which were caused by the disasters. For the last 4 years, Tamil Nadu has got about 3 major disasters. One is the Mixam thing from Chennai. The second is the unheard of flood situation in the southern districts. And third is again a big disaster. All these things, the damages, nothing has been given to us. In spite of a repeated request, we went and we said, look, these are all the damages cost. This is our estimates. This is the fund which needs to be released. Only when you give this money under NDRF, this can be really done. They have not given any money for this. Why?
And that's a good point, because if you take a look at what's happening across the country, particularly 2025, I think we're feeling the adverse impacts of climate change. We have seen how there have been tremendous amount of rain up in the northern states, and whether Himachal, Punjab, there's been huge displacement that's happened in Jammu and Kashmir. Come this side also, Delhi has been inundated. And of course, we've seen Chennai and everything else. What should the government's approach be towards, the central government's approach towards helping our states to mitigate the fact that climate change is on us now seems very clear. What do you think center needs to be done in terms of funding that could enable states like Tamil Nadu and others to mitigate these damages, of course, and also meet the immediate emergencies that happen?
See, in addition to the immediate emergency expenses, what needs to be done in this case is that we need to really invest on a long-term capital expenditure. We need to really create assets that will mitigate all these situations, the flood situations or whatsoever it is, over a period of time, for which you will have to make a concrete permanent solutions for this, which means that involves great amount of capital expenditure. These union government should be generous enough to allocate and release funds towards it. Only when you give this, only when you give more money to this, the states would be in a real position to really make permanent solutions in terms of capital expenditure, in terms of mitigation of your flood situations even in future. So my request to the center is always, you please be generous when it comes to the allocation of funds towards capital expenditure. As you have rightly told, the initial response could be different. That is for a very short-term temporary measures.
Disaster
the state
relief.
Government, yes, we can help you. We can now, immediately we can offer some help. But when you want to really go in for on a long-term basis, the necessary assistance in terms of fiscal allocations should come from the central government.
Now, just a little question on environment, putting on your environment hat and climate change. Take a look at Tamil Nadu. What is the crisis?
It's a change from finance to climate, I think. It's now quick changes.
Just a little bit in terms of some of the priorities you think Tamil Nadu should focus on, because agriculture dependence is very high. If rainfall patterns change, flooding, droughts, rivers overflowing, each of them have their impact on it. Apart from the fact that, take a look at some of the industries that have to start sustainable development that's there. What is Tamil Nadu doing to ensure that firstly it is able to mitigate and adapt to some of these situations, and secondly being at the cutting edge of sustainable solutions?
Yeah, Tamil Nadu has been always a forerunner in this. And when it comes to the sustained development goals, Tamil Nadu has been again accredited the #1 state in India for this. And as a measures of this, the Environment Department, in association with Forest Department, we are now going in for creating a lot of space for it. Tamil Nadu, I would say that it is the state which has got 20 Ramsar sites now. That is one of the biggest achievement, I would say. This is the first state in the country which has got 20 Ramsar sites. And we are also engaged in the pollution control measures. Very strict adherence to the pollution control, very strict measures in giving the clearances from the environmental clearances which is being adopted now. And as a whole, I would say that we are coming with a lot of other projects, even from the school programs right up to the creation of forests, everything. The forest cover is now increased. So every bit of it is now taken care by the Environment Department. Side by side, we are also now looking towards the blue economy also. When we talk about all these things, that should not affect the livelihoods of the people over there, especially in the coastal lines. For them, we have now devised specific plans for the blue economy. So we are now making a balance when it comes to the livelihood of the people without compromising the needs on the environmental front.
Let's compliment the minister. I switched topics and he came up with a very good answer in terms of it. I caught him by surprise on this one. But coming back to the subject.
That is called adaptability, I think.
Coming back to GST and what I had mentioned earlier, fiscal autonomy that's there. If you take a look at the fact that the GST council is dominated by the center, and also since they have a lot of states with them, the states feel they've lost control over fiscal autonomy. And the GST has become a centralizing tool rather than a cooperative one. And I would like you to first comment on the fact what happened recently. Did you think it was a cooperative one, or was it sort of imposed on you all? And secondly, what needs to be done to ensure fiscal autonomy of the states?
See, after GST, I would straight away say the fiscal autonomy of the state is now taken away. Earlier, during the VAT regime, yes, we can decide, the state, they can decide on its own for which product, what could be the tax, when and where it has to be levied and all. Now it has become, after this, the center, now they have taken a convenient advantage behind the cess and surcharges. So GST is for the tax rates, tax incidences, whereas the cess that is being collected by the center, it straight away it goes to the kitty of the center. Right?
So they beat you by taking cesses.
Exactly. So as long as their needs are taken care by way of cess, they are quite well with it. Whereas the state's revenues are hit. For example, for the rate rationalization, the GST meeting recently we had in Delhi, we are not opposed to the rationalizations. I would still say we have already made it clear on behalf of the 8 states, the opposition states. And today, in front of everyone, I would like to again reiterate that we are not against rate rationalization. As long as it serves good, as long as it helps the actual consumers, it is fine. We would welcome it. But at the same time, when you reduce when you make the structural changes in the slab system, who will be affected more? The states. And the compensation for the states, that is not assured. The states, now people would say that by bringing in this nationalization exercise, people say that the loss to both the union government, the total loss, I would say, including the states, to be somewhere in between 83,000 to 2,15 lakh crores.
That much? I see. I thought they said it was 48,000 crores. No.
They say it. Actually, it should be much more. It should be much more. That is why during the meeting we insisted that you please come out with this specific number. Even that was not committed. Because it varies. And every media you could have seen coming up with different values.
Right.
And we have our own estimates as to how far we would be losing.
And what are the estimates Tamil Nadu has?
We thought that should be somewhere between 5,000 to 10,000 crores.
10,000 crores.
5,000 to 10,000 crores to make it as a rough estimate. And this varies from states to states. And what needs to be considered now is states like Tamil Nadu, we are now on the midway. We have presented our budget. We have rolled our projects. Tamil Nadu is a state we must also understand and appreciate. We have been investing both on the infrastructure project as well as on the social development projects. where would we go? Suddenly when you are deprived with this kind of money, huge money is taken away from your kitty and it is not going to be compensated when there is no assurance from the union government as to how this is going to be done. Completely we are left in lurch.
Right.
So where would the states go? We should always keep it in mind. Any rationalization or any radical changes will have to be done only in consultation, taking the states into confidence. So that is the very basic structure of GST. When GST Council is there, the decisions are taken on a common consensus basis. That should happen. That is the true spirit of cooperative federalism.
I was speaking to Nirmala Sitharaman, not me, the organization was, and I was present in that when she came over to our office just 2-3 days back. And she said, look, I was willing to put it to vote, but none of you all wanted it because a lot of your states were objecting to it. And she said, then let's take a vote. And you were against that process.
See, going for a voting is not a big deal, but why should we go for a vote? My request or my demand rather is, you should first talk to the states. It was not discussed before GST Council, before the decision was taken. See, this is actually the other way around. A decision was taken, a decision was announced, and then you call for the GST Council meet.
So it's an imposition.
Yes.
It was an imposition.
Yeah, exactly.
You're saying Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman virtually imposed the tax on you.
She said, look, this is what the decision has already been made and it is put for your approval. And when that is rolled out, and states, we do have our own apprehensions, our own fears as to what will happen to the state revenues. The states now, we have been made for expenditures of 2/3 of the expenditures, we are responsible. The 1/3 of the revenue is only we are getting. And 40% of my tax revenue is subsumed by under GST. For example, take Tamil Nadu, the 50% of my actual revenue comes from GST. When that is lost, where would I go? When I have my own other resources, SOTR, on a very limited basis, those resources are very limited.
Correct. Yeah.
I can't stretch further. I will have to predominantly banking only on the revenues from GST, the compensation which you are giving. After 2022, that compensation is stopped. So now what we are saying, you are making this change, and we are talking about the higher end SUVs and the SIN products.
Correct.
It was 88. Now we are bringing to 48. The remaining 48 is there. What we suggest is, as an additional levy you put, make it as an additional levy. You still put. That additional levy can be actually given as a compensation to all the states.
Right.
We can now divide it with among ourselves. Because this is not happening, even if when we made our case before the Finance Commission, actually the vertical devolution which was given to the states is only 41%.
As compared to earlier, 42.
Because successive Finance Commissions, they have been doing injustice to the states.
Right.
Because center's revenues are protected in terms of cess and surcharges.
That's right.
Whereas your devolution, when it is vertical, it is not there. So we should now go in for a distribution.
Right.
I agree. I'm not against distribute. It is good to distribute the resources. But on whose cost?
Yes.
You should not be penalized for the good thing you have done.
Right.
Tamil Nadu, the developed states, just because they have adopted novel practices, just because they have been progressive states, they should not be penalized for the good they have done.
That comes, we've got 3 more minutes, Minister, and that comes to the question of solutions. We have seen, as you're saying, the unfairness of the fiscal balance, and states, particularly opposition states, feel that they are being victimized for some of the good work they've done. What would you say would be the 3 or 4 things that the center needs to do to ensure that fiscal federalism prevails fairly?
So my thing is, instead of going for a choosy attitude, there must be a system by which it's a rule-based system.
Mm-hmm.
If the center comes with respect to a rule-based distribution system, for the in the matters of fiscal issues, then that will actually solve this. There should be, or otherwise I would even suggest there can be an autonomous fiscal council that will actually deal into the appropriation of funds between the states and centers. Now, center, you reserve all the rights. You have this big brother attitude. You keep so much for you.
Right.
And you give less for the states, forgetting that the country or the center will be healthy only if the states are healthy. The state's fiscal health has to be maintained. That has to be protected. Once that is done, automatically the center's health will flourish.
So should we say that we have to rethink the entire finance commission? Should there be an alternative? Is this finance commission arrangement satisfactory, not satisfactory? The GST council satisfactory, not satisfactory? What is the big revamp you want?
We need to really go in for a basic structural revamp. If this is going to be the case, finance commissions, as I have already told, successive commissions, they have not done justice to the states. You said that, look, we will do the allocation, the distribution will be done based on the, underdeveloped states or the overdeveloped states or the better developed states. Suddenly what will happen? The entire resources will be diverted to other states. I don't want to name the states. They have not adopted the birth control programs. And we, late in 70s, we implemented it. And now we are being penalized for it. The good policies of the government during those times, that were actually implemented by governments like Tamil Nadu. And today you are paying for it. It is not correct. It is not fair. And just because you are a developed economy, it is not correct to really cut funds for you. If I thrive, if I flourish, that will automatically, it will take care of the other states also. So the simple thing is, this is only I would like to say this.
Say it.
When the country on a larger pie,
right,
the lesser developed states, when they get small, it will also actually, it will all get it.
Right.
This is how it should be.
And so you're calling for a complete revamp in terms of fiscal federalism, one?
There must be a structural change.
Right.
There must be an understanding of this. There must be fairness in this allocation of funds, be it an opposition ruled state or the treasury benches of the government ruled states. There must be a fair treatment as far as the fiscal issues are concerned.
On that note, Tangam Tennarasu, Minister for Finance, Climate Change and Environment, a brilliant exposition of what the state wants. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a very, very warm round of applause for that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Such a pleasure indeed. Thank you so much, sir. We had a good time. And thanks for this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for a very insightful session, and this session was sponsored by the Adani Group. I request you to please stay on stage as I'd like to call upon Dr. J. Sivakumaran, COO, Kobai Medical Center and Hospital, to hand over a token of our appreciation. session is Fixing the Skill Gap. And for that, I'd once again like to call on stage session moderator Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director Publishing, India Today Group, to introduce our speakers for the next session. Let's have a huge round of applause, please.
I can assure you that this is not by design that I'm doing a hat-trick of sessions. It's just that some of them had been rearranged, so I ended up doing 3 of these moderations. But let me invite on stage G.D. Rajkumar, who everyone knows here, a familiar figure in Coimbatore. And of course, we're missing one of the speakers who's supposed to be here today, but we are very well compensated. Please sit down. And Kanishka Armugam, yes, co-CEO of Eki Water Technologies. Again, familiar faces to Coimbatore and Tamil Nadu. And this is, I think, a very, very important session for various reasons. And if you look at, everyone talks of this demographic dividend that India has, which is quite simply put that 65% of Indians are under the age of 35. And therefore, it's our biggest strength in terms of having a workforce that is very young, that everybody aspires to. But as it turns out, it is also our biggest challenge. And if you look across the sectors, and you're in the green sector as well, everyone is crying out for talent. And this is a different kind of talent we're looking out for. The statistics show that 9 out of 10 workers today in India are still in the low-skill, low-productivity jobs. And one of the examples on the renewable sector, for instance, faces a shortage of close to 1 million skilled workers. And that number could go up to 1.7 million. Now, this is a sunrise sector, and here you have a skill gap that's there. The fact is that the government seems, the central government and state governments have recognized skill development as one of the priority areas. We know that the Modi government in 2015 launched the Skill India mission, which was boldly projected to train 300 million people. The jury is out on that. And the fact that many of them trained didn't find jobs, largely because the programs weren't aligned with the industry, with what the industry actually needed. Of course, the Modi government will differ and say that they have done an outstanding job, and they have. I mean, it's a very difficult task, as we know. But that is one of the big things that they need to answer for, because in any survey that India Today does, and we have done our Mood of the Nation poll recently, we have seen how that is the number one problem. And now unemployment is the number one problem that keeps coming up. Just a quick word before I bring the panelists in, is that the Prime Minister has recently announced the Prime Minister's internship scheme, which was launched last year, a very good example where he wanted 1 crore Indians or 10 million Indians to get real work experience in the top 500 companies that we have with stipends and to support them. There's also push for inclusivity in some of these things. So you have here a huge attempt by the central government to create the kind of awareness and skill development that's there. But yet, as we know, there is a huge skill gap that is there. And so therefore, we have two appropriate panelists over here. G.D. Rajkumar, Managing Director, G.D. Weiler, one of the most innovative companies based in Coimbatore that was started by G.D. Naidu, his grandfather, who was a visionary and industrialist, innovative industrialist, and his father, G.D. Gopal, carried the legacy, and so are you. Today, they have some of the cutting-edge companies, including setting up a whole range of training centers. And of course, I have Kanishka Arumugam, co-CEO of Eki Water Technologies. He's a second-gen member of the Eki Water Technology Group and CEO currently. He's also Chief Executive of the Indo-German Alliance. Is that still on with you? And you've just passed your MBA from the Oxford University. Is that correct? Is that also there? Okay, great. So let's start with you, Rajkumar. And you've been among the ones that had pushed. And I'm going to go into a general discussion before we come to specifics. that how do you explain this paradox that 88% of our workers are in unskilled, untrained jobs, when actually we have the youngest workforce and we need there's tremendous amount of jobs that require skill. What's the reason for this paradox?
Good evening, Raj. Thanks a lot for inviting me here. And good evening to everyone. The problem has started many, many years ago. I think India being focused with the British system of education, we never focused on skilling like Germany or Switzerland or Austria.
Good point.
The problem here is because there was no focus on that, at some point of time, the governments did realize it. I think the first training institute was started in Oakla when Mr. Nehru went to Germany and spoke to the then Chancellor.
Right.
And they started the Oakla Training Institute. And thereafter, the NTTFs came, the NATO Technical Training Foundation,
right,
which was started by a Swiss missionary in India. And they spread across all over India. And then, like institutes like our own institute, GTTI, we started in 2002. And we are the only institute giving a German certificate to the trainees. The biggest problem, I think, is right from the beginning, we don't have master trainers.
Right.
But if you take skills, although you say 88% is, not properly skilled, there are certain trades. You take, for example, a hairdresser today, or a plumber, or an electrician. They earn higher salaries than even engineers. I mean, people who have apartments and houses know what's happening. They have a breakdown and they want to call somebody. They charge whatever they want to because they are skilled. And one thing what we need to focus is on the remuneration of these skilled trainees when they pass out. What is it we are willing to pay them? What are the trainers going to get?
Right.
And do we have enough master training institutes in the country to give skilled education? And then the most important thing is recognition. Now we have an institute which is giving a German certificate, but our trainees are not recognized in India.
Really?
Because we follow the German system of training.
Okay.
And we won the first World Skills Silver Medal for the country. And it was literally not even brought out in any media or anything. This was in the year 2009. And many medallions of excellence. Initially, we took part in literally every World Skill competition in manufacturing. Now, there are many sectors where we are doing very well. You take chefs, working in restaurants. We have great people. We have a lot of good people who are skilled. But when it comes to manufacturing, there is definitely a big skill gap, which has traditionally been there. And to bridge this, as I told you, these three things, remuneration, recognition, and master training is very, very important. Only then we can go forward.
Very good points, and that's a good sort of setup to look at your sector, Kanishk, in terms... Sorry, I whacked one of your mics. So you can keep this. Sorry. Yeah. Take a look at the renewable energy sector, and I mentioned the kind of figures that there's a skill gap of close to 1 million people that the industry or the sector requires. How do we plug these gaps quickly, in your experience, without compromising on quality? That's the main thing, right? You can do the numbers, but if you don't bring quality into it, that's going to be an issue.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Namaste and
Closer
welcome.
to the mic, yes, please. This mic, I think you'll have to
Is it
hold
okay?
it. Yes,
Yeah,
right next
first
to
of
your
all,
mouth.
thank you for having me in this conclave. Regarding skills, I think in India, academia has been part of the education system, right? The skill training is sitting at the corner of academic world. It's usually considered as an add-on certificate program or something like this. So I think skills should be at the heart of industry and education, So I think this is where we have to start with in terms of skilling. So skills cannot be skills certificates or external professional certification doesn't work. So I mean, skilling should be at the heart of industry and education.
No, in
sector.
your particular industry, renewables, which is the sunrise industry, what areas, what would your suggestion be in terms of developing skilling centers or?
I work in the water technology and pump space. You know, when you mean skilling, usually people consider it to be a plumber or pump fitter or electrician and stuff, right? Skilling is usually considered as part of a blue collar job. But why should it be? Like, you know, from the CEO to the watchman, everyone needs skilling. Like AI today is, everyone needs to have the skill set in AI. So I think, you know, skilling as a perspective has to change, you know, not just for blue collar employees, but for everyone. So there has to be a better aspirational brand, and career paths through skill schools and skill programs should be encouraged more.
Okay, you're looking at the stigma that is attached to vocational courses and how you can de-emphasize that, make it more sort of respectable, if you would like to call it. Right?
If I add one more comment, it's like in Germany, 75%
I love the way both of you keep quoting Germany. I mean, this must be just a common connection.
And in South Korea, it's around 96%. India stands out skilling around 2 to 4%. So we have a lot of work to do in that space. And we already have the blueprint of Germany and South Korea, where skilling employees from, you know, all levels has played an important role in their industrial transformation.
Right. Rajkumar, I want you to do a critical analysis. We had the Skill India program. It's not that we don't have programs. We have a plethora of them, and the government's, premier program was Skill India. And there they promised what? 30 crore, that's 300 million people should be skilled. What is your an assessment of the outcomes? And what, in your view, should have been done or not done?
See, firstly, to your question, you said we're quoting Germany. So let me just put that in perspective. I am not an engineer.
Right.
I am a skilled workman, trained in Germany for 3.5 years as an industrial mechanic, and I underwent the German skill training program. That is why I'm quoting Germany.
And if you say mechanic here, people think that's a, in India, he's a mechanic. That's the way they look at it, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, that respect for labor is not there. Yes, but go ahead.
So I'm basically an it's called an industrial mechanic course, which was a 3.5-year course where you go for 3 days a week to the factory. And each factory there has an apprenticeship department where for the first 1 year, you are put systematically through a training program. Second and third year, you go to various departments of the factory, and always in a week, 1 or 2 days, you go to the school, where many companies compulsorily, the trainee goes and gets a contract with a company for the vocational program, and all these trainees compulsorily have to go to the school to learn the theoretical part, which is conducted by the government.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you because what I would really like you to do, while I know that the German system is superb, we have had the government, along with this internship program, talk of a revamp of the ITIs across India. So let us take that experience, which is unique in some senses, but let us see, and you've run technical training institutes here, what should the government do specifically when it talks of a revamp of the ITIs and everything else that's there? What do they need to do if they have to meet the current skill gap?
So that's where I wanted to get to. So 2016, our Honorable then Skill Development Minister, Mr. Rudy, visited our institute. And he was totally taken aback by the standards. And he asked a question, are you recognized? I said no. So he said, we would like to use an institute like yours as a benchmark and improve the quality of the ITIs. So we actually developed something called, along with the joint secretaries then in Delhi, we developed a program called GVET, German Indian Institute of Vocational Education and Training. This was supposed to get deployed, and every state wanted one GVET, and the best practices from these GVETs were supposed to get into the ITIs.
Never happened.
COVID came and many things fizzled out, many people changed, and we could not drive. And the German side also, they were having a fear because each two states needed somebody to handhold to ensure that the quality of training is good. And this whole thing fizzled out. That's what happened.
Okay, I'm going to come back to this, but let's get Kanishk into this. Let's measure success of skill centers, right? This is one of the measuring success of skill centers from number trained to number employed. That's the key. Where is this gap? Again, I'm looking at this gap because, and you're looking at the renewable energy sector, so you can use that as an example. How do we bridge that gap? I keep asking this question.
I think in India, from my experience, little experience, there is a lot of gap between academic world and the industrial world, right? So let's not blame the government alone. Like I think industry and academia should sit together and demand should come from industry. I come from the industry. I think we often less interact with the academic world. So interaction with the academia, demand should come from the industry and the educational institutions should supply the demand. So this is A, right? And to be globally competitive, I come from Coimbatore, which is called as the pump city of Asia, right? You need to have German engineering, Japanese quality, Italian finish at Chinese prices, combined
sounds like
with
that old Rajkumar song.
Combined
Raj Kapoor, sorry.
combined with Korean efficiency.
Mere juta hai Japani or iska, no, no.
So all that is possible by skilling, and I think Coimbatore has got the right ecosystem, you know. Very few cities around the world have that ecosystem, you know, like Stuttgart in Germany or Shenzhen in China. I think Coimbatore will be known for an industrial innovation zone if we continuously to work on the skill set and, you know, skill schools working together, academic world and the industry working together.
Right. No, I'm going to come to a little provocative question because everyone throws it to the government and says, why isn't the government doing this? Look, skilled workers is the need of the industry. You all need to be doing that, right? I mean, industry needs to be saying, I don't have the skilled manpower. What can I do to train and have internships and employment sort of schemes that build in the skill levels? So should we say, or what would be the way out? Do we de-emphasize government and you say that the skill business should be run privately? The government could fund the best of them, but the government should get off this vehicle. The industry knows what to do with what skills it wants.
I think what the government should do is, should tie up with the best of the institutes in Germany and Switzerland. These are the countries where skilling is at its best level. Actually, it's dwindling down there too. Create syllabuses which are available for the industry. The industry should do the training. And the government should allow the industries, depending on the duration of the courses, allow the industry to give a diploma because MSD, Ministry of Skill Development, has under the NCVET program a skill certificate as well as a diploma certificate. Now, the government should give both choices to the industry. You do a 2-year course, you are allowed as a company to give a skill certificate. You do a 3-year course, as a company, you can give a diploma certificate, diploma in tool and die making, diploma as CNC machining technology or whatever. But one fundamental thing which I forgot to touch upon earlier, when you talk about these ITIs and all that, one fundamental mistake, what has been happening in the past, the trainers in the ITIs are engineers. How can an engineer who never held tools in his hand go and train people? People think engineers can be trainers. Engineers cannot be trainers. The typical Indian engineer cannot be trainers.
I hope there are no engineers out here who are doing that, but...
the engineers can do many things.
Right.
But I'm talking about skill deployment. Taking a tool in the hand and showing how to do it. Because the engineer himself has never done it. So
you are saying who should they appoint?
They should take these people who have passed out of the NTTFs or from institutes like ours, who have done a skilling program for 3.5 years, have in each region, southern regions, western region, in Bangalore, for example, one of the first tie-ups what India had with Germany, with the state of Baden-Württemberg, was the Foreman Training Institute, FTI. Today, people think you don't need a foreman training. That's actually a master training institute. But the whole thing has dwindled. It's become something else now. So we need these master training institutes everywhere. Why do we have fantastic, chefs and pastry makers? Because Taj hotels put up these training centers in few places in the country, and cooks are being trained very professionally. ITC also, and they are getting jobs now in other hotels, and even doing their own startups. Individuals are starting. I recently met a lady in Coimbatore who was trained at ITC. She started doing, pastries and all that. It's all finally hand skills. So engineers cannot do hand skills unless they themselves have gone through a skill training program.
Okay, would you, Kanisha, come on to this in terms of the fact that there was a National Skill Development Corporation, there still is. And for a while, there was a scheme that said that the government would fund certain industries, and the industries can then run those skill programs in their own companies. But as it turned out, there were aberrations, and some of them was that the industries took the money, and after 2 years returned it, but used the money for something else, used it as capital for them, and that became a problem. Where now, of course, the government has said, okay, we will subsidize certain parts of the Provident Fund and others. What is the best way out, Kanishka? You've come back from an MBA degree. This is all about management that needs to be employed in terms of bettering the program. What are 2 or 3 things you would say?
A professor of mine from Oxford used to say, over-analysis leads to paralysis. Academicians always, deliberately talk about, this work and the PhD is coming up with a lot of research work, but nothing gets applied. The only way is to go, apply, test it, and build on it, right? That's skills. It's like a pilot flying a simulator versus a pilot actually flying a real plane. So skills is like the real pilot who actually flies a plane, and just knowledge alone is like in a simulator. So number 1 is application. My thoughts would be on 4 I's, I would say. 1 is innovation. I think cities like Coimbatore or zones like this should innovate. We should export more of internationalization, inclusivity, as my friend Mr. Rajkumar said, that the trainers has to be given as equal respect as a professor or a lecturer in a college, right? So there is a lack of trainers, good quality trainers, and they should come from industry and a methodological approach to train the trainers. So, and my last I would be innovation, internationalization, inclusivity, and I would say improve. Every day.
Say, sorry, what
improve your organization.
Okay, improve, sorry. Yeah, sorry, the system.
Improve your organization, improve the skill set. I think every day we all work together to improve our organizations in the country, right? So skilling is a very important part of it.
Good. Rajkumar, I think one of the issues that we have sort of dealt with but not really in depth is how do you remove this second-class treatment that vocational education gets? We call it skill education, call it what? But anyone who goes towards being a plumber, a beautician, somehow society kind of, even the parents say, but why don't you go for a degree? Right? And it's a different matter that none of these degrees, particularly BA, we used to say Bekar degree, because no one got jobs, all of them were unemployed. How can we change the mindsets of society which says that any job that you do is a skilled job, and we don't treat our plumbers too well, we require them, our carpenters. Just look at our own homes, right? We want skilled workers coming in to do it. Why can't we change the attitudes, and what needs to be done about that?
As I said, firstly, it's the remuneration. When they pass out and come, suppose they go to a skill institute and do a proper training and come out, how much are they getting paid? Initial years, they don't get paid well. It takes time with their experience, and finally, as I told you, they even earn more than engineers.
So the reverse in Germany is there, that the person who's trained from vocational education gets more money than the regular...
Yeah, even in India.
Right.
Even in India, because you just said it. Many of the engineers are not getting employed, and even CII has statistics about it. And many of the engineers don't get employed. In fact, what I would say is there are many good things in the NEP, because now schools also, CBSE schools, they have brought in skills as part of the curriculum. which is quite good.
Correct,
And since our roots are in automotive, we run a school where we teach automotive skills, and the enthusiasm, what you see with the children, is really fantastic. Similarly, at the engineering level, we spoke about the medium level, middle level till now. At the engineering level also, the first 1.5 years, according to me, an engineering student should not be sitting in the classroom. He should be sitting for 4 days a week in a lab, or not in a lab, in a workshop, learning skills. And this workshop can also be used for supplying components or parts to the industry. And 1 day a week theory classes, and they can, in this way, when they come to the theory classes after 1.5 years, they'll be really fit to understand what is being taught in theory.
Right. I think the larger point is, how do you change the mindsets of parents when their child comes back and says, look, I'd rather do this than take an engineering degree, right? My entrepreneurship is, say, setting up a plumbing factory and repairing all the taps and plumbing works across. That's one of the things. But there are just 3 minutes left, and let's look at, maybe Kanishk, you can start with your experiences of how AI is transforming the workplace, and technology is transforming it in its own way with the use of AI on this thing. And how do we then meet this new challenge? On one side, you have not been able to fulfill and meet the skill gap. On the other side, you have the world growing rapidly in technology and AI, and that requires a whole new set of skills and also makes a whole lot of people unskilled to that thing. So what is your solution to some of these things?
I think the future of work would be with people who work not against AI. It would be people who know to work along with AI, and the people who are not with AI. So AI is part of us. So there'll be two groups, people who are adapting to AI versus the people who don't know AI. So point number one, right? As computers change the world, I think AI is going to change everything from how you work, cook, everything in everyday's life. So I think change is inevitable, and AI will be a part of a big revolution in this journey.
Rajkumar, to you the final word, 1.5 minutes to go, is, look, a lot of the machines are doing the work that once the skilled mechanics and everybody else was doing. And AI is coming in a big way. So where do you see this train coming? Are you going to be hit by it, or you jump onto it?
AI is going to take over in a very, very big way, particularly because vision is being combined with robotics. So today, with vision combined with robotics, you can bring in so much of intelligence, like a human being. Robots can adapt. It's just not you train a robot to do only this. They go and do something, they find this is not okay, they'll even do the correction. Recently I was at a show in Germany.
No, I've got 1 more minute. I want to say, So what do? Here we've got this whole skilled manpower, and suddenly AI has come and taking away all these big skills that we have. So what is the sort of emergency measures we need to take?
We need to revamp the entire system and get in companies on board. Master training is very important, and giving more autonomy to the industries. Let the industries use their CSR funds, even for paying the stipends of the students and the trainees and the master trainers. Let them be allowed to use the CSR funds for all this.
Last word, 20 seconds. 10 seconds to you, then we have to say bye.
I had this conclave in Coimbatore, right? The other day I was there in this Seven Hills city. In London, a leading architectural firm that was developing the Amravati city, they were discussing about this project, right? It was so interesting to see how ecological balance, and Coimbatore on that zone has, more than 200 educational institutions in Coimbatore, industries and entrepreneurs. So all this makes it a very, very unique ecosystem, and I think that's the way forward.
Well, GD Rajkumar, Kanishk Armugam, we've run out of time. A very important subject. Ladies and gentlemen, they gave us some rare insights into that. Let's give them a very, very warm round of applause for this. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's been a wonderful session indeed, and as I thank you all, also requesting you to stay on stage, as I call upon Professor Ashwini Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Savita Institute of Medical and Tech Sciences, to hand over a token of our appreciation.
Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham is a multi-campus, multidisciplinary university that has grown into India's #1 private university in less than 20 years. Amrita University has rapidly grown into 9 campuses across India, has over 20,000 students across 220 plus programs.
To introduce our speakers for this session.
This is an unintended quadric, I think. And that's because the minister's on a bit of a rush. So we are going to get them onto this session. May I invite Mr. Anbil Mahesh, Minister of School Education, Tamil Nadu, and Mr. Madhu Bangarappa, Minister of Primary and Secondary Education, Karnataka. Please do give them a very, very warm round of applause. Right, so after skill education, we are coming down to really the brass tacks of education. And we are here, of course, to discuss one of the most ambitious reforms of our times, which is the National Education Policy of 2020. It marked one of the biggest overhauls of the Indian education system, with the last one being in the 1980s, and that's over 3 decades. And the idea was to transform the way we learn, our children learn, teach and prepare them for the future. Some of the big changes, in case those who were not too familiar with it, was we all studied in the 10+2 system, right? We are now moving towards the 5+3+3+4 school structure. Then, of course, there's the big innovation of the mother tongue going to be the medium of instruction till grade 5. That's the other big change. There was a push for multidisciplinary learning in higher education, a single regulator for higher institutions, and most importantly, it was the subject that we just discussed, a focus on skills, creativity, and critical thinking over rote learning. That was the essence of it. Of course, the central government said that it is going to spend 6% of its GDP on education and universalizing school education by 2030. This was the big promises that were there. We have 2 very, very important ministers from the state, which I had mentioned earlier, from Tamil Nadu, Anbil Mahesh, who was a former youth wing secretary of the DMK, and has twice been elected from the state legislative assembly from Thiruvarambur constituency, right? I hope I got that pronunciation correct. Madhu Bangarappa from my home state, Minister of Primary and Secondary Education, son of a former Chief Minister, Karnataka Chief Minister S. Bangarappa, whom I covered. So this is the second generation that I am going to be doing. And I recall when I was speaking to Mr. Bangarappa, the senior Bangarappa, one of the things was everybody said, why didn't you do acting? You're such a fine looking person. And he said, politics chose him first. But we had Madhu Bangarappa who did the opposite of it. He became a film star first with some big, not you, it's your brother, Kumar.
Yeah, I'm a film producer.
Producer, sorry. Your film producer. Madhu, Kumar is the star.
I make heroes lie.
Okay. Right, so he took, and then came to politics. So we've had the switch that's there, which has been very fortuitous. But let's begin with the big picture, and let's start with you, Anbil Mahesh. Now, the NEP, as I had mentioned, has been billed as once-in-a-generation reform. And from your perspective, what is the single biggest transformative thing that you think it brings to Indian education? Or do you agree with the NEP itself?
Good evening, everybody. I'm so happy, India Today has given a very good platform today for the discussion about NEP versus SCP. Thank you, Changappa. And thank you, Madhu Anna, because he said, just call me Madhu Anna. So that is the brotherlyhood we are enjoying here on this. So if you talk about, let me talk about the SCP, because if I talk about SCP, automatically you will know about what NEP fails to talk about our education systems. So the SCP, we formed having the foundation, the inclusivity, to make the children future ready. The equitable. So everything is there, and we form this SCP based on the culture, based on the linguistic, based on the social heritage, or based on the social justice. Everything is there in the SCP. But the NEP, I don't know whether they planned or not, but everywhere we can see the omission of what are the things like I told here. So basically, mostly people used to say this NEP and SEP are almost aligned together, looks like similar, but I won't agree that. Because NEP and SEP may have the heading as a similar headings. For example, NEP will talk about language policy, where SEP talks about the language policy, the content is different. And language policy, if you talk, they are talking about a 3-language policy, and our SEP talks about a 2-language policy. I think it's more than enough, because thinking and conceiving ideas in our own mother tongue, and we want to make it as a global, English is more than enough. So there should not be any compulsion on the language side. I'm just taking on the language.
No, that's a very good point. I'm glad I was trying to keep it for a little more and get into the NAP first, but one of the big controversies has been that Tamil Nadu has opposed the three-language formula, calling it a backdoor attempt to impose Hindi. Can you just explain your concerns? You said you're an SCP. What are your big concerns with this 3-language policy? And then I'll come to you, Madhu.
Okay, the 3-language policy, like, I will make a statement like this. 2-language policy done excellently beats 3-language done poorly. See, already we are students, they are globally excelling with this Tamil and English. As we all know, we are creating global citizens rooted in their culture. And we have confused polyglots with struggling with the basics. So this is our main stand on the 3-language policy.
Okay. Madhu, why don't you take this question about Karnataka has also faced some tensions around language policy, for instance, balancing Kannada with English medium education. So how do you reconcile local identity with global competitiveness?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Changappa. And
call me Raj, since you're saying.
and thanks to Mr. Mahesh also. It's nice to be in the neighboring state and with a common interest, especially where we would like to have our own state education policy against an ideologically based system which is there. We want our children to be taught by the teachers, not by ideology. So that is very important. Teachers have to teach the children. And now we have just accepted a report from ACP chaired by Mr. Thorat. Now there will be a subcommittee, most probably. Our Honorable Chief Minister will put the system in place, and very soon for next academic year, we want to come into ACP also. And one more thing is, this is if I'm sitting here as a minister, and if our state government is ruled by Congress party, it was a manifesto commitment what we had given the voters, and I was manifesto vice chairman also during 2023, and we have to honor that for the value what our state voters have done for us. So we have to do that, and keeping regional. And the first thing, because I'll not go more into differences between, because it's common between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka also. The first thing we had said in our manifesto also, we are going to remove saffronization of textbook. So the first signature as the education minister, I'm very proud that I did was removed saffronization of children, because it doesn't run on any Congress ideology or BJP ideology and thing. Children should be taught the way they are supposed to be, and they have to be the citizen of this country. That is very important for our future, which we are sitting here. That's what Baba Sahib Ambedkar has given. If you want to value that, you have to go by that. There is a book written. It's a multilingual, multi-religion, multi-caste system, multi-states, federal system is there. But one thing doesn't have a boundary is education. So don't, mix that with other things. So that's what we are running. That's what our chief minister has given. And I think it's very straight. I don't have to go beat around the bush. We are sitting here because we have said that we are going to do this, and that's what. And we'll have our own SCP, and that's what we are going to do. And it will be in favor of children's only for their future, not in favor of any parties.
Excellent. Coming to you, you want to add to that, or would?
Yeah, I would like to add some points with what Madhuna said. Like, we the people of India having resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic and to secure to all its citizens, right? That is our preamble. But the NEP creators, they are in a very urge to omit the word secular itself. Do you think like people are trying to avoid secular is going to give a very good NEP system, a very good education system to our country? So this is the point like I would also ask.
Okay, that's a very good point in terms of what we should be defining our values as. And you talked of the saffronization. What was particularly hurtful to you in terms of the saffronization that you say we have to remove this? Any particular chapters that you felt?
I'll not go into the details. So when I took over as education minister, our textbooks had already reached children's. So we had a revisional supplementary book given, and the consecutive year, all the saffronized issues and matters were totally taken out. As committed in our manifesto, which we usually, Congress, secular parties, secular thinking always commits for what they say. You know, not your culture shouldn't be only speech-wise. You have to deliver. You know, that's what we did. And one more thing, what we are, first question was for international, today's this thing, we have bilingual system. So we don't call it as a English medium or Kannada medium or anything. Now we have started introducing bilingual. So the children's, because Supreme Court order is there, that the choice of the language, of the medium of studies is with the parents. So the governments have to give the facility to them and to be chosen by the parents for their children's future. So we have a bilingual system. This year I have announced about 5,000 bilingual schools with including training the teachers also, because teachers also have to be trained. If they are in local language, we are doing that also. So that has been very well done. We have pre-primary schools also, which is going to help for their future in future, because Anganwadi, there's a limited scope for studies, LKG, UKG. When in the rural side also, if you go back, like, as you said, my father, when he was chief minister, I remember him giving one kind of rules where every child who comes to school, those days, labor class people were there. Now we have to teach the value of labors. Today it's a teaching of value of labors. This is very important.
Which we just discussed, yes.
When my father was chief minister, all the children who are coming to government school will get 1 rupee stipend. That was the history where a lot of children came into, got admitted to school also. Otherwise, they were getting no education because they used to go with their parents in the fields, and they used to work, or they used to be in some sari, with a swing or something like that. So that is very important. Every child, Right to Education Act was, given by Congress government.
Correct.
So we should never forget that. And we are committed to that whenever we get chance, and give it to every child of this state and even in the country also.
Good. Anbal Mahesh, let me come to the other point that you made about the business of two languages. You said, well, Tamil and English is fine. We had Nara Lokesh here, who's also the Human Resources Minister, Development Minister there, and he said, 3 languages is fine, because Hindi is a language that is widely spoken in North India. We are a mobile country. What's the harm in learning Hindi? And why can't it be? Why is southern states objecting to it? What is your answer to that?
Not only 3 languages, like people should learn all the 22 official languages mentioned in our constitution, right? So the difference is between the compulsion and optional. Right. Suppose if a student is securing 100 out of 100 in mathematics, 98 in science.
Right.
And in Tamil and English, if he is going to secure more than 95 or 96. And the third language in Hindi or Sanskrit, like he is going to secure fail marks, then he should not be detention, right? That is our point. So knowledge is, language is just a medium. I think my cell phone is more than enough to translate what are the countries I'm going there. My phone is enough to translate the languages. So between the option and the compulsion is the problem right now. So that is why
you feel this is being made compulsory to you.
They should not make it a compulsion in the schools. That's why, because even I was discussing with Anna also, like telling like this will impact the 10th standard result. It will give a very big bad impact on the 12th standard result. Suppose the third language is going to be a compulsion. So that is my concern on our students. Yeah.
Okay, let's come to one aspect, Madhu, you were about to say something, but let's look at the entire issue of skill development. And you had pointed it out that, you know, certain professions were looked down upon and needed to be given the respect it deserves. In the new education policy, is there a decisive shift that you can do to ensure that vocational education is imparted in, say, the state of Karnataka from 7th standard or 8th standard, so that the person is getting the kind of experience and doesn't have to pursue a degree to do what he has to do? What is your approach towards that?
It's a very good question and very important. For today's education, for this budget, I requested, this is my personal baby I can call, we have started skill at school from 6th standard onwards in Karnataka state, because they should get exposed to the the skill part of it, because the future is skill. You know, with education, you need skill. When skill is there, you get leadership, equality, and the quality, and the respect of what job you are doing, whether labor or whatever. I will not say everybody has their this thing. When that skill comes in, so after this skill at school, which will be taught by government institutions, which ITI, lot of mission and tool, this thing. Every district in Karnataka state, we have our own government-run skill institutions. So we are going to align with that so that they can come help us out at the age of 6th. So next year, my dream is, I've already requested my Honorable Chief Minister, earn while you learn. Earn while you learn. So, we have Saturday, Sunday free. You have Society Sanghas, where, a lot of, earnable commodities are done. You can get trained instead of looking at your mobile or doing something else. I think you can go to your same, even in the village vicinity. See, these are all very easily accessible for your next step. You have to get into it for you to grow bigger. So for that skill, if you get at that age, I think it will be faster than what the children are right now. Only theory is not the one. You have to practically have, which skill will really open up. It's like Lego. You can't afford a Lego for everybody. But skill is nothing but a Lego. Lego really opens up your mind. It's like writing a circle and asking a child, ball, round, circle, round, football, round, cricket ball, round. But once you feel it, your mind explodes. I think that's where we have to give it to these children. And every child has a talent. Every child can become Abdul Kalam, scientist, Air Force, politician, Mahesh Anna, you, anybody here in this hall also. I think that's very important. But given a chance, they will choose the right thing for their future. It is the government's duty, without any influence of any ideology, give them the pure education, and the human resources is the biggest resource in our country. I think we are still in the way of exploring it completely.
Excellent. Coming to you, Minister. We've talked of human resources. Now there's financial resources. Is the central government putting money where its mouth is? In the sense it says 6% of the GDP will give you. It wants you to, we'll get you in, okay. It wants you to train, form new schools, different kinds of education. If you take a look at the curriculum that they've done, it's a revamp of whatever was there earlier. Does it finally put its money where its mouth is when it comes to dealing with the states?
You said like for 6% of GDP for the education you're talking, but they are telling, but we have already done, right? Because the school education in Tamil Nadu, almost the budget allotted for our school education, I'm not including the higher education, it's around 46,767 crores. But for the entire nation, the union government allotted only 78,000. So you can see the seriousness like we are giving in our state for the education. See, I'll come to the first point, like this forming an alternative for NEP, it's not like just blindly we are doing that. For us, the education policy should respect the constitutional federalism. not a ideological uniformity. So that is where we stand as a state.
Which is a good point. Madhu, you were...
Well, we are very similar to that.
Okay.
We are the biggest contributors in India from South only. Okay,
Right.
that is one thing. We get about 12% of what we contribute in GST. That is one side. Now, per child expenditure will have to be done by the central government. Okay, we are getting at 2,800 rupees per child, where few states, the central ruled, governments are there. They are getting 6,000, 7,000. Don't you think when we are giving so much of GST, we need our share also? This is the reason, in the interest of children. You won't believe it. I went in search of funds within our state from Azim Premji Foundation for my educational, for nutrition. I have got 1,591 crores, not from CSR.
Wow.
They gave for the nutrition for our children. Now, Khan's Academy, we have aligned, Azim Premji, Infosys, a lot of other companies, even ITC and all these people, they have been, because end of the day, we have to, we need funds. So one more, this thing what we have launched is, Namma Shale, Namma Jawabdari. My school, my responsibility. So old students might be, you would have studied, most probably, Mr. Changappa, you would have studied in a government school, where since you are earning a lot from India today, I think you have to contribute to your school, which is very, very important, which I have done it. I studied in a convent, but Mr. Bangarappa, my father, who ruled the state, in Karnataka, studied in a government school. From out of my salary, I have given 10 lakhs to that school. Our chief minister, who started his schooling at 5th standard only, because he never studied 1st to 4th. It's very this thing. And second time he is ruling our state, and he has given 10 lakhs to his. It's just an initiative. It's not about giving 10 or what the number is. It is a conscious. It's your liking. It's your wish for the purpose what you are going to give, and for hundreds of crores has already come in, because if central can't give back what we deserve and what they have taken it, I want to again tell them, in the interest of children, you better give it, and otherwise I think people will make you give one day. I think end of the day, you have to give it. It's a hard sweat from your state and respective states. You have to do it. I'm not telling it's a federal system. All the other neighboring states also up north also are their brothers. But we have immediate brother like Mahesh Anna also. So, we have to take care. So I think this is something which injustice has been done, not in the name of children. We can't do it. And we'll do what we have to do in the interest of children, and we'll be very hard decision takers also in future. And I think we might have to fight even the courts also, even for disaster management. Karnataka state government went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court directed the central government to give for disaster. You collect so much of money, but you have to give it back. This is not our system. I think you know about that, right? I think 1 year back, we all ministers, it's a shame that this system is running in our country. But anyway, that is disaster, which unfortunately happens, but not again in the future of this country, which belongs to our children, This is very important.
Shankar, I would like to ask something. I would like to add something. See, myself and Madonna, we are sitting here. We are not very concerned only on Tamil Nadu students and Karnataka students. We are concerned, my concern is for the entire nation. Even Bihar students is our student. Uttar Pradesh students is our students. Even the teachers from Rajasthan is our teachers. So, on that aspect only, we are against this NEP, because as Anna was telling, in Tamil Nadu, the midday meal program, or distributing free textbooks, or policies like this, inclusive policies, brought lot of millions of students into the school's campus. So that's why I always used to say, let us give the access to the students, let them come into the schools. Then later on we can talk about the learning outcome. Later on we can talk about what are the other ranks and grades, because we are in the urge of forming the foundation of the education system, while others are chasing the ranks.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about NEET, which the Tamil Nadu government has opposed on various concerns, citing equity. But critics also say that this shields the poor quality of state board education and disadvantages in some ways disadvantages students for national competition. I mean, that's the argument put by the critics. What is your point? Why is Tamil Nadu opposing this NEET, and what needs to be the reforms that you think?
NEET is not one which tests the medical aptitude. It tests the coaching center affordability. So this is my opinion on the NEET. Because all these decades, like we have produced lot of doctors, excellent doctors through this state boards, as you all know, right? So right now the healthcare system, we are in terms of infant mortality also like almost we outperform the national averages because of the healthcare. So I always used to say the quality is not measured by the entrance exam ranks, but by the healthcare outcome. In terms of healthcare outcome, like our Tamil Nadu always leads India.
Okay. You want to say something about it?
I go with the same thing, and NEET is something which we, after SCP, I think all these things finalization, but at the same time I would like to say highest medical colleges and engineering colleges in the state, in the entire country is Karnataka. And at the end of the day, see, and I'm very happy Mr. Mahesh said that, you know, we want to, you know, education should be for everybody. So I think highest all around India, everybody comes into Bangalore. I think you know that very well. Bangalore has got more population from outside than within themselves. We all entertain that. Their children are studying. We are not differentiating at all. So this is something that standardization of the thoughts. So see, again, I'll have to come back to ideology, which I don't want to keep on repeating that. But I think state education is always, because it's locally concentrated, controlled, and very closer. It's like a family, you know. And end of the day, family will always look into their own children's future without even, you know, compromising anywhere. So we are there.
Okay.
See, India is a very beautiful country. Like a rainbow, it's very beautiful each, and the rainbow has 7 different kinds of colors. But India, like each and every state is unique. Let the union government understand, yes, it is unique. Each and every state has its own culture. Each and every state has its pride language. Each and every state has its social justice. So let the union government accept that. If they accept, and I think this kind of NEP won't come into our nation. Yeah.
We've got 3 minutes left, and I'll start with you, Anbil Mahesh, about the fact that while Tamil Nadu often cites social justice legacy, dropout rates and learning outcomes in government schools remain a cause for worry. Let's put it that way. So what does Tamil Nadu need to do in many senses to improve that? What is the model it has as an alternative to the NEP, which is actually talking a lot of these things?
As I said earlier, like we are not here choosing between the equity and excellence. We are achieving both. But before that, as I already said, like some of the schemes, like if it's a midday meal scheme, or the very first state to introduce the CM breakfast scheme, or distributing uniforms, distributing textbooks, I said like inclusive. See, with all these policies, millions of students, they started entering the schools, and let us give the access to the students. Because as I said earlier, the foundation has been created by our government while others are chasing the ranks. Because why I'm telling is, we have a proven track, like even some of the people here, they will accept that. In terms of literacy rate, like we are already outperformed the national average, like as I said. And in terms of Tamil Nadu is almost the second largest economy, which shows the quality education policy. And I said regarding the infant mortality, because the healthcare is very strong enough. And if you talk about the Human Development Index, which talks about the education, which talks about health, which talks about living standards, almost Tamil Nadu is one among the good performing top in India. And as we know, like our aim is like for building a $1 trillion US economy, like our Honorable Chief Minister always used to say, and we are marching towards that. So I used to say, like the innovation of Tamil Nadu is now national model. Even if it is a breakfast scheme, even if it is a distribution of textbooks in 1980s, now we are talking about giving a uniform education to the entire more than 11 crore students in our nation. So here, like, we don't copy national model, we create them and the nation follows us. So this is what, like, because we have the proven track.
Now I know why you're such a good politician. The election's going to happen next year.
Because now the India is talking about the midday meals.
I know.
India is talking about the midday meals.
I did mention the midday meal scheme, which you did
But that is
outstanding.
the innovation of Tamil Nadu in 1925 itself. So there we lead, we didn't follow. So we have a proven track. That's why we are telling, don't put pressure on us. We are ready to give, we are having a proven track. We are ready to produce a lot of intellectual products. This is the seat where our GD Naidu's grandson said, we need to create lot of GD Naidu seats throughout our Tamil Nadu, not only Tamil Nadu, throughout the nation here.
Okay, final word for you, to you, Madhu. In terms of this dropout rates, let's address that because nationally there's been a concern that the dropout rates have actually increased. What is the performance of Karnataka and what are you doing as minister to ensure that the child stays in school?
Since it's a closing statement, after me being the education minister, we have founded 2 levels of system where availability of medium was not completely there. That's the reason I have got in bilingual, where all the bilingual admissions have gone up, number 1. Number 2 is pre-primary. From Anganwadi to first standard, there was a break. So we have started LKG, UKG also. I just want to let you all know, within 42 days of 1,008 LKG, UKG, what we started last year, previous year, within 42 days, 48,000 children came into government school. Wow. 48,000. So it's a progress. So they have got confidence, but the facility was not there. Why their previous governments have not done, I'm not going to speak. I have teacher shortage. After I have come in 13,500 teachers recruitment, 18,000 I'm going to do as we are speaking now. But one more thing I'll tell you, when we say ideology, you know what kind of ideology we have started? We have started teaching constitutional preamble from the age of first standard. First standard, a child, you can say the thing. Every school in Karnataka state, in the morning prayers, they have to compulsory read, or they have already, learned preamble of our constitution. That is where we belong. This is the one which is going to make us all sit like this. We all are common. Common means that is the one. So I think we have to check in where the dropouts. Yes, still dropout is there, but the graph is slowly coming down, and I'm very sure that it will go up with our KPS model. Karnataka public schools are there, which is from past 8 years, only 300 are there. But just 4 days before, Cabinet has approved for 3,200 crores for 800 Karnataka public school with a capacity, higher capacity of 1,200 schools of 14 years of studying from pre-primary to 12th standard. That's what I think. These things will come in and then give the necessity education what everybody needs in our state or anywhere else.
You know, what comes through from this session is that we have 2 passionate ministers of education, school education, Anbil Mahesh as well as Madhu Bangarappa, who are willing to fight, put the points on the ground and take action on it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a very, very warm round of applause for this wonderful session. Thank you very much.
All right. And as I request you to stay on stage, I'd like to also call upon Dr. Nava Subramaniam, Dean, Amrita School of Business, to hand over a token of our appreciation. our next session is a creator, a coder, a change maker crafting tomorrow's intelligence, for which I'd like to call on stage our session moderator Akshita Nandgopal, Senior Editor, India Today Television, to introduce our next speaker. Let's have a huge round of applause as we brace ourselves for the next session.
Thank you, Suesha. So our next session is what we refer to as FYI, the BYIs, meaning Bright Young Indians. And the idea of us doing this session is essentially to ensure that the next gen, we put the spotlight on who's going to be making headlines at the India Today Conclave maybe 10 years from now. We just had, of course, a great session on education. So we're putting the spotlight right now on artificial intelligence. And we have a prodigy with us. I'd like to call him up on the stage here at the India Today Conclave. Can we get on stage right now? Raul John Aju, Kerala's AI prodigy. So he's too cool for a session. He's told me he doesn't want me to moderate, to talk to him, none of that. He wants to go ahead and handle this himself like a pro with the help of AI, I assume?
Yes, obviously.
So go ahead, I'll just hand you your mic.
I will be needing you by the end though, so don't worry. Hey guys! Is that all the energy you guys got? Hey! Hi! Really? Hi! Hi! Okay, so I was told to talk about myself, about, AI and all. So let's talk about that, shall we? So, I want to show my perspective of what I think what AI is and how India can use it, how it can be used in the education. So let's get started, shall we? Can the PPT just come? Okay. So, we have heard the word Gen AI, machine learning, AI, neural networks. We have heard all these words. What does it actually mean? What is AI? Right? Have you guys heard AI? No? Have you guys heard AI? Yeah, right? Obviously, you guys are here. What is AI? Artificial intelligence, right? Right? Make sure I'm not wrong. I might get wrong. So, I'm A guys, so hallucinations. So, AI, artificial intelligence. What does artificial mean? Something that's not natural, right? Intelligence means that can take a certain information and use that information. You guys all have intelligence, hopefully. So, when we combine those words, artificial and intelligence, we get the word artificial intelligence. Literally an AI brain, an artificial brain. Right? That's what you're talking about. But at the end of the day, it's just boring math and data. I'll come to that. So, we have been using AI for a very long time. Yeah, ChatGPT, this and all. But you guys have been using AI from Google to YouTube. Whenever you get your favorite video, let's say I love AI videos, I get more of those AI videos based on the things that I like, comment, share. I get more AI videos because AI is like, okay, Raul like AI videos, so let's give him more AI videos. Very confusing sentence, but basically I get videos on what I like. That's AI predicting what videos I like to watch. So we have been using AI from the time of YouTube, Google, and a very long time, right? So what got recently popular was Gen AI or generative AI, right? It's again old boring math prediction. Let me prove it. See, every time a sentence comes predicting the next word like ChatGPT does, or in an image predicting the next pixel in an image, or when creating music predicting the next note in a music, AI is being used in basically as prediction. Right? So whenever you use ChatGPT, creating pictures, music, everywhere AI is being used. Okay? Now, the reason I said all this, right now, AI is being played by China with DeepSeek, Quen. Have you guys tried it? They are actually very popular. You guys should try it. Then there is US, who has ChatGPT, which you guys have tried it. Right? I'm getting off right now. Have you guys tried ChatGPT? Yeah, okay. So, ChatGPT, Gemini, all those things, right? Now, you can also create weird videos like this with AI-powered VO3 and stuff like that. I can sit with Ronaldo and Messi on stage with AI right now. I actually did that. But AI can do crazy stuff. And this is by US giants like Meta, Google, DeepSeek, China. Wait, where is India in the game? Right? What are we doing? Krutrim? Where is our AIs? That's what we got to focus on. We should not join the race. We We can and we must create our own race. Let me prove it to you guys. Let's go back in time when I was not even born into this world, okay? Let's go back to, okay, answering another question, is AI another hype? I'll answer that through going back in time. So, okay, wrong logo. This is Nokia, right? Everyone knows Nokia? Yeah? Yeah, guys, you guys need to respond to me as well. I'm not going to sit and do all the work. Okay? So you guys know Nokia, right? They kind of went down because they stopped innovating. They had this Symphony OS and they were like, Android, no, we want our own stuff. Right? But they failed. And that's what happens when you stop innovating. Let's take Google. This is the new Google that time and Yahoo. Which one would you choose? Google, right? It's much more cleaner. Wait. Oh my God, look at that. Google now versus ChatGPT. Which is more cleaner? ChatGPT. So which one would you choose? ChatGPT. Okay, don't believe me. I'm not like, trust me. No. Let's look at the data, right? Let's look at the facts. Look at this. Every time something crazy came, 100 million users were dropped into that. For ChatGPT to get 100 million users, it took 2 months. While aeroplanes, ATMs took 18 years, mobile phones took 12 years for 100 million people to start using. That proves how big AI is. So I'm not just saying, that's facts, okay? Now, why AI matters to you? Is AI going to take your job? And why it matters to India? Let's focus on that, right? Now let's go back in time when I was not even born. I love doing that, okay? I wish I had a time machine. Okay, so everyone says when computers came that it is going to take over the world. I mean, not going to take over the world, but it's going to take all the jobs, right? Typewriter jobs, these jobs. But all the big companies in the market right now are because of computers, right? From Apple to Nvidia to Microsoft. They are, how many people are they employing? What my feeling is, same thing is going to happen with AI. In the next 10 years, we are going to lose a lot of jobs. But after that, we are going to get a lot back. Because if there is no internet, why would we need something to search the internet? Like Google, right? So we need to start using AI so we can see use cases. Okay, I love this quote. In the next 10 years, what are you going to do though? When a lot of jobs are going, are you going to stay unemployed? No. AI will not replace you, but someone using AI will. You guys have to be that someone, right? I'll explain. Okay. So, before I go to that, I was told to talk a bit about myself. So I want to just be like, I'm not coming here and saying, Dad, do this, do that. Let me show how I'm using AI, what I do. Guess what? This whole presentation that you guys saw till now, right? That was made with the help of AI. Yeah. With the help of AI. And whenever I go, so I take sessions around the world from TEDx talks to IIT Madras. I have done 3 times TEDx from Google. So I've kind of gone to a lot of places, and whenever I do, I use AI. And I also take sessions from US, Africa, to UK, Europe, in a lot of schools, and I consult for businesses on how they can integrate AI into their workflow. Now, after doing all that, I also have my own company, ARM Technologies, where my father is my employee and he works for me. He does all the boring stuff. But so what we do is that we consult for companies, and we also have 10 plus AI tools which I create, I train. And see, I also create content. Now, why am I just saying I do that, I do this? Let me come to the point. When I create content, let's start from my Instagram, YouTube. We get around 3 million per video. Why do we do that and how do we do that? See, what I try to do is not just say, there is new AI tool that does this, there is new AI tool that does this. No, what I try to do is that solve real life problems, like finding the perfect pair of dress, like I did today, not matching, but finding your perfect hairstyle, or removing background sound in a video, right? There'll be a lot of audio, bad sound. So solving real life problems with the help of AI. That's what I focus on my Instagram reels, right? And on YouTube, I go really in depth into AI, like machine learning, AI and stuff, with a lot of animations and stuff. But I teach it so people don't fall asleep. Because trust me, I watch these AI tutorials and by the end, I am like fallen asleep. Right? I sleep up. So I try to make it entertaining on YouTube and stuff. And on Instagram, I just show how real life problems can be solved by AI. I don't even say it's AI until the end of it, right? So even when I create my own tools like Justice, we are working with the Dubai government and the Kerala government to bring Justice to life. We're calling it Project 47X. right? This is not just for lawyers, but for citizens. And in short, there will be much less corruption. If people know their laws, people know what they can do, and during an emergency situation, what all they should do, everything, this one AI covers. You can check out more. I don't want to just talk about myself. I should stop. So one last thing. Even when education, I'm not trying to keep all the things I learned to myself on YouTube, right? I'm literally teaching AI from A to B, from what is AI to fine-tuning, RAG, everything in the world for free, like everything about AI, from September 15th to that little bit of marketing, guys. Gotta do that, right? I'm doing this much hard work. But I'm teaching everything for free on my YouTube channel, on arm.pro. You can check out more. But the reason I'm doing all this, that so people can know more about AI. People can solve real life problems, from my content creation to the 10 plus tools I've created to everything that I do. I'm trying to make the world a better place, but I can't do this by myself. Each and every one of you need to join this, need to do this, right? I'm not telling go into AI, do yourself. No, I'm trying to make India grow, right? I personally do want to do it, and my father also does. And for that, I'm trying my best. See, after all this, I'm a student too. And yeah, I do use AI for my homework. I know those questions are going to come, but hopefully my teachers are not saying. But that's what I'm trying to show. Now, even in my business, yeah, I do use AI. Let me prove why I use it. Imagine you're an octopus. Yeah, octopus with 8 legs, okay? You are a startup founder that has to do development of your product, marketing, team building, customer service, sales. You have to do a lot of stuff. Once you get funding, maybe you can have a team for marketing, a team for customer service. But until then, what are you going to do, right? So that is where AI comes in. It can make these legs shorter, make what all you have to do much easier. That's where AI comes in, right? Let's say marketing, anything. Okay, let me prove it. I'm not, again, facts, guys, numbers. From Forbes to PwC to McKinsey, they all have reported that companies that use AI increase profit, increase market comparison, to productivity, to revenue, everything increases. So if you're increasing profit, just start using AI, right? Because it does do it, because it sets you apart from your competitor. While I create a presentation in 2 hours, another person might be doing it in 1 week, right? I can create pitch decks like this, do marketing like this. And there are a lot of things, from your business idea to branding to business logo. Personally, I did it for justice, and I am a living proof that you can use AI in your business. Even, guys, see, even in our community, we are using AI. Look at the cameras, right? AI-powered cameras. Or even in our Operation Sindoor, we used a lot of AI there in our defense. So we are using AI. We are really good at defense, right? But we need to use it for the common people. We need to lead the consumer market, the B2C market, right? Now, see, right now, I'm ending it. Sorry, I'm boring you guys to that right now. But India, okay, is one of the largest economy in the world right now. 4th right now after Japan, right? But we have 2 options right now. Either we can be like Malaysia, okay? We can continue manufacturing. We can grow and stay stagnant. Or we can be like South Korea, where they did manufacture and they grew, okay? But after that, they innovated. They started Samsung. They did cultural stuff like BTS that the whole world goes to. Smooth like, okay, I'll not try singing, everyone will run. But in short, all these things, South Korea set themselves apart. They grew with manufacturing, and they grew even more by innovating and investing in R&D. That's what India needs to do. They need to invest in R&D in private and public sector. And not only that, in education. We not need to follow marks and degrees. Sorry, Papa, sorry, teachers, but we need to follow skills and creativity. Personally, so I have like few friends from Mumbai. He has a team of 30 people. Okay, I'm sitting here with team of 20, like, okay, cool. And both of them don't go to school. Education has not been helping them. Personally, me, what all I learned, everything what I've learned, I'm learning from YouTube. I'm learning from experiences going and traveling, right? I've self-learned. What do other students do who are in the education system right now? So what I want to say, there are a lot of engineers who are still employed who are unskilled, right? There are a lot of engineers. So we need to make them skilled. So in R&D and in a lot of stuff, not just in AI, but overall our India can grow. Because if I can, my friends can, then anyone can. That's it. Thank you.
Wow. I mean, I don't know if there's anything for me to add beyond that. You've gone into every possible segment. How old are you, Rol?
I don't look like it, but I'm 16 years old. I've been doing it from age of 6.
From the age of 6?
Yes.
How did you get into all of this? I know you built your own robot. You didn't cover that in your presentation.
Yes, I should
Can
have.
we pull up a picture of the robot that you built?
Yes. So, because I'm kind of lazy, after my sessions, I wanted the students to still get their questions answered. Yeah. So basically this robot answered questions in my way, like clone my voice. It had all the information on how I, let's say, define AI, answer questions. So kind of like a clone of me, so it teaches when I am too lazy.
So it's called MeBot.
It's called MeBot, yeah. That's my robot.
Okay, so what next? What's next in AI? Since you know everything about it, tell us what's next.
So I am working, like I said, the Justice Project 47X, that's what we are working on. That's what we are working with the Kerala government and the Dubai government, where, to be honest, not everyone knows the laws. If I suddenly ask, what is IPC section 47? No one knows. I don't know, right? But a lot of people don't know that IPC got replaced by BNS sections. And a lot of people don't kind of know if you're stuck in an emergency situation, let's say someone took your phone, right? You might go to the police station. You might use Find My Phone. But they don't know that if they get your SIM, you have to block your IMA number. They can clone your SIM and get all your OTPs, bank OTPs and stuff. So there are a lot of things that not a lot of people know what to do during an emergency situation, right? So we are building a bot that creates drafts contract, that when you upload a contract, it tells you what are the clauses, what are the recommendations, what needs to be changed. It tells you the correct laws and what to do during an emergency situation. We are not trying to take any lawyers' jobs, but we are kind of like aggregator, where there are more than 53 million cases unsolved in India, and we are trying to make lawyers' jobs easy, making them solve that, and only giving the most important cases to them. The basic advice, we can do it. The basic contract, we will draft it for you. So we are trying to solve that space, and that's just ease and justice.
Amazing. Big round of applause. I introduced you as a leader of tomorrow. I correct myself, you're a leader of today, looking at what you presented for us. But thank you so much, Raul, for joining us for that presentation as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It means so much for inviting me. Thank you, guys. And hope I didn't bore you guys to death.
And that was a very interesting session. I'd like to call on stage Vijay Narayanan, GM, Campus Development and Admin, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, to hand over a token of our appreciation. All right, and we now move on to our next session, which is From Khaki to Kamal, Breaking Old Orders, Building New Narratives. The session is sponsored by G Square. Let's first take a look at this AV.
Just a dream anymore. Anwar's investment in a plot changed the plot of his whole life. John definitely couldn't live inside a box, so he thought a little outside the box.
18,000 happy stories in 12 years, across many cities. You could also come home and be a part of this story.
And of course, on stage, my colleague and the moderator of the next session, Akshita Nandgopal, Senior Editor, India Today Television, to introduce our next special guest.
So as the session brief kind of indicated, we'll be having on stage someone who's been an IPS officer, now to a politician. He's always had a no-nonsense image. So that's, of course, grabbed him a huge fan base, but also the harshest and perhaps the fiercest of critics. His outspoken style, his decisions, they've all made headlines time and again. But right now there are several questions. There are whispers of a strategic shift. There's a lot of speculation, questions about his next political move. So to kind of deep dive into that, controversies, vision, ambition, joining me here at the India Today Conclave is Mr. Annamalai, former president of the Tamil Nadu BJP. Vanakkam, Mr. Annamalai.
Vanakkam, madam.
Welcome to the India Today Conclave.
Welcome to Coimbatore.
Thank you. We're in your uru. This is your uru?
This is my place where I am there for the last 20 years now. Came here to study 2002 for engineering. Got married here. Wife is from here. So, city adapted me. I adapted the city. Both of us are here.
So then you're home.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We could be seeing, we could tomorrow see that the vice president of the country also comes from Coimbatore.
Another proud moment for Coimbatore city because he was an MP here twice. And tomorrow, hopefully, and certainly when he becomes the vice president of our country, and Coimbatore will rightfully say that it has produced a lot of gentlemen politicians, and C.P. Radhakrishnanji will be one. In fact, the first finance minister of our country also came from Coimbatore, Shanmugam Shetty. From there, a lot of great people have adorned highest offices. Yeah.
That's true. I agree with you. Coimbatore has a legacy of great minds, great people. Mr. Annamalai, I began my introduction by referring to your IPS days. You're now a politician. Do you think you've been able to effect more change as a politician or as a police officer?
Madam, I think democracy, politics is very gradual in nature and nothing happens overnight. And especially in a state like Tamil Nadu, I've taken a path, I've taken an ideological path with Bharatiya Janata Party, which will take some time. So patience is very important and I can't just measure in 5 years, 10 years, I should have done this, we should have done this, the party should have done this. With respect to Kaki, it's a great field, enjoyed my 9-10 years there. But for me, I always believe in karma, madam. I don't look at the past now. So politics, it's a long, long game. It's more like a marathon. You just have to stay the course. I keep telling people that BJP has to get a chance once in Tamil Nadu where people should give their love to us. Once it happens, then continuously we'll keep getting that love. And to get that love once, you got to stay the course. And it might happen 10 years from now, 5 years from now, you never know. But before that, I never get into this habit of measuring what should have happened, I should have continued, I should have stayed. But this is the call I've taken with fullness of my heart because I believe my state needed a change. I believe my state needed a different direction, the way it was being there and the way it has to go. And I'm committed to it.
You're saying stay the course, but there are ups and downs. Do you think right now you're on a down or an up in your political career?
There is nothing called political up and down, and you can't always drive in a fifth gear, and sometimes a reverse gear, sometimes second gear, sometimes first gear.
Which gear are you on now?
I'm not in any gear, ma'am. I'm very happy where I am. So I don't get too excited when things are going our way. This is the path we want to go, and we will go in this. And right now we have taken a call, the leadership has taken a call that will align with ADMK for the 2026 election. It's a very large strategic call. Tamil Nadu needs a change, all of us are very clear. And 2026, the only way change can happen is when BJP and ADMK aligning together. Without that, I don't see a change possible because of the nature of vote share in the first past the post democracy. So we are committed to it. And for that to happen, there are no two questions. We got to commit ourselves to NDA, where ADMK is a part of NDA.
Is there a change of tune from you, Mr. Annamalai? Were you always for this alliance? Did you always think the BJP and AIADMK should be aligning? Because you spoke very publicly for the BJP fighting alone.
100%. I'm always for BJP fighting alone, no doubt about that. And always for BJP trying to make a mark slowly, steadily and coming to power. But we also have to understand the harsh realities. And 2024 elections and 2026 when you see, these are entirely two different elections. And 2026 is a classic case where BJP is not in a position to form power on its own because of the nature of vote share, with Vijay coming in, multiple vote splits happening, and ADMK being the principled opposition party, and ADMK being a challenger to the DMK. And we got to be pragmatic to accept what is more important to us at this point of time. And 2026, the importance to us is DMK should be thrown out of power. Tamil Nadu needs a change. And again, if we go by ego's sake to say BJP will be here, ADMK will be there, multiple parties will be there, and we might see a 2024 result again in 2026 once more. So I am okay with it. And the party leadership has taken a very strategic, deep calculated call. And it is a very pragmatic call also. And I hope and pray in 2026, whatever risk we have taken, whatever call we have taken, that comes to your fruition.
If I had asked you this question 6 months ago, would your answer have been the same? Or would you have said, look, the BJP should fight on its own to establish itself as a force away and separate from the Dravidian parties? Or has that view changed in the last few months because of the High Command?
Madam, no, we haven't merged our parties. We are part of an alliance where ADMK is part, BJP is part. 6 months back, if you asked me, I would have pushed my case to say BJP should have contest alone, again independently for multiple elections. 1 more, 2 more, we are there. That's how winning happens. But when the leadership listens to all sides of the story, when they take a very deep pragmatic call, considering 2026, the importance to that country, all we can do as Karyakarta of this party is push our case. But at the end of the day, the leaders make a decision listening to everybody. We should be humble enough and pragmatic enough to understand the leadership is looking at some other things which we are not seeing. And once the decision is made, the party discipline is always, we follow it, we commit ourselves to it. Yes, I'm not hiding anything here. 6 months back, you asked me, I would have pushed our case. Now, since the leadership has made our decision by listening to all of us, listening to multiple points of view, like I have a point of view, somebody might have a different point of view. And once all the points of view are accounted, that this needs a combination of parties, so that vote share doesn't get split too much between other parties, I hope and pray 2026 would also be a very respectable alliance for BJP and ADMK there. And it'll also be an opportunity for us not only to bring ADMK to power, not only to have an ADMK chief minister, but also to have more number of BJP MLAs in the assembly so that people can see our performance and work.
AIADMK chief minister. So you are making it clear that you are for Edappadi Palaniswamy as the NDA CM face.
Of course, ma'am. That decision is made by the party and made by the NDA leaders. And
because you said previously that there was no decision.
No. It was clearly made, and in Chennai also, Amit Shah ji was very clearly specified. It is Edappadi Palaniswamy ji who is our chief ministerial candidate for NDA. I have also spoken this multiple times. The decision is made with respect to NDA, with respect to the chief ministerial candidate, because Tamil Nadu, we can't confuse the public. Public looks at leaders. They need who is competing against whom. Party is one side, ideology is one side. But people want to evaluate the leaders. So right now it is Edappadi Palaniswamy ji. We have clearly announced, all of us are backing him. And we are very sure 2026 we will see a shift and he will become the chief minister of the state.
So you're saying you back Edappadi Palaniswamy as the NDA CM candidate. There's been a lot of rumblings within the AIADMK the last few days. TTV Dinakaran, you had OPS some time back, you've got Sengotian now. What is the BJP stand? What do you think, Mr. Annamalai? Should the AIADMK be united? There have been voices within the BJP that have said everyone should come together.
But we'll get the fact right. ADMK doesn't like anybody from outside talking how ADMK should be. Naturally, when anybody from outside talking about how BJP should be, I also don't like. So it is for the ADMK leaders who are sitting inside, and for them it is their party, they decide how they should go and which way they should go. And it is purely the ADMK station, because I keep telling this not now, madam. Last 4 years after I've come into Tamil Nadu politics, in my previous role and now, I've been very clear. I might have difference of opinion with the ADMK party previously. Yes, they are a different ideology, we are a different ideology. But I never advocated for anybody from outside advising ADMK how they should govern themselves. They're matured enough. Very tall leaders. They've ruled the state for 31 odd years, multiple times. When you put ADMK and DMK head to head, it is ADMK which has ruled the state more number of times than DMK. So statistics is very clear. Now I personally don't want sitting outside as other parties Karyakarta to tell ADMK this is how they should be. At the same time, I hope Edappadi Palaniswamy Anna knows for 2026 to happen, it has to be a very unified front, overall NDA, because I don't want, as a Karyakarta of BJP, a different NDA partners voicing out things. Every vote counts, every vote matters. And I'm sure Edappadi Palaniswamy Anna is a very matured, large-hearted leader. There are 7-8 months to go, and things will be sorted. We are talking at this point of time now today, because the election fever hasn't caught Tamil Nadu. Let us wait, and the ADMK senior leadership are mature enough to take a decision. And they are very clear, because we are challenging DMK, and every vote counts, and it is Edappadi Palaniswamy Anna's chance to become the chief minister of that state. I am sure he has got his personal stake also inside. So he will take a very mature decision. We are very clear, we don't want to interfere sitting outside and commenting how they should run the party.
No interference, but your view is clear, that it should be unified.
Madam, BJP also as a policy, we have to understand from 2017, media can write so many things, media can say so many things, but we never interfered, and people might say so many things because we believe interfering in a democracy with a political party, twisting, cutting, it will not carry you a long way. And anybody who is following an Indian democracy for a long time will know it might give you a short-term benefit. And Tamil voters and Tamil people are very clear. And any outside interference, they don't tolerate much. And that is always the stand in Tamil Nadu. And BJP is a party, we advocate our stand, our ideology, but moment you try to put your fingers in others, try to push things here and there, and Tamil Nadu electorate, the voters are very unforgiving in that part. Yes.
Mr. Annamalai, I'll ask you rather bluntly, is there bad blood between you and the AIADMK leadership?
There is no bad blood. I'm sure, as you have to understand, madam, and I am a very strong person in my own conviction and views. I am here to grow the BJP. Let us be very clear. Why will I waste my time sitting somewhere and doing my work? I want BJP to come to power someday. Now we also have to be pragmatic and realistic. In 2027, it is going to be an alliance. The moment we say it is an alliance, it is not a lipstick. By heart, we are committed to put our heart and soul. In fact, I've mentioned a couple of weeks back that we'll give our blood everything to make Edappadi Palaniswamy Chief Minister, because that is how alliances work. Alliances doesn't work when you pay a lip service, you don't commit yourself to it. The moment you commit yourself, you got to go the full distance. But even ADMK friends and leaders will also respect the fact that whatever I spoke for my party. Speaking for my party doesn't mean I'm insulting any other person, I'm insulting some other Karyakarta. Just for every single Karyakarta, their party is great. For me, my party is great. That's how I see it. All of us are mature enough to understand this line we fought, this Lakshman Rekha we fought, 2024 election we fought. Right now, we are in a different battlefield. That battlefield is different, this is different. And every soldier should recalibrate, readjust to a new battlefield. If I'm not doing it, and still singing the 2024 praise, I don't think ADMK cadres are going to forgive me, nor I am going to forgive anybody. So right now, we are a team. 2026 is important to us. The whole aim is, because DMK is a very formidable party. If you look at DMK in 21, 24, if you look at that, they're always above 45-47% vote share.
So they're still number one party for you?
At this point of time, if you ask me, the election fever hasn't set in. The anti-incumbency factor is not felt in. And their alliances are very strong, very, very kind of coherent. So probably in November, December, January is the time our alliance will start taking a lead, because the anti-incumbency factor has to start kicking in. Right now, we are just laying down all the groundwork. The opposition leader is touring the state. As we speak now, he's touring Coimbatore, he's touring across the state. We are also getting our party in shape by the booth committees. So we are also getting everything in order. By December, January, probably that is the time to comment that we have overtaken the DMK alliance.
Do you regret the comments that you had made on corruption, on Jai Lalita?
Madam, we have to understand, I never mentioned the word called Jai Lalita anywhere. And if you look at my interviews, people can attribute, people can read between lines. So I am not here to defend, I never said it, I said it. We have to understand, when I speak something, I'm speaking for my party, I'm speaking in the context of corruption. I'm magnanimous enough and matured enough not to name a leader. I think in a political space, all of us should have that freedom to navigate certain things in our own domain, at the same time not hurting the sentiments of a leader. If you have taken the name of a certain leader, then you are fully right within your ambit to question me. When I'm talking about something in a context, what has happened, without naming a leader, by giving due respect to sensitivities of the public, sensitivities of the cadres, I think people have to respect it. When somebody says you shouldn't even speak about corruption, shouldn't even speak anything, then I don't think there's no point doing politics. If somebody says you have mentioned that name, you have mentioned this name, yes, I stand guilty as charged. Any interview, any outspoken matters, print, electronic, I've never mentioned the word Jai Lalita anywhere with respect to corruption. So that people have to acknowledge. At the same time, in the context of corruption, when I talk about corruption prevalent in the state, this has happened, that has happened, people attributing things here and there, I'm very sorry, madam. Because what happens is, I can't keep defending everything. People should have the maturity to understand, okay, he came here, but he had the maturity and the foresight and the wisdom to stop here and go back. So that is what I'm doing. At the same context, we have to understand, when ADMK leadership or a DMK leadership, when they criticize our party for right or wrong reasons, for me it could be a wrong reason, for them it could be a right reason, different points of time. So we also have to understand, yes, they have come close, but with dignity they have commented. There is a Lakshman Rekha, they have stopped. That's how ADMK sees me, that's how I see the ADMK.
So you would repeat that statement then?
There is no point in repeating. I continue to say Tamil Nadu is a state that is highest in the country in terms of functional corruption. Functional corruption is go to a Tahsildar office, you go to a police station, you go to an RT office. This is the highest state with functional corruption. That culture has to change, because politics itself is very costly in the state. 450 crore, 500 crore, 1000 crore, that is the kind of numbers you hear in every single election. Functional corruption, it has pervaded everywhere, and people say corruption is accepted a part of Tamil Nadu politics, which I don't believe. That is why my fight is always towards corruption. I believe there comes a time when corruption will be a main pole plank. Maybe not now, maybe not in the future, but there comes a time, and we all should have the wisdom and maturity to wait for the time.
Mr. Annamalai, for the last many months, you were projected as the poster boy of Tamil Nadu BJP. You were the president of the Tamil Nadu BJP as well. What happened? Why did that change? Why did your leadership role change? Did you see it as a demotion?
Madam, we have to understand when the party, our senior leadership decide to go for an alliance, and I should also think as a Karyakarta what is good for the party. And the moment the decision is made that this is how it is going to be, this is how the alliance is going to be, yes, I don't want any friction or rubbing to happen. I might see somebody, they might see somebody, words were spoken against me, I have spoken words. And I felt as a Karyakarta also, this is the right time that a new president should step in, the party should bring a new person.
So you choose
Probably the alliance should know. It's not about choosing, not choosing, madam. It is about when they ask my opinion, I give my opinion to say this is how it should be. Another day, party makes a decision, the leadership makes a decision. So moment you say the alliance is going to happen, just like 2024, the national leadership gave me the playground, the freedom to operate as Tamil Nadu president for the 2024 Lok Sabha. When the national leadership says this is how they want to do 2026, then I should give them that space. So right now it is a space that is given. New leader, Nainar Nagendrana, is a very capable person and very strong leader in his own way. And the whole hope the alliance should gel, cadre should move around, vote transfer should happen, and 2026 should see a change of government. So this is not an ego issue. And politics, you know, it is not a 100-meter race to say I am here, I am there. It is when I die, that point of time I would like to see my accounts. If it is 70, 80 or 90 years, what I have done, what I have brought to the political stream. Right now I am too young in politics to say I should have done this, I should have done that. Right now the goal is to bring ADMK 2026, NDA to power in 2026. As a Karyakarta, I am doing everything in my right to make sure it happens.
I'm sure you're ambitious too, though. I'm sure you see a vision for yourself also as a politician. What is that?
In Tamil Nadu, I believe, if you look at the voters and the youngsters here, it's a very paradoxical voting to political speech that we give. So about 9 lakh voters are in 18 and 19 years of age. Very aspirational, just before Rahul spoke. About 1 crore 8 lakh voters are between 20 to 29. 1 crore 28 lakh voters are between 30 to 39. So if you take 18 to 39, if you take that bracket, you're looking at 2 crore 28 lakh voters in that space. They're very aspirational, they think very differently. And politically, I think we are yet to connect to them. And that is a very different voting class, different breed. Their aspiration is very different. 40 to 60, you're looking at another 2 crore 40 lakh voters in that category, which is in established politics it sees. And above 60 is a different category. So I would like to see all of us, including me, changing our narrative to suit the 18 to 40, because they are the people who will decide what kind of state they want it. So that is one important politics which all of us have to change. I look forward to that in the near future. And second, this generation, if you look at it, people might see, why is Mr. Vijay doing now even before election, there's no fight. Because you fight, this is not an election, it is on a cakewalk, it is on a platter. Meaning you form an alliance, go and contest election, you're winning. This is not that kind of an election. If it's a two-way fight, I would say like that. It's a three-way fight. It's possibly 2.5, maybe a three-way fight, depending on what Mr. Vijay is able to do. So that is why NDA, with full firepower, we got to go to the field, tap into all the youngsters, Gen Z, connect with them in an aspirational way. So this, I believe, is slightly more for the future also. That is where people like me and other politicians would like to play a major role.
Do you think then, since you brought up Vijay, that Vijay has cracked the code as far as the young voter is concerned? You've seen all the images of his rallies, and it's crazy the kind of crowds that are coming together. All youngsters. Do you think he's cracked that Gen Z code that you're talking about?
Madam, it is not about cracking per se, because Tamil Nadu always gives respect to a newcomer. Newcomer generally polls 8 to 10%, 8 to 12% if they are very good. It gives that respect to a newcomer from Captain Vijay Kant to Kamalagasan sir, and now Mr. Vijay. Now, question is, what is the addition they are going to do about 10%? What is the addition? How hard they can add in the next 6 months? So that is one challenge for him. With respect to Gen Z, definitely Mr. Vijay is there, no doubt about that, because movie connects well to an audience. And generally, Gen Z is slightly more anti-establishment than a normal guy. They want immediate change. What is happening in Nepal today, what happened in Bangladesh, we are seeing across the country. The protests are led by youngsters now. You ban a social media, they come to the road, they say, why are you doing this? We are questioning this. So that is why Tamil Nadu election for me is slightly more critical. All of us have to tighten our socks, make sure every vote counts, go to the bottom of it, don't leave any segments out, bring everybody together. With respect to Mr. Vijay, I'm clear from day one is a competitor, without a doubt, because somebody coming at the peak of his cinematic career, somebody coming there and standing and saying that I'm going to stand alone continuously. So he's a competitor. But at the same time, we have a proven leadership. The chief ministerial candidate that we have proposed, who was the former chief minister, Mr. Edappadi Palaniswamy himself is a proven chief minister, track record. COVID times, couple of issues, he has proven his leadership at that point of time. So it is going to be a combination of things. Certainly with respect to DMK, Mr. Stalin, the current chief minister of our state, he will also claim that he has done this many things. So it is going to be, one, a personality clash. It is going to be a generational clash. It is going to be an age clash. Then it is going to be an ideological clash. If somebody says 2026 is only about ideology, no. If somebody says 2026 is only about Gen Z and old and middle, no. Economy also, lower economy, middle economy, people see the economy very differently. So multiple factors together, it's a very, very hodgepodge of issues. So you got to be very deep, very deep inside the whole election game and take your alliance and party across the line.
You refer to Vijay as a competitor, but there are questions about whether the BJP is also looking to bring him on board to the NDA. There have been clear outreaches, clear olive branches that have been extended. Is the BJP, and on one hand you have Vijay constantly criticizing two parties, the BJP and the DMK in all of his rallies. On the other, the AIDMK very silent, and the BJP, is it trying to pull Vijay into the fold?
I think Mr. Vijay is very clear in his head with respect to the politics he wants to follow. He wants to keep our party, BJP, as an ideological enemy, because I think Tamil Nadu, there is still some people believe, keep opposing anybody from northern part of India, keep opposing any national party, keep opposing any party as outside Tamil Nadu. It's a set template, and Vijay has also fallen to the template of saying BJP is my ideological enemy. Naturally, he has to oppose the DMK. So when he has taken this stand continuously over the last 4 or 5 months, I'm not very sure how the gelling is going to happen. So I don't see a possibility of a gelling happen because it is multiple times. And he has also, in the last Madurai conference, he has also criticized the ADMK party in some way. And the ADMK party chief has also responded in kind to whatever he has said. So when things are on this way, I can't see a future right now sitting just for the sake of DMK, opposing DMK, all of us coming together. Because like Nam Tamilar Kachi, Mr. Seeman, he's also a competitor, 6, 8, 10%, whatever the vote share is having, he's also a competitor. But again, ideologically is far away. So you will have, that is why I mentioned, you will have a clear 2 fight. Probably Mr. Vijay, depending on September, wherever he goes from 10, 12, wherever up, down. Mr. Seeman, wherever he goes up, down. So you're looking at 20, 25% vote share outside the domain with so many youngsters, a lot of things happening, churning. That is why it is going to be a very interesting election.
Interesting. But Mr. Annamalai, I'd like to bring it back to you. A lot of questions about what next now. The general perception is that while the central BJP, the BJP High Command, whether it's Prime Minister Modi or Home Minister Amit Shah, they're incredibly fond of you, and they show it in pictures also. In all of these rallies, there are images of them hugging you, holding your hand up in the air, almost declaring you as the face of the Tamil Nadu BJP. There's a perception that while the central BJP and the BJP High Command wants to push you, wants to prop you up, that there are factions within the Tamil Nadu BJP that don't want to see you grow, that are against the way you function.
But we have to understand, I don't have anything against my colleagues. Everybody is a very respectable colleague, very important colleague. And all of us think very differently. For example, I see politics from 2021. Somebody is seeing politics from 1970. Somebody is seeing politics from 1980. There are leaders within our BJP party who are part of the DMK alliance, part of the ADMK alliance previously. So right now from 2021, I'm pushing a case that we can have a future of our own in Tamil Nadu. Maybe within the next 10 years, we got to do this. So naturally, difference of opinion will crop up because we have different viewpoints how with respect the party has to grow. Like I said, all of us can give our viewpoint. I can give my viewpoint. A senior leader can give their viewpoint. Finally, combinedly, when all the viewpoints are discussed, when a decision is made, all of us stick to that. Even if I don't agree to it, I stick to it because it's the party's call. And with respect to my colleagues here, it's a happy family. We have to understand, madam, just like in the morning I saw a tweet where you couldn't settle between Tamil Nadu dosa and Karnataka dosa. In a family, the happy fights always happen. Just like the India Today family debating today which dosa is better. Even the Tamil Nadu BJP family will have a lot of debates within us to say which is better, which is not better.
So it's a democratic newsroom of sorts.
Yes. So it's a democratic party that we have. So conflicts, difference of opinion doesn't mean that people hate somebody. People still have the maturity and respect to say, you might have a difference of opinion, but I love you because you are my family. So that we always have.
So there's no anti-Annamalai campaign in the Tamil Nadu BJP? Is there a camp? An anti-Annamalai camp?
I mean, Annamalai is not that big a leader to say there is anti-Annamalai camp already. Maybe in the future it might happen. Right now I'm a very small leader and I'm not that capable enough to have more enemies who will want to push me out.
There's been a lot of talk of a national role for you, a central role. That hasn't been defined yet. And there's a lot of curiosity about what it's going to be. Can you tell us what's coming up? You know, I remember a few months ago they thought Rajya Sabha seat. And then when the news came in as expected with the BJP, nobody got it right. And so it wasn't you, Mr. Annamalai. So it's not the Rajya Sabha. What next then? Are you looking at a role in the BJP, national BJP?
With respect to BJP, let us be clear, madam, whatever comes in TV doesn't happen. So that is the good thing about BJP. Anything that comes in TV, that has happened.
So you changed that trend now. Tell us what's going to happen.
No, madam. Now, the party has given a responsibility now to be in the grassroots, keep working. And they will define. Whatever they say, you do this tomorrow, I'm going to do it. Right now, I'm happy. I've got some breather now. I always wanted to do organic farming for some time. Last 3-4 years, I was very busy. I got a farmland recently. I'm fully dedicated myself to organic farming. Last 4-5 months, I'm spending quite a lot of time, at least 2 days a week to do that in Coimbatore. I recently got into that. So I'm very happy about it. Because I'm free from the administrative activities of the party, I am only getting the opportunity to travel, talk to Karyakartas in bigger meetings and come back. So I'm happy with respect to what I'm doing, more time reading, more time traveling. So tomorrow the party says, you got to do something full-time, I'm ready to do full-time. It is what the party defines. Right now I'm not doing a full-time role. I'm happy to do other things in my life also.
So you're a part-time politician currently?
Madam, there is no concept called part-time, full-time politician. A politician should have multiple things in life because it should enrich your political life. You should have a family, you should have a children. You should do something which gives meaning to your life. You should find a business to earn money for you, to satisfy your own family. End of the day, only then you are fit enough to serve the public. If you are a pracharak who is fully dedicated to the country, that's a different ball game because you don't have family. Country is your family. For us, the country is our family. At the same time, we also have our societal and parental pressures to take care of other things also. So last 4 years, I never got the breather to even breathe. Just running around, did a yatra for a year. So right now, I'm having that little bit of breather to focus on other things also along with that party. I'm happy to do balance both things, madam.
What really is going to be your role in the 2026 elections? Is Annamalai going to be fighting in the upcoming Tamil Nadu elections? And is it going to be from a seat in Coimbatore?
Madam, all 234 seats are good seats. Why Coimbatore you are restricting me? Any seat is good seat.
You said this is my, this is my ur.
My family, my parivar, my town. But party might need me anywhere, so I'm open to it. Party says don't fight campaign, I'm open to it. Before 2024, when you asked me the same question in Lok Sabha, a month before I remember answering you, I said the party tells me I'll fight. If not, I will work as a Karyakarta. So whatever the party says, I will do it. But we have to understand 2026 is very crucial with respect to BJP, with respect to ADMK, because both of us have taken a considered call. And we should not fail. The thing is, taking this call, we should not fail. We should only succeed in this call. So all of us should put our effort, and where the party thinks my effort can be best utilized, they'll put me there.
Okay, let me turn that around. Are you keen on contesting?
Elections, I would like to contest elections, if you ask me, any point of time, if it adds a difference to my party. If it adds a difference to my party, I would like to contest. If the party thinks it will add a difference to BJP, difference to the alliance, I would like to contest. If not, I would like to campaign. So that is for the party to take a call, where will it make the most difference.
Okay, you've given us a great analysis of your view and your perspective of what's going to happen in the upcoming election. So I have to ask you, with the situation as it is right now, what kind of growth do you think the BJP will manage in the alliance, the current circumstance in the elections? Give us a number.
That's a tough question, madam, because I don't want to get into a number, because when there is a major political party, in this case ADMK, who is the opposition party in Tamil Nadu, they got to comfortably fight elections. It's very important because it is their election and they have a CM face and we are standing in the field. At the same time, large number of partners in NDA. 2024 was a different game where all of us fought in more number of seats. So this time it's a very careful balancing, making sure ADMK is also not too much uncomfortable because they should have enough number of seats to fight the game. And BJP should also have a respectable number of seats. So I'm using two words. ADMK should have enough number of seats to fight, good number of seats to fight, and BJP should have a respectable number of seats. What is that enough number? What is that respectable? Let us wait for our seniors to take a call.
So you're not going to tell us what you think?
Because I'm not in a position, it is above my pay grade to make that number.
Finally, before we wrap this up, since you're not giving us a number of what you think will happen in this election, you did refer to an anti-incumbency factor. The DMK is still a giant, is still a monster if you want to really bring them down. It's a formidable force in Tamil Nadu. What do you think is the big factor that will help the AIADMK, BJP plus to actually manage to even get close to a DMK in this election?
Madam, it is better and sharp communication. I think voters need a very strong and sharp communication. What are our goals as an alliance, as NDA, as ADMK, as Chief Minister candidate Mr. Edappadi Palanisamiji with respect to different classes, agriculture, traders, industry people. Very sharp communication. That is why I have taken this Yatra. And Yatra connects you to people in a big way. He has already done about 130 plus constituencies now. So then the major meetings will start happening. 7-8 big monadus will happen. BJP will do our own monadu. Then Honorable Prime Minister will start coming. I think that is why I mentioned the word called November, December. So that is when the momentum should peak. I am very happy that the alliance is right now in this form and shape because you don't want to peak too early. Because politics is all about, if you peak in 6 months before, 7 months before, you might not get translated to seats. So I would ideally want NDA, ADMK, Mr. Edappadi Palanisamiji, all of us to peak by late February, early March. Because the right peaking is very important. When you have a three-way fight, when Mr. Vijay is also there. So right now we are exactly where we wanted to be. And November, December, we should be where we wanted to be. So that February and March, you are right there. You are right there. So that when the voting happens, people remember you, people believe they want a change, people should do it. So we don't want to peak early. Right now people might say, oh, DMK is ahead. I don't have a problem with DMK being ahead now. I will have a problem in December DMK being ahead. So December, I'm hopeful that we will be ahead.
The challenge, however, is also that the AIADMK, BJP, and while you form this alliance, the image always is that it's on shaky ground, that it's not a stable alliance. How do you kind of, send across a message that you're a united force? Because there's all of this rumbling constantly, every week, news coming in of someone speaking against the alliance, someone saying something that's not against or for their ally.
Madam, that is okay in the sense it will settle down because 2024 and 2023, 2025 early, our cadres were trained to speak in a different language, the more aggressive self. That's okay. And ADMK cadres and leaders' language in 2024, 2023 was also different. That's okay. Now you are joining together in a major way with a clear goal. 2026, you should take this DMK out of power. So it will take some time to settle down. I think the leadership is mature enough to understand small stray comments here and there. It is not going to create major issue. It will settle down. That is why I mentioned November, December. Slowly things will settle down at the booth level, at the Undriyam level, at the district level. Then the next level of challenge is the MLA candidates. Next level of challenge will come by December, January. So of course you will see a lot of challenges, but people understand these are two different parties, two different ideological parties, parties which sometimes have ran against each other, party which sometimes have combined and ran together. So I'm talking of last 20-25 years of story. Now people understand to take DMK out in Tamil Nadu, they have come together. People have the magnanimity to understand. Of course, ideologically we are different, but we are committed and disciplined enough to stand behind ADMK, in this case Mr. Edappadi Palanisamiji, to see it through and make sure we form a government in 2026.
So the only common ground is defeat DMK.
That is one common ground. Give a different pattern of government to Tamil Nadu, increase BJP's presence in assembly, make sure ADMK is comfortable to contest enough number of seats to get their CM. Multiple things, multiple parties. Because both the parties cannot have a single agenda. We have multiple agenda, which is a common agenda.
And before I wrap this up, you're fully committed to an AIADMK BJP alliance. You believe that that's the way forward for the BJP?
That is the only way it will work, madam. And in this tough election, the only way is you got to stand behind, fully commit yourself, see the distance. That is the only way because it's a battlefield. You got to have multiple people doing multiple strategies inside the same battlefield. It's a unified strategy. Just go behind a leader, see it through.
Mr. Annamalai, you won't give us a number, but hopefully we'll have you in a few months when you can give us a number.
Hopefully, if my pay grade is up, I'll give you the number, madam. Right now, not in a position. Thank you, madam.
Okay, hopefully that happens in the next few months. But thank you so much for being candid, for answering all of our questions. Big round of applause, please, for Mr. Annamalai here, joining us here at the India Today Conclave.
Thank you so much for this lovely session. And of course, we'd also like to thank our session sponsor, G Square. I'd like to invite on stage founder and MD of G Square, Bala Ramajayam, on stage to hand over a token of our appreciation. G Square is India's largest plotted real estate developer and of course a sponsor for this session. On stage. I'd also like to invite on stage Rahul John Aju, the AI tech enthusiast you just heard from a short while ago. Come. Rahul, and I request his father also to please come on stage. Okay. So Rahul, there's good news for you. Your presentation was so effective that G Square has decided to give you an office, a free office space.
रास्ता है वही शहर
तू कब आया अभी लाइफ से?
अरे वाह ताई, पहचान गई? शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
शहर जाए मेरी जूती नहीं, यही अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया। वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है।
अरे राकेश, अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे।
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना?
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ,
चलो, वो रहे सूरज भैया।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham is a multi-campus, multidisciplinary university that has grown into India's #1 private university in less than 20 years. Amrita University has rapidly grown into 9 campuses across India, has over 20,000 students across 220 plus programs.
And our last session for today is the finisher's blueprint, all gloves off. And this, we have a very special guest joining us. But before that, our session moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today Television, to introduce our very special guest for the evening. Let's have a huge round of applause, please. Show some energy, all of you. This is the last session of today.
Ladies and gentlemen, do sit down and make yourself comfortable. We are in our last session of day 1 of the India Today South Conclave, and it is only appropriate perhaps that we end day 1 by talking about something that unites us all. North, South, East, West. If there is one thing that is the great unifier in this country, it is cricket. And therefore, we thought it is the only appropriate way to end day 1 of the India Today South Conclave by inviting a cricketer who has played with great distinction for the state of Tamil Nadu, for South Zone, and indeed for India, and continues to contribute to the game in various ways, as we will find out in the next 45 minutes. Please join your hands in welcoming our special guest this evening, former India international, mentor, and the man who got RCB what they couldn't do for almost 2 decades and more. Dinesh Karthik, please join us. Ladies and gentlemen, at the India Today South Conclave, as I said a little while ago, there is one thing that unites this wonderful country called India. It is the wonderful game of cricket, because it cuts across all barriers, geographical and more, which is why we have a very special guest joining us today. Please once again give a big round of applause to former India international, commentator, mentor, coach, much more, Dinesh Karthik. Thank you very much, Dinesh, for joining us. I want to start, Dinesh, by talking about what's about to happen, because we are getting back into India-Pakistan cricket with the Asia Cup. And every time India-Pakistan cricket comes around, there's again a huge buzz around it, excitement around it. Do you believe that we go into this Asia Cup, Dinesh, and I'm asking you to put your newfound Pandit hat, that India is firm favourites this time to defeat Pakistan in the Asia Cup and win the tournament?
First of all, good evening. It's quite nice to be here. I feel after a heavy dose of meals, which is politics, that a lot of what this day has been about, I feel I'm like the dessert at the end of the day in that meals package. Very sweet, very easy to eat, and just not too hard to consume. I've watched a bit of the conclave when I was sitting in the airport lounge, and I saw there were some heavy topics as much.
You're the payasam after all the dosas and everything has gone out, the meal moili and all the various curries. You're the payasam for the day.
I can get consumed in small portions, I feel. So cricket is a bit like that. But the fact is that the way India has played in the last almost 10 years, a decade after the IPL has started, because I think that's where Indian cricket started getting to that strong place in international cricket, where we are consistent in reaching semi-finals and finals of various World Cups. So going into this Asia Cup, I have no doubt that India is the team to beat. India is the strongest team, and it is obviously our expectation that they should win, and it's almost the expectation every time they step onto the field. But definitely this Asia Cup, we do start as the most complete team, if I can say so.
Is that what has happened? That India is now a very formidable white ball team? Because we play a lot of T20 cricket, we play 50 overs, but T20 in particular. Would you say this is the best prepared, or the best, if I may be allowed to use the word, T20 outfit that you have seen ever since India has been playing the shortest format of the game? It covers all bases.
They picked a squad which is very suited to what they want to be doing, which is, I have a strong feeling they'll play only one fast bowler and Hardik Pandya. So my point here is...
No Bumrah?
The one fast bowler is Bumrah. The one fast bowler is Bumrah and
okay.
Hardik, and they'll play a lot more spinners. Varun, Kuldeep, Akshar Patel. So that's the kind... And they have a lot of variety in spinners. So that is what they'll be looking to do. So my point being, we've only picked 3 fast bowlers. It's not too often that you walk into a tournament, a World Cup, with just 3 fast bowlers. So if you see all round, it's the strong squad that suits their sensibilities and their mindset. But is it the strongest team India have had? It's very hard to compare, because across time, India have had put together some really good squads. So it's as good as any team that's ever played this format. For me, the most fun part about watching this current Indian team play is the brand of cricket that they play. They're very aggressive. They go from ball one, and they almost epitomize what new age batting is. And they seem to do it even under pressure, which is very important.
What is new age batting? You said new age batting. Is it that you go fearlessly from ball one, attack without worrying whether you'll get out or not? Is that the big difference between when you started playing T20 to where you are today?
Oh, without a doubt, the amount of shots that young batters have is a lot more, because the game has evolved a lot. This format, the T20 format, has evolved the quickest because of IPL, because analytics came in. There were a lot of people that were under the microscope, and every year they had to get better. They had to do something better to do better than what they did the last year. So it almost pushed you consistently. You can almost compare it to football or, American football, those kind of sport, because you're constantly judged and watched and observed, and you need to do something better. So the shot making has increased tremendously. The kind of shots these young batters play these days are extremely exciting to watch. And when you say fearless, absolutely. I always think fearless is a very easily thrown about word. I mean, sometimes you can be reckless. I feel you need to have responsibility as well. And that mix is quite good in this team. There are players who bat fearlessly, but there are also players who understand how to play the situation and they adapt. And hence, it is a very powerful team because they've got a good mix of players who can definitely attack from ball one, irrespective of what the score is. We could be 10 for 3, and you'll see people coming in and playing some outlandish shots. But there are also players who are able to absorb pressure for small periods of time before they throw it back to the opponent.
Is there anyone who stands out? Anyone, when you see anyone in this Indian team, when you see him from the outside and say, wow, this guy has something special. Is there an X-factor player you see?
For sure, with the attribute that he brings up top, Abhishek Sharma is extremely interesting in terms of how hard it is to bowl to him. He's a tall guy, he's got flat batted swing, and he can hit good balls for boundaries, so he makes it very interesting. I think Surya Kumar changed the name of the game, the way his weave, I'm sure you've spent a lot of time with your dad and I've told you what scoring in the weave would mean, which is down the ground, mid-on, mid-off, a lot more. Now Surya Kumar's V is behind. It goes between third man and fine leg, and he is so consistent doing it. He gets into such good positions to scoop a ball, and he is so hard to bowl too. On top of that, he plays high-risk shots, but still is very consistent at doing that. So these two players straight away come to the top of my mind. Then you see the likes of Rinku Singh. Hardik Pandya is someone who's evolved over time as a player. So there's some very interesting talents. But if you just say pure shot making, Surya Kumar Yadav has changed how T20 cricket is played.
You played a bit like that, reverse sweeps. How, when I look at this from the outside as someone who was taught cricket in the old-fashioned way, is it practice that makes you play these audacious shots, or is it just the way the game has evolved?
It's definitely...
Do you practice playing that kind of scoop and a reverse sweep in the nets, even though it could conceivably hit you in the face?
Oh, 100%.
100%.
Like anything else in life, you keep practicing it and that's how you get better. And it's the same with these innovative shots.
And in a way, therefore, I must ask you, and I'm not now speaking as a Mumbaikar, as I'm often accused of when I talk cricket, why is Shreyas Iyer not in this team? It's the one selection crib I have. Here is someone who's done outstandingly in the last 8 months. He's not in the Indian team. Should he not have been in this squad?
Look, Shreyas Iyer has done everything and more a player can do. Let's park that aside. But if you see the last 20 matches that India have played since Gautam Gambhir has taken over, 17 they have won. So as a coach, I'm assuming that he has certain players he's looking at who have delivered results for him. So if he has to make the hard choice of leaving certain players out, I can understand. If you talk about the ODI team, then we can always say because the results probably haven't matched how well they have done. Even though they won Champions Trophy now, it's different. But I'm just saying, if you speak about the ODI team or even the Test team to a certain extent, if certain players who have done so well in domestic miss out, then it makes for a case for conversation. But in T20, because they have done so well, I think it's very hard to question why a certain player shouldn't have been there. But in saying that, I must say that Shreyas Iyer has been probably one of that players who have gone back to domestic cricket, did whatever possible, which is to help Mumbai win titles, came back for IPL. As a captain, he did phenomenally well, and even better as a batter. And I don't see anybody stopping him. It's only a matter of time because with those performances, it's hard to not have someone like that in the squad. And I'm a big fan of Shreyas Iyer because of the way he plays and the way he carries himself off the field with so much positive energy and the way he's led his team. I believe that he would have taken it in his stride, even though it would have been a bitter pill to swallow. I genuinely wish that he finds a place across formats, not just T20, very soon.
So can I headline it and say Dinesh Karthik would like to see Shreyas Iyer in the World T20 team? India's World T20 team?
If that is what you've got after me saying all this, I think that will be a pretty unfair headline because after the squad is put, they also put 5 other standbys. Now, in that 5 standbys, also Shreyas Iyer wasn't there. And that didn't sit well with me, which basically means they're not looking at him for the near future. And that would mean to the World Cup because India finished the Asia Cup. They have a couple of bilaterals and after which they have the World Cup, which I feel is very unfair. And I think there is no way that he shouldn't have missed those 5 players. He should have been part of the conversations in the lead up to the T20 World Cup. And I really wish he makes it to that T20 World Cup because he deserves it.
Okay, that's good enough for me. I'm going to be over this 45 minutes putting out old archival footage, which in some way or the other is linked to my special guest, Dinesh Karthik. And I'm going to start, Dinesh, with a moment which I think changed Indian cricket forever. And it is India versus Pakistan. And since a lot of talk is about India versus Pakistan in the Asia Cup, let's turn the clock back first with my first image, 2007 T20 World Cup. Take a look.
Can't believe it, but what a match for a 2020 final. India, the world champions.
Okay, that's the first picture we have. That is 2007, India lifting the 2007 World Cup. You were part of that squad. You're somewhere there running onto the ground at that moment. Was that the moment where Indian cricket changed forever? Because the next year the IPL took place and suddenly this country had a new form of entertainment, T20 cricket, new stars emerged. How do you look back at that moment?
I think it was one of the biggest moments in Indian cricket. That World Cup, you got to understand, in the prelude to that World Cup, this happened in September, October. In 2007, I think it was March, April, India went to another World Cup, the 50-over World Cup in Caribbean, and it was an abysmal failure. So Indian cricket was on its knees. Indian cricket was on its knees. So after that, when this T20 format was brought into international cricket, India didn't play too many matches before this World Cup. And this World Cup was a team which had a lot of youngsters, some players making comebacks, and the senior pros had actually sat out from this tournament, the likes of Tendulkar, Dravid, Anil Kumble and all of them, who were playing test cricket at that stage. So it was a young bunch of boys. Now that tournament had everything in it to say that there was something special happening. Number one, the first match India played was a washout, but the second match that India played, Pakistan, was a tie. And the first bowl out happened. There was something interesting happening across those 3 weeks. And I must say that in that final in Joburg, all of India had actually come to watch that match. There were at least about 40,000 people or 30,000, whatever the capacity was. But the number of people that were there in the hotel and so many dignitaries across various forums and platforms, and all of them were clued in because there was this young bunch of boys led by a maverick personality called MS Dhoni, and things just looked so different because Yuvraj Singh was in his peak form, Virendra Sehwag was making his comeback, Gautam Gambhir actually made his comeback, and the personalities who were doing well in that tournament actually were personalities that helped glue Indian cricket at that stage, because we were kind of not sure where Indian cricket was after that 50-over failure. But this T20 World Cup almost brought India back on the map. You got to understand, Australia was a very strong team at that stage. Beating them in the semi-final was a very important, pivotal moment for India to get past that stage in Durban. And we went on to do that. And that World Cup also started things. Lalit Modi was there, and he, I think, started this advent of trying to understand how to bring about IPL. It was done. And then I think Indian cricket didn't look back after that.
But what did it take to beat Pakistan? You know, I've often wondered, is beating Pakistan also about pressure? Because this was not a bad Pakistan team, unlike the team today, which is a relatively weakened side. Is beating Pakistan at the end of the day about handling pressure?
It used to be the case, because skill-wise, probably we were slightly ahead, but Pakistan always used to compete and be there and thereabouts. And I remember even in the 2022 World Cup, the final, it's not the final, India was Pakistan in Melbourne. That was quite a match as well, where they went ahead, but India being India came back and then went on to win the game. But the fact is that India is a much more skilled unit right now. I think we are very, very we are a very strong place in the world of cricket right now because of the number of players that we have. Like, we could have 2 international teams right now and they'll still compete against most cricketing nations. So I must say that India at this point of time is a far superior side in terms of skill, in terms of handling pressure. Now, in life, I think you learn a lot as you keep handling those big moments. And I think the Indian cricketers, having played the IPL, learn how to deal with those big moments a lot more consistently as well. And for them to reach the Indian team is probably so hard that they value being there, and that is a big challenge right now. There's also the other side where there are a lot of players who are happy just playing the IPL. We'll get to that probably at a different time. But the fact is that if you want to be part of the current Indian T20 setup, you have to be very good.
You mentioned, of course, that you've been watching all the politics that's been going on at the India Today South Conclave, all the discussions. Let me throw a bit of a political googly at you. There will be people in this audience, I know friends of mine who are saying they won't watch India versus Pakistan because they are still angry with what happened in Pahalgam and believe that the cricketers should not be playing Pakistan. Do you feel that players get affected by voices like that? Does the surround sound make an impact? Would you support those who say, we don't want to watch India playing Pakistan because of what happened in Pahalgam?
So all I can say is, from an Indian cricketer point of view, they would be of the mindset is, our job is to go and play the sport, we will do it. Now, as a fan, if you choose to watch the match, good. If you don't choose to watch the match because of whatever has happened politically, I completely understand. I don't think anybody can hold anything against people who don't want to see, because it's a decision that they take on their own because of their patriotism of their country and whatever has happened. So all I can say is, being part of the system, if you're told to do something like go and play the game, we will. If you're said, if the mandate was that no, don't, then I don't think the players would have played. So we almost detach ourselves against what our personal opinion is and just do what we are expected to do at that stage.
We saw that video of 2007. The captain of the team, as you just mentioned, was the iconic Mahendra Singh Dhoni, who is a hero even in these parts now.
He's a bigger hero, actually.
He's a bigger hero now
in Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu, he's a bigger hero than most other parts of India. I mean, CSK is such an iconic franchise, and he has been the heart and soul of that franchise for about 18 years now.
Do you have mixed feelings, if I may ask, as a cricketer about Dhoni? You all both started your career roughly around the same time. In fact, your international debut even preceded his. Along comes Dhoni and takes over that wicket-keeping slot. And Dinesh Karthik then has to reinvent himself, partly as an opening batsman, find new ways to play for India. How do you look at Mahendra Singh Dhoni then? As this cricketer who transformed, revolutionized the game? Or someone who was so good that even good players like you had no chance to play in the Indian team?
When MS Dhoni came in, as you said, I had made my debut for India before him. And I had gone on an India A tour with him just before playing for India. Both of us were there in it together. And observing him, I thought, who's this young guy? So he had long hair and he wore a very gold big watch. And he used to do a lot of bowling to me. And I used to think, why is MS Dhoni bowling to me when he's not even practicing keeping? And he was very different from the normal cricketer that I have played against. Very soft-spoken, isn't extroverted by any chance, a big introvert. So even in that team, we had a lot of players, Sairaj Batule was our captain, Ramesh Paul, a lot of players were there. He hardly communicated with anybody. His roommate was Akash Chopra, spent a lot of time in the room, in the ground. He'll come, he'll do what is asked of him, which is a warm-up, he'll bat for a bit if required, but he enjoyed bowling. And that was his personality. So I looked at him and said, okay, here is another cricketer, we'll see what he does. And I left to play for India, and then he got his opportunity. So he went to Kenya and played an India A tournament, and he was the man of the series. But there is a difference. There are certain people who will play and win man of the series, which is fine, which is the way you play. But there are some people who will make you sit up and be like, wow, there is something special about this guy. And I haven't seen that side of Dhoni. So when he played for India, I hadn't seen him play much, because he plays for BR, I play for Tamil Nadu, we don't play against each other. That A series in Kenya, everybody spoke about one person because he brought a novelty factor to it. The power which he hit a ball, people had said they had not seen many in the past. They were comparing, people with grateful like Gary Sobers used to hit those big sixes. But this MS Dhoni has such a different technique, but he hitting a ball as strong as anyone people had ever seen. So that was the word doing the rounds. And India at that stage were keeping with Rahul Dravid. Now Rahul Dravid at the stage where, boss, just leave me, I want to do some batting, I'm happy doing it. My body is going through a hard time trying to be a wicketkeeper. So they were searching for a wicketkeeper. I filled in that role for a very small period, like in a movie I did a guest role. But the main role was slotted for MS Dhoni. He came in and he took India at first, completely swept them away off their feet, and soon enough, international cricket as well, because they hadn't seen a personality like that. Long flowing hair, always had a smile, had witty things to say, wasn't in your face, very respectful human being. But most importantly, I think he brought a sense of calm in chasing. I think Michael Bevan had done it for a period of time, but MS Dhoni did it in a very different way, something that was very eye-catchy. Used to hit those sixes at the end of the game. And I remember at that point when he just walked into international cricket, after about the first 1 or 2 years, bowlers used to speak about how much pressure was there bowling to Dhoni compared to other players. So he had done something which nobody else had. And so when somebody like that comes along and is ahead of you in the queue, you need to immediately look inward and say, what do I need to do to bring out the best version of myself? So I became a bit like a chameleon. If there was an opening slot available, I'll go back to Tamil Nadu, ask them, sir, can I go get runs opening, find a place in the team as an opener. If there's a middle order slot available, I'll say, can I just bat middle order? And Tamil Nadu was very accommodating because we had a good set of players and they were accommodative enough to say, okay, you bat middle order. I used to find ways to get into the Indian team, but my challenge was to hold on to that place. I put so much pressure on myself to just hold on to that place that at times I didn't do justice to what was needed, let's put it that way. But the one thing that I learned through that journey is, you need to adapt to what is being thrown at you, but most importantly, you need to be determined and resilient. And I think that is what that journey taught me the most, because I constantly kept doing things that were very challenging for other people, because people were not comfortable batting at 6 and 7. If you understand the role that I took in the last 5 years of my career, I used to bat 6 to 8 balls on an average. Now you ask any batter to make an impact in 6 to 8 balls is next to impossible. Because what is the impact that you can make? But I stood by it, I worked on my game. I'm not a Pollard or an MS Dhoni to have brute power. So I needed to use my cricketing nous and the fact that I had certain skills with my hands, and I use it to the best of that and then create an impact. So I did things which were novel in my own way, but I realized that became my greatest challenge, my greatest, attribute, so to say, was that I was very determined and resilient to be the best. So that always kept challenging me, kept pushing me in other directions. So to answer your question, MS Dhoni, taught me a lot of things in very different ways.
So Dhoni, once in a generation cricketer, irreplaceable. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
If you had to choose an All India team of your times, Dhoni would slot in straight away.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, just now I put an all-time T20 11 and he is my captain at number 7. So, MS Dhoni is a special player. Make no mistake about that.
Okay, special player. I want to turn from there to my second image, which
was that the lead into that?
Yeah, which is another special player, because you just mentioned that match, again, India versus Pakistan at Melbourne. And another very special, once in a generation, some would say, cricketer. You were, I think, the next batsman in when this shot is played. But just take a look at this shot, because it is quite a remarkable cricketing shot to play in a big pressure game. Take a look.
For a family audience, I won't say what's tightening, but it is tightening.
28 off 8s. Kohli's got to find a boundary against Ralph. Kohli stands his ground, straight down the ground. He lifted it up. That is a shot of an emperor.
Nawaz, what have you got, Nawaz? Ashwin goes over. Clears the end. Very, very few to compare with the...
Okay, so that little video... So that video is of what many, Dinesh, call the shot of the century. Hitting Haris Rauf at Melbourne, one of the largest grounds in the world, over his head when we needed 28 or 29 of just a couple of overs. Is Kohli also, like Dhoni, a cricketer in a league of his own? You watched him very carefully. What makes him so special?
Virat Kohli. I think he is the modern day hero that every young boy and girl should watch, because what he does off the field is what makes him so special. Today's challenge as a parent, and you keep speaking to a lot of parents, and I'm a parent today as well, is the fact that there are so many distractions. Social media being a massive one. The fact that people don't go out to play. I'm sure when I was growing up, we used to go out a lot and play in society, in our buildings and all of that. That's a big challenge these days. Virat Kohli is one such player who is able to manage all the distractions in life quite nicely. Even today, he's just playing the one format, but I know that he is training, he is keeping his body fit, and he's giving himself the best chance of success from wherever he is. Now, very different personalities for a start. So let's not speak so much about MS Dhoni because we are speaking about Virat Kohli, the cricketer. He was this typical Delhi, hot-headed young boy who absolutely fascinated the young person from India. He was what youngsters crave to be, have that aggression, have that in-your-face kind of attitude, but back it up with skill. It wasn't just all bravado, he backed it up with performances. For a long period of time, which is about 4 to 5 years, across formats, I don't think anybody has shown that kind of consistency in winning games. Now, there are a lot of people over a period who have won games, but Kohli had this amazing ability. The bigger the game, he brought himself to the party a lot more. And I've been with him a lot. So there was this game against SRH, RCB versus SRH in 2015. It was a must-win game. David Warner was their captain and Virat was RCB's captain. And I remember walking into this team meeting and we had this batting meeting. You know, they had Dale Steyn, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, and we used to obviously look at bowlers and say, okay, this is what he's looking to do, how are we going to take him down? So everybody spoke about certain bowlers and then they said, this is Dale Steyn, you know, these are the areas that he could bowl. His first thing was, don't worry, I'll take him down. So his confidence, at least that's how he almost drove himself to success, is he wanted to take down the best bowler in the opponent. That's what he thrived on. And that I really enjoyed watching because that game he really took Dale Steyn down. It became a 5-over match, by the way. It rained, they got a certain score. In 5 overs, we needed to get 70. But who was it who took down Dale Steyn with the new ball in a 5-over game when the pitch was damp? And actually it was seaming. He opened with Chris Gayle. It was Virat Kohli. That game, I was like, wow. Now this is a skill that not many people can have. You can just say it in a closed room saying, I'll take that bowler down. But to go out there when there are 40,000 people looking at you and believing that you're the guy, to do it is a skill. And I think Virat Kohli was a master at that.
He really was. In that sense, should he be still playing for India in all formats? You're saying he's fit as ever. Should Virat Kohli make a comeback and say, okay, I'm coming out of retirement of test match, I'm going to play for India? Would you like Virat Kohli to come back and play? Do you think he retired too early?
I think all of us enjoy watching Virat Kohli play. There's no doubt about it.
Would you want him to come back out of retirement? Would you have not wanted him to retire at the time he did?
No, I just want him to be happy. I've met him a few times in UK and he seems to be in a very happy place. And if that is what is going to give him happiness, so be it. I think it's important that we need to respect and honor what his mind is doing. I think his body could still be ready, and it is ready. I can tell you that. But I don't think his mind is obviously where it was a few years ago. So when he is able to understand and see that that is what his body and his mind is telling him to do, so more so the mind, I think we need to respect that. Would I like Virat Kohli to play? Why not? I mean, I genuinely still, when I switched on the TV to watch in Australia, every inning I used to think he's going to get runs. There were a couple of innings where I thought, okay, maybe he's not batting as well as you would like. But most of the innings I thought, oh, okay. But when he gets out, you're like, okay, so be it. So I think he pushed himself to a point where he gave it everything. And maybe he felt mentally that he was tired, he needed a break. And the fact is that this young team, Indian team, which went to England now, I think would be very proud of the way they played.
I'm going to come to the young Indian team. You were in the commentary box. That's your new avatar, and great to have someone now with all the best commentators in the world. I want to play that match. It was a cover story of India Today magazine as well. Take a look at that moment where this young Indian team took on the English at the Oval.
What time है?
So we are seeing this new age Indian team, Mohammad Siraj, who again seems to have the heart of a lion from Hyderabad, and Shubman Gill, who many believe is the new Virat Kohli. I don't know whether he'd like to be called that, but he is the next generation potential Indian great. Would you agree that this Indian team, a Shubman Gill, is the next Indian batting great? A Siraj is showing the spirit of this new India?
I have a pet peeve against calling the next great. I feel it's a very easily thrown about term, and I make a conscious effort in my broadcasting career also to keep that term to a select few. I think great, legend, GOAT as they call it, I keep it for a select few. I think just throwing it about to everyone is unfair. Can Shubman Gill go on to become that? For sure. I think
is he going to, because 740 odd runs in your first series as captain, you're just 23, is quite remarkable. Do you believe he is potentially the next Indian great batsman who could possibly even outstrip what the previous generation has done?
Shubman Gill is the next big thing without a doubt in terms of whatever you've just said. There is no denying that. But the way this sport is unfolding, Test cricket is obviously the toughest challenge for any sportsman, but the quantity of how much that's going to be consumed could be the challenge for him. He might love Test cricket, but where is Test cricket today compared to where it will be in 10 years' time is going to be a huge question mark. I don't think it's about Shubman Gill. I think it's about the cricketing ecosystem. People enjoy shorter formats. Their attention span is a lot lesser, so they have time to spend when it comes to shorter bursts. Where Test cricket will be is the biggest challenge. Shubman Gill has everything to become a great. I mean, there is no doubt. And what this Indian team showed, at least in England, as you see, was on a very interesting series. And they rated the best ever series after the 2005 Ashes, which says a lot about how good the series was, how well it was watched, and the fact that a young Indian team came there, stood up against a strong English team which uses the term baseball and said, we'll do it our way. So it was great to watch, good fun, and Shubman Gill did a fantastic job as a leader.
What was that moment when Siraj got that wicket? I presume you were in and around the comm box.
Yes.
Do you get overexcited at times like this, or do you try and stay calm?
That's the challenge in broadcasting, sir. See, I'm an Indian. I want India to win. But when you're broadcasting, especially doing a world feed, the key is to try and be neutral, because the viewer is not just India. There are people from all over the world. So you want to call the play as you see it, as neutrally as possible. Who do I want to win? Without a doubt, India. There is no doubting that. So internally, as much as I'm bubbling and want to say everything that India is doing right, as a broadcaster, the challenge is to make sure you're stating the play which is interesting for others to watch as is. You don't want to be pro-India just because you're an Indian. I think that's something that I'm very keen. I try and keep it as true to the game as possible. That is the challenge. When this Siraj moment happened, I remember I was on the ground because I've been told to go and speak to a few players, and he's the first player I spoke to. And being there in that moment, I was standing behind Sai Sudarshan at that stage, who was at deep mid-wicket. It was lovely to see that young team, because I'm of the belief that Test cricket is the toughest format and needs to be respected and enjoyed the most. But sadly, that's not the case, as you would know. But that series, the way Indian team played, there was so many things that suggested that, wow, these guys really want to play Test cricket. They had come at the back of a tough IPL, but the way they played in that series, phenomenal.
We mentioned MS Dhoni as a once-in-a-generation cricketer. My current favorite cricketer in this team is someone I think is also once-in-a-generation, Rishabh Pant. Every time Rishabh Pant comes out to bat, I leave whatever else I'm doing, including work, and watch him bat. There was this news show. I was anchoring the news, and I had my iPad watching Rishabh Pant bat. There is something about him which is just incredible. Is that, again, this new generation which is determined to do things that you think are unachievable? Going out to bat with a broken toe, for example, in England, is not easy.
He's a special talent in Test cricket. He's actually become the fan favorite because of the way he plays it. He brings a certain flavor which has not been seen before. The kind of shots that he plays has actually completely enamored the test cricket watching crowd, because nobody has played it that way. We have seen Sehwag, Gilchrist, all of those guys over the years. He's another variation to that, but with more attractive shots, you know, the falling down sweep, the stepping out and going over mid-off and mid-on to fast bowlers. These shots have not been played that consistently. But the fact is that when Rishabh Pant comes to play in Test cricket is so much more watchable, because you almost feel like something is going to happen. I don't know what it is. And that is such a thrilling place to be as a viewer, because with the way the world is changing, you know, AI and everything coming in, the one thing that will never ever change is the value for live sport. And I think he adds a certain flavor to it, which makes it so watchable.
I agree. And he's come back from a terrifying car injury to perform for India. I want to turn, we've spoken about a lot of other cricketers. Briefly about my friend Dinesh Karthik, played for India more than 150 times across formats. But there is one moment that defines your career. So I'm going to turn to the Dinesh Karthik moment now. I want you to take a look. Of the last ball to defeat Bangladesh and enable India to win the Nidahas trophy. 19 in an over, I think, of Rubel Hussain. Your eyes are moistening a bit. You're getting a little bit emotional, possibly. Was that your best moment as in the India jersey, or was it when the team won more than the individual?
A couple of moments. One is the 2007 T20 World Cup, which you showed. That was a big moment in my life. I've never been part of a World Cup winning squad, so that was one. And this would be right up there on a personal front and from the team, because I was in and out of the T20 team, and this one almost helped me get in to that Indian team. And it was a year-ending tournament in the sense that soon after this there was IPL, so this was the last match of the tournament. And obviously the odds were against us in the sense that we were a very young team. There was no experience there whatsoever, and the other teams were very, very strong. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka all came in with their best team. So it was a challenging tournament. But the fact that I was able to finish it, I always believe if you put in the work, at some point you'll be known for something. I think Dinesh Karthik will be known for this moment.
Okay, good enough. I think he deserves a big round of applause for taking India to a trophy win. I have one more moment. And this is a moment which has made you part of Bengaluru's folklore. And we'll talk about it because we are in Coimbatore, somewhere caught between Chennai on one side and Bengaluru on the other. But this is what happened in May this year. The impossible happened. Take a look at this moment and we'll talk about it. Okay, so this is visuals of Royal Challengers Bengaluru after 18 years of trying, finally becoming the IPL champions. And you were what? Mentor, hanging around, telling the team what to do. How special was this? You're a Chennai boy, but you're now more loved, it seems, in Bengaluru than you are in Chennai. For doing for RCB what you should have been doing for CSK.
This is probably again one of those big moments in my life, because I've played for RCB for so long, but we never ended up crossing the line. But being RCB's mentor, able to do this with a bunch of boys, which the journey was great, and obviously this result, one of the best moments in my life. But you almost realize when you get to a moment like this, the winning is absolutely brilliant, and it lives with you for 2 minutes, and then you almost get past it. You're like, okay, what's next? But when I look back, that whole process of me saying thank you to playing, getting a call saying, would you be interested in becoming RCB's mentor, taking up the job, but that auction and the way we planned, that is what keeps coming to me so much more. That whole process of picking the team, picking the players, the the journey of understanding how do we set up a team, and all of that comes to my mind so much more. And then you add in the likes of Virat Kohli, the way he played, the way some youngsters played. And there were some seminal moments through that journey for us. The way we had 9 player of the matches or something like that, which has not been done before. And there were so many mini challenges. We had not beaten Chennai in Chennai, I don't know in how long, a long, long time. We used to come here and they used to tell us, please go back. That is the kind of cricket RCB had played. Mumbai, we hadn't won a game in Mumbai for so long, if I'm right, almost 10 years. The last time RCB had won was the last time I was part of that team in 2015, when AB de Villiers and Virat Kohli had done well. So many mini challenges. So in the first 3 games, we played Karnataka, we played KKR, we played CSK, and we played MI. In the first 4 games, we had played 3 games away from Bangalore, where our away record is so ordinary. In KKR, in Kolkata, away record is ordinary, and in the other 2 teams, venues as well. So those micro challenges or those mini challenges that we faced, and the way we prepared for it, all of that gives me satisfaction being this side of the fence, which is a coach.
Can I ask you though, that it all didn't end as well as it should have because of the stampede that took place in Bengaluru. As players, when you look back at it, should it have been done differently? The fact that there seemed to be this over-enthusiasm on the part of the fans, on the part of the organizers, on the part of the franchise. You go and hold a parade and eventually it ends in a stampede. Did that affect you all as players when you heard about it?
So we were in Bangalore, and you got to understand that we were told to go to an event, we went, and then when we got news, we were sent back. I don't think we even understood what had happened. It was beyond us. You got to understand, we are just sportsmen, we are playing a sport, and something like this happens, you just don't know how to react. And that was my first instinct, like, people losing lives. Could it change? I really wish it could, because it completely changed the mood. Even now, speaking about it, when you showed me the pictures, I almost wanted to say, sir, it's great to see, but, let's move on. Because the aftertaste that it left, there's been absolute radio silence from us players. And it was, as you would know, RCB is such a well-supported franchise, and it completely finished whatever our celebrations could have been. So it is arguably one of the saddest things that I have been, I feel even wrong to say I've been part of, because I cannot even empathize what those parents and the families must go through. But all I can say is, I just hope that in some way that we can, repay them in whatever way possible. And these are events that's happened, in some football teams as well, in different ways. And it's very hard to digest and accept, honestly, to have known that you were there and thereabouts and things like this happen. It's very unfair, and all I can say is,
But let me just shift the mood from there to what the IPL has done. It comes every year. It's 2 months where we all celebrate. We all have our loyalties to franchises. What has it done to players? Are young Indian players sometimes more interested in getting multi-crore IPL contracts than even playing for India? Is that one of the big shifts, and is that worrying for you? That a youngster comes at 19, gets a 10 crore contract. He doesn't probably then think of an India cap because he's happy with the 10 crores he's getting. Is that a worry going into the future?
I think the bigger worry for people who get big contracts is how they handle life themselves, because a lot of them have actually not lived up to what their talent could be, have lost themselves in the journey, and sometimes they don't know how to handle that kind of money. And that is going to be a big challenge for them. I really hope people who get big money are taken care of, psychologically as well. Because, when you're a normal middle class person and suddenly you get this huge amount of money, you sometimes don't know how to deal with it. And I really wish some parents or somebody near and there who are able to help whoever that boy or girl is, for that matter. Even WPL, people are earning, girls are earning good money. So that's the biggest challenge. And yes, I think sometimes when you do throw is the wrong word, when you do get picked up for this kind of big money, the one thing that does happen is you start valuing this format a lot more. But in India, we are we have a lot of emphasis on 4-day cricket, on test cricket, because as you would know, junior cricket, a lot of it is still 4-day, 3-day. So the value for playing that is there. But you do come to a point when you finish that and you're tuning yourself saying, if you're going to ask a young fast bowler, what does he want to play? I won't be surprised if he says, I want to play T20 cricket more. Bowl only 4 overs, it's so much more easier. But if you have to bowl 15 overs a day, come back and bowl 12 overs the next day, it's not that easy. So you can't fault the player. And that's going to be the challenge for the cricket ecosystem. How do you keep test cricket alive? Because that's the truest, purest and the toughest form. And I really wish that lasts a long time, because that is a great feeder system into T20 as well eventually, because it really sets you up to have a strong player.
Okay, we just have about a few minutes left. We're going to do fun things. Few of Dinesh Karthik's favorite things. Or favorite players. Your all-time favorite player. Do you have an all-time favorite that you look up to and say, this is the player I love to watch? Who is the player you love to watch more than anyone else in the cricket you played and the cricket you watched?
In the cricket, I watched Vivian Richards. In the cricket that I've played, Sachin Tendulkar.
If you had to choose between a Tendulkar and a Kohli, you have only one place in your team for a batsman, who will you choose?
Many such questions. Many times this question is asked. I'm not going to say I have a clever answer, but my answer has always been red ball, which is Test cricket, Sachin, white ball, Virat Kohli.
Okay. Okay, you've covered all bases with that. Who's the most difficult bowler that you've ever faced?
Lasith Malinga. Yeah, he was... I just didn't know where he was bowling the ball from.
If you had one bowler to pick in your team, Lasith Malinga or Jasprit Bumrah, who would that be?
Jasprit Bumrah. There is no doubt. I'm not going to play every time against Malinga. There are other guys. But Jasprit Bumrah troubles the world across formats.
If you had to come out of retirement and you were given a choice of franchise, CSK or RCB, who would you choose?
Great question. Because I've played for RCB, I'd like to play for CSK once. I really miss not playing for CSK.
Chennai or... So you're still a Chennai boy at the end of the day. You can be the mentor for Bangalore, play for years for RCB, but eventually there is the young boy of Chennai still beating in your heart somewhere.
Absolutely, sir. I remember the first auction that took place. It was in 2008. I was in Australia at that time. I was sure that I was going to be picked by CSK. I didn't even have a doubt about it. And the first lot, the second name that came was Mahendra Singh Dhoni. And he went for, I think, one of the highest paid players at that stage. And he went for CSK. And that was when reality hit me that, oh, I won't be playing for CSK. And from then on, I've hoped I could play for CSK. And in all fairness to them, they've tried in various auctions. But as you would do in any other team, why would you have two wicket keepers of high value when you can choose other skill sets? So I've always not made the cut for CSK, but CSK is a lovely franchise, and I've enjoyed playing against them. I've seen how much they've become as a brand. Brilliant.
N. Srinivasan, if you're watching this show, Dinesh Karthik is available. He doesn't want a fee, just he wants the CSK jersey once. So if India Cements and N. Srinivasan are watching, Chennai boy wants to come and play one last time for Chennai. Your favorite sport outside of cricket?
Tennis. I watch a lot of tennis. I follow a bit of Formula 1. I played a bit of badminton, but my favorite to watch tennis.
But in the family, you're squash. You're married to a champion squash player. You want your kids to be squash players or cricketers?
I have two, so one can play each, I feel.
Okay, that's interesting. We have to ask this because we had a debate within our democratic newsroom in the office. Where do you get the better dosas, in Tamil Nadu or Karnataka? It's a serious question which has sparked off a huge debate in our newsroom. Where do you get the better dosas? The audience can also put their hands up. First of all, the audience, where do you get the better dosas, in Tamil Nadu or in Karnataka or any other state? Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka. Okay, okay, Dinesh, what's your pick?
Tamil Nadu. Sir, you got to understand, Tamil Nadu is more crisp. Bangalore is slightly that they make it slightly thicker, And in Tamil Nadu, the sambar is more spicy. I like it spicy. So the dosa sambar combination in Chennai is better.
You see, this is what happens when you go to Bangalore and spend all your time in a 5-star hotel. If you went to the streets of Bangalore, you might have a different view, but it's a contentious issue. And where's the best place for an idli? Dosa we've given Tamil Nadu. Where do you get the best idlis?
Try Sangeeta, very good, in Chennai.
Okay, so I think at the end, for someone who's such a much traveled man, played in leagues across the world, played for India in different conditions, when it comes to the crunch, dil hai Chennai. And maybe because we are in Coimbatore and Tamil Nadu, that will strike a particular chord, because Dinesh, you've been someone who's always carried yourself wonderfully well on the cricket field, as you are now in the commentary box, as you are now as a mentor. We've had a wonderful conversation with you to give a sense of what it means to play for India, the IPL grind, and so much more. And one final question, Asia Cup. If Pakistan is not our biggest challenger, who's the biggest challenger you think when it comes to the Asia Cup? Is there any team you see which can measure up to India?
No, I don't think anybody is going to challenge India too much. But if, along with Pakistan, Afghanistan are very worthy competitors.
Okay, so Dil hai Hindustani, Dil hai Chennai. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand to Dinesh Karthik.
Indeed, a very good end to this day. I'd also like to request Arvind Chauhan from NECC to come up on stage to hand over a token of our appreciation. With that, we come to an end to day one of the India Today Conclave South. And as we get ready for day two, I'd like to quickly mention our sponsors who made this day possible. Presenting Adani, co-sponsor G Square, celebration partner Radico, international school partner SSVM Institutions, knowledge partner Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, partner NECC, health partner SimSats, health partner Kovai Medical Center and hospital, print partner The Namalar. Our hashtag India Today Conclave South. All of you please head for dinner. It is through these gates that
रास्ता है वही शहर
तू कब आया अभी लाइट से?
अरे वाह ताई, पहचान गई? शहर जाके आँख का ऑपरेशन करा लिया क्या?
शहर जा मेरी जूती, नहीं यहीं अपने गांव में ही करवा लिया। वो जो सूरज है ना अपना, वो सब कर रहा है।
अरे राकेश, अरे वाह छोटी, ये स्कूल में सीखा?
इंटरनेट पे।
इंटरनेट?
हाँ, सूरज भैया है ना?
कौन है ये सूरज भैया?
आपको उनसे मिलना है क्या?
हाँ?
चलो, वो रहे सूरज भैया।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।